Nowadays, it seemed like when it rained hard and furious. It was bitterly appropriate for the nationwide mood, arguably even the entire world. Even in places where the sun was out, people still apparently felt gloomy. Personally, you wouldn't have minded being in those sunny places. At least you could have enjoyed the sun, however dreary the world may still have been. Oh, and seeing where she would go would have been easier in the sunlight than in the rain. You had fought in the rain hundreds of times before, and this time was no different. She could only hope a hydrokinetic didn't get involved. Otherwise, she would have been in trouble. Or an electrokinetic. You knew she'd be nothing but a giant lightning rod if one joined the fight. On the flip side, so would her opponent. The steel giant was no gigantomachia, ironic given the former's composition. But he was still plenty tough in his own right. A punch to the face or stomach still hurt, but you made sure to return the favor in kind while still being mindful of her surroundings. She had to, otherwise Numazu would end up more damaged than it already was. A chunk of the city had already been uplifted and stood out over the rest. As a warp plateau, no one knew how to lower back to ground level. You had an idea of how it could be pushed back into place, but she couldn't afford to think about that now. Avoiding her current adversary's attacks took precedence, more so as she saw him morph the complied metal around his knuckles into spikes. Still want to keep this up? His face was a horrible mashup of various metallic objects from cars to street lamps to household items, such as refrigerators and TVs. Pack it up and run. No one will blame you. Heh, in fact, no one's watching you. That's what you love, right, MT lady? You sneered, wishing he'd just stayed quiet. To go along with the hideousness of the metal mashup, its voice sounded like metal scrapping against metal, worsened by the constant downpour around her. How's about you just shut up and surrender? Make this easier on both of us. When the giant laughed again, you braced yourself, feeling that the next attack was coming. It was most likely going to be a barrage of punches, and thanks to the spikes sticking out of his knuckles, she was going to have puncture wounds if she wasn't careful. Another horrible laugh from the Iron Giant. Come on. Do you really think taking me down is going to matter? There's dozens of criminals running wild all over Japan. So you should just get a free pass to keep terrorizing the city? Fat chance. You barked back. He took a swing at her with his right fist, a punch she dodged, only to have to do it again once the next punch came. Each time, you felt the roaring patter of rain against the giant's metallic body. Then it was the whooshing of the air as he reared his arms back. Tightening her fists, she took a swing at him, catching him in the lower left side. Her strength was enough to break off a few pieces, but you knew she needed to do more in order to break this giant down. So she threw a left jab at his stomach. Tum, SHLLCK. The pain was immediate, but you refused to scream. She prepared for this. So it wasn't as bad as it could have been. That didn't mean getting stabbed in the forearm didn't hurt. You pushed through the pain, literally, continuing to drive her fist into the giant's stomach. The metal gave way beneath her fist, causing the villain to grunt in pain. He shook the ground as he stumbled back, or rather, took a couple of steps back. Blood dripped from Yu's left arm, accelerated by the rainfall. Although she huffed, she kept her focus on the Iron Giant, readying herself for his next move. It came as a right hook aimed at her face. You dropped to one knee and used that position to launch yourself into an uppercut that plowed to the hundreds of raindrops falling from the sky. To her ire, he spun out of the way, with speed that was too unbelievable for a steel and scrap metal giant. Or that's what most people would have thought. You knew all too well how fast someone could move despite being giant-sized. She used similar speed to roll out of the way of counterpunch the villain, try to drive into her backside. Instead of her, he plowed into the street below, better an already ruined patch of the street, instead of someplace new. Spinning around, she prepared to launch her own counterattack, but when the villain lifted his fist, he kicked up a veil of debris that blinded Yu's frontal vision. In response, she sharpened her hearing, knowing despite how fast a giant could move, their movement still created quite a bit of noise, especially in the rain. All around her was darkness and water, but she could make out the villain's body moving through the rain, to her right. Twisting her body, she waited for the attack to come. The pain in her arm swept underfoot. What she didn't expect was the sound of something whirling a drill. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. screamed the blonde as she hastily rolled aside. For the second time, the villain plowed into the spot she'd formerly been at. But instead of being flattened, it was torn apart by the giant metal drill he'd morphed his arm into. You watched jets of dirt and debris go shooting up with more following as the villain whipped his arm in her direction. All the debris he'd dug up went flying her way. Out of impulse, she threw her arms up shielding her face, but you made sure to keep her hearing active. The roar of that makeshift drill was easy to follow, although it made her heart race in anxiety at where it was going to be pointed. Damn, he couldn't have stuck to his fists. Hell, I have taken him throwing rocket punches like I've heard this guy loves to do. She'd been fully prepared to dodge or potentially catch some metal fists shot like bullets. But a spinning drill? You really wanted to avoid something like that. But as she heard the continued, murderous whirl of the blade, she braced herself for the possibility. Once the shower ended, you peered ahead and saw the drill coming down for her. Quickly, she stepped aside, letting it tear into ground for a second time. Adrenaline pumping through her, she devised a bold plan and acted on it. Grabbing the giant's forearm, she attempted to wrench his arm off while keeping an eye on the other one. True to form, he came down, but she lashed out with her right arm, grabbing it and holding it in place. She and the villain were deadlocked, two giants grappling with each other in the rain. The sounds of their struggle sent tremors through the district, thankfully deserted. But the echoes could probably reach those hunkering down on the battle's outskirts. You hope no one got any stupid ideas to come closer, particularly some notion to take a shot at this bastard while he was focusing on her. Too many people had gotten hurt trying to pull that sort of stuff off, although you wasn't opposed to such underhanded tactics. Nowadays, it was a different story. Let go of me, you blonde bim dash. Yeah, bimbo. I've heard it before. She had, way too many times. Although it normally left her irate, times like this it left you feeling angry. Such a feeling was channeled into her arms. Finally, she heard the sound of metal bending. Internal joy was muted by ironclad concentration that gave birth to a grunt of effort. The right arm she'd been holding began to give in, and with it panic spread across the giant's face. But then it morphed into wicked glee. The sound of metal coming together she'd heard 10 minutes ago was reversed. Hardness gave way to nothingness. Looking down, you saw her left hand gripping nothing, yet she heard the sound of metal continuously twisting. Driven by years of experience, she looked up at the source. Something was forming in the stump where the villainous giant's right arm had been. Recognizing it, she twisted her head aside just in time to dodge the metal needle that shot forth with incredible speed. Strands of her soaked hair fell, but it was preferable to getting shot through the face. Feeling like it was time to put an end to this, you used her now free left arm to grab for the giant's face. Although his real body was in his chest, losing his golem's head would disrupt his quirk, perhaps enough for her to punch him out and end this fight once and for all. Bah! The ugly head shouted, throwing its mouth open, but it wasn't a panic-induced scream. Fyunk! Gerg! The hell! It was like getting hit by a baseball, one you weren't prepared to catch, yet instinct kicked in leading to an awkward attempt. You felt her hand being shot back, momentary pain racing up her arm making her wince. It gave the giant the time he needed to pull his left arm free and grab her wrist. Roaring, he threw her aside, slamming her into multiple buildings. Despite the pain, you remained conscious and focused. The sound of metal reattached reached your ears. Just couldn't help yourself, could you, bastard? Her focus persisted as she saw the drill arm reattach itself and begin spinning once more. As it came down, you deactivated her quirk, her body size spontaneously shrinking. She was still rather close to the drill, close enough she could feel it piercing the air on its way down. Now in her regular 5'4" height, the drill's roar was louder than before. You felt her whole body shaking from the proximity. But she kept her calm, and then she reactivated her quirk upon hearing it dig into the earth. Her once falling body reassumed its previous size. Her feet found solid ground, albeit after crushing it. She kicked out with her left leg, catching the giant in his right arm. When he threw a somewhat wild haymaker with his left, she caught it. Seizing on her chance, you stomped down on his right arm while holding his left arm, wrapping it under her right and squeezing. Now she finally had him pinned. It was time to end this. Gah! Erga! Get the hell off of me, you bitch! The metal giant screamed. Get off! Sure, just deactivate your quirk and surrender. You shouted back. If he didn't. She had every intention of using all the strength she could to tear his golem's arms off. Afterward, she'd either stomp down on the head or punch into the chest and pull him out. Regardless, this fight was over with. The giant's face became ugly, a likely perfect representation of the man controlling it. It was an expression that lent itself to a possible surrender, so you didn't let up. If he wasn't going to back down, then she was going to break this metal golem he'd created by tearing up multiple city blocks. The sooner this ended, the sooner, her left foot unexpectedly sunk into the earth, still keeping half a strengthened grip on the giant's left arm. You looked back and saw the drill had been detached. No, it had been launched, and it was boring through the earth with all the speed of a race car. Her eyes moved ahead along its predicted path and felt panic seizing her heart. No! Immediately, she broke off and sprinted for the drill, her footsteps shaking the ground as she hurried to catch up to it. Her previous apprehension about catching it vanished as she brought her fist crashing down into the metal construct, finally stopping it. There was hardly any pain on her end. Looking up, she saw the multi-story building that had been the drill's target still standing. Faint as it was over the sounds of battle, she heard the frightened gasping of the people still inside. They were now officially too close. Gah! Bet you wish they were snapping pictures of you, huh? Just like old times. It had been a long time since anyone had grabbed her hair and used it to pull her around. You hated it. She crashed back into the ground, shaking it on impact. Quickly pushing the pain aside, she rolled out of the way just as a giant foot came down and it had stomped on her chest, if she hadn't. The press all lined up for you along with some adorning fans when you got off the plane. That's what you wanted, right? Another stomp she evaded. You came up in a crouch that turned into a leaping punch that locked the giant in the face. He reeled from the punch, but his mouth kept on moving. You wish that's what was around now, huh? Those adoring fans you worked so hard to earn. You think they'd care if I laid you out here? Do you? Why keep doing this? Just give up already. The left fist came at her, seemingly containing all the rage the villain held. You caught it, grunted in visible effort. Heard it all before, jackass. Then why? Just give the hell up already, screamed the metallic face with a sky-shaking voice. You grabbed at the head, squeezing as tight as she could and feeling the metal bending beneath her fingers. Meanwhile, he pulled at his left arm to free himself, but you wasn't letting go. Let dash! Shut up already! She yelled back in her own thunderous voice. Her rage was temporarily disrupted just as her balance was. You felt herself falling, but she kept her grip her opponent. It led to the two of them rolling over the rubble of the city like a pair of brawling children. It had been funny if it wasn't a life-or-death battle with multiple lives on the line. As she continued to squeeze, she felt the metallic head and arms starting to give way. What gave first was the left arm, a sudden jerk that somewhat surprised her. That surprise became one of pain as she felt a shot of pain in her left leg. Glancing down, she saw a few pieces of shrapnel. The rain caused the blood to roll down sideways onto the ground. Brief as it was, she saw the metal giant break away, now armless with dented head. Immediately, you was back up, pulling the shrapnel out without a shred of precision or care. The giant's back was to her, and she gave chase. Each footstep was a tremor onto itself. Her left leg dripped blood the size of car doors. If she got close enough, she could make a lunge for him and bring him down. You want to play at being a hero? Fine. Have at it, you overgrown bimbo. Thanks to her near-complete death grip, the giant's face was mangled mess. The terrible voice the mouth made sounded even worse. You saw the boat rise up from the water, people panicking atop it as they realized they'd been drawn into battle of giants, which they probably hoped would serve as cover for their escape. Or maybe they'd hoped to escape the battle itself. It didn't matter. The villain had taken them for hostages, and you knew he'd sooner launch the boat they were clinging to than he'd use it to repair himself. At most, it could replace one arm, but it could also be used as a projectile as the drill had been turned into. You couldn't shake the feeling that's what this guy would ultimately do. She had to be ready. Her wounded left leg wasn't going to make that easy, but she'd do what she had to. The metal face twisted into a horrible grin. Thinking about, aren't you? Oh, whatever will become of these poor bastards if I make one wrong move? Will I be able to get to them in time? Ha ha ha, even with them shitting on you nonstop, you're still willing to put yourself on the line of them. Heroes, you guys really are a crack bunch. She gritted her teeth as he played with the boy, levitating from one side to another, rotating it vertically and horizontally, and laughing as the occupants screamed in terror while hanging on for dear life. Their rightened shouting reached her ears over the rain. You're not getting paid to do this anymore, right? No, but this isn't about money or fame. Not anymore. How's about you just drop them, and we can keep this between us? That way, you won't be losing any teeth when I clobber you. The real you, Iron Step. Another round of wretched laughter from that metallic face. If she'd been able to hold on a second longer, she had been able to crush it. If she was able to get her hands on the head again, a second is all it'd take to turn the thing into a crushed can. Let's see how fast you can really move, you stupid bitch. That was her cue. The boat was launched to the golem's left, her right, and that's the direction she sprinted in. The screams of its passengers reached her ears and put an extra spring into her quake-inducing steps. Hang on, you shouted despite, knowing many of them were probably too panicked to do that. Luckily, they didn't have to wait too long as she made it to the boat. The nearest she could tell, everyone aboard was accounted for, although you saw all of them were understandably scared out of their minds. I'm going to set you down, then sail away as soon as you can. While she spoke, she heard the sound of something rising up from the water. Immediately, she knew what it was, but she kept her focus on pushing the boat as far away as possible. Hopefully it'd be out of range of the villain's ferrokinesis, or more likely, out of range of the battle ready to continue. Once they were sailing down the river, she turned back. The sucky thing about fighting a ferrokinetic of any sort in the city was they never really ran out of ammo. Cities were practically toolboxes for them to use as they pleased, provided they had the strength and the know-how, such as this villain. Water dripped from the debris lifted from the Kano River. All the junk that had been thrown in the river, much of it new thanks to the 2 months of chaos, was there for use. Suddenly, it went flying, but not at her. Unflinchingly, you stepped in the front of the boat, throwing her arms up to protect her face. Not the first time she'd been hit by a barrage of what amounted to garbage. At least there were no cameras around to catch it on video. Thunk. Pain shot up through her right leg as you felt herself toppling forward. As her arms reached out to catch her, she saw a giant, crudely shaped leg coming her way. Her right arm shot forth, grabbing it while her left slammed into the riverbed. Gnashing her teeth, you stood up, pulling the metal giant with her. No arms and only one leg. The thing flailed helplessly as she lifted it up. This fight was over. Just as her hand went for the head to crush it like a soda can, you felt something sharp and hard clapping around her right leg. Sparing it a glance, she saw the metal leg that had been launched into hers had refitted itself into another crude spiked collar. No, don't think about that. Crush the main body. Stop him. Although her left hand touched metal, it wasn't a metallic head. Despite finding something wrong with that, she pressed with all her strength, her growl rolling through the rain. As the pieces cascaded down, she turned her attention to the missing head. She scoured her surroundings for the head, which she knew to be visible through the rain. Her search was interrupted by the stinging pain in her right leg. The metal pieces that had been launched at it were digging it. At least it served as a soon that the villain was still within the general vicinity. While still maintaining her search, she reached for the metal ring and grasped it with her fingers to pull it out. She'd have to get medical treatment for her wounds, but only after she'd found. Once more, the Kano River erupted, although you was slightly more prepared for it. Her hand moved from her legs to the object shooting out, her fist smashing into it. You felt metal, further dampened by the river water and the rain, but metal nonetheless. Don't think I'm going to fall for that trick. She shouted, feeling her fist driving through the metallic object. As the water was pushed aside, she saw what it was, another scrap metal construct, but not a face. Something else burst through the water, just a little down to her right. Quickly turning to it, she saw a half-complied golem of patchwork metal, only a body and a pair of giant hands. One came down like a hammer, and she promptly caught it before it could make impact atop her head, but the left arm dove straight for her gut. You caught it, leaving the two of them in another deadlock that she was intent on making as short as possible. That plan hit a snag when she felt the rotation of the metallic arms. Although she winced, you kept a hold of them and kept on squeezing them. In response, the rotation speed increased drastically. Just give dash. Not going to happen. Crunch. Her hand stung while she grabbed for the main body, hoping its crude shape would make it easier crush. To her surprise, it flung itself into her in a reckless tackle that caught you by surprise. Thump. Aga. The pain was immediate and intense. Another firm reminder that her neck hadn't finished healing. Even worse, it added to the agony she felt sweeping through her legs and hands. Thanks to it all, you began to stumble backward, one foot on dry land while the other was in the water. It was a small blessing that the riverbed wasn't coated in jagged debris that was stabbing at her foot. Haughty laughter boomed from the scrap metal sphere that had smacked into the base of her chin. Don't think I didn't notice that little addition to your costume after the Liberation War. Oh! I'd love to wring that little neck of yours, but I've got places to be. Maybe next time, assuming you're stupid enough to come after me again. He was going to run and force you to start this chase all over again, and that'd definitely include another fight like this one. Oh no, I'm not going through this again. More importantly, I'm not letting you get away, you bastard. She may have been falling back, but she wasn't helpless. You locked in on the metal sphere and summoned all her strength. Forget trying to catch herself. She was going to crush that ball and hopefully break a few bones of the person inside it. Her hand shot forward, coming together in a lightning-fast clap that caught the sphere between her palms. Roaring, she pressed them together, producing a thunderclap all her own. The metal gave way, and in between her hands, she felt something organic. Her ears welcomed the sudden sound of a scream. You felt her back crashing against the ground, sending another jolt of pain shooting through her. This one wasn't quite so bad. The fact that her right hand was gripping a now thoroughly beaten villain probably had something to do with that. Panting, she kept her hold on him even as her arms fell to side. Her left dipped into the Kano River as her right landed on the ground. Finally, there was a calm that fell over the area, the rainfall being the only constant. You felt the endless drops pelting her face while she looked up at the gray blanket blocking out the blue sky and sun she liked. Guess it would have been too much to ask for the sun to come out when I finally caught this guy. The rain would end eventually, as it always did. You just hoped she'd be in a better position to enjoy it, and the villain in her right hand wouldn't be. After a few minutes in which she allowed the pain in her body to subside, she turned her head to her right. Her final attack had worked in both catching the villain and defeating him. His dazed groan was proof he didn't have any fight left in him. Between all the metal he manipulated in her final attack, he was utterly spent. You was a little proud to say she wasn't in the same boat, but she was ready to call it a day. Sito Ayukawa, Iron Step, you are hereby under arrest. She called. The hell if he is. Jail's too good for that bastard. Yeah, after everything he's done, he deserves worse. Plus, it's not like there's a jail that can hold him. You winced. Oh, come on. Why couldn't it have just stopped here? Sometimes, it was hard to believe citizens once turned out to cheer for heroes. Instead of months, it seemed like another lifetime ago. Groaning, she turned her vision to the crowd that was assembled at the edge of the battle. Where had they been hiding? How long had they been watching? Could they have helped out with the hostage situation earlier? Looking the group of 12 over, you spied several of them carrying weapons, including improvised support gear items. Many were dressed in raincoats, but some of them had foregone such wear, allowing the downpour completely douse them. It added to the fury that radiated off them. It's over, she called over the rain. He's going back to prison where he'll never dash. Shut up, one of the citizens shouted, pointing a metal baseball bat at her. After what he's done, he doesn't deserve to go to cell, especially one he can just break out of again. That's assuming you'll even send him off to jail. Another one snorted. He is going back to prison, and he's going to stay there. She pressed. And why the hell should we believe a damn thing that you say? Yelled a third. You tore up our city. A fourth barked. You giant dash. Shut up, you whiny bastards. You shot up, almost loosening her grip on Ayukawa. Her heart slammed against her chest in panic at the near bestial shout that rung through the riverside. As for the civilians, they all jumped out of their skins completely, a handful dropping their weapons. However, others clenched them more tightly, rather than her or Ayukawa. They turned them on the voice of the owner. You quietly followed the echo to another hooded figure, one that stood apart from the others. While he wore a raincoat that obscured his features, you felt something undeniably different about it. Focusing on him, she heard a feral breathing coming from him, making her wonder what he looked like beneath his coat. He had the attention of everyone present, except maybe Iron Step, who was incoherently muttering he didn't want to die or go back to prison. There was an animalistic snarl from the hooded stranger as he seemingly focused his gaze on the vigilante crowd. She just fought tooth and nail to stop Iron Step, something the rest of you have been trying to do while others have been too scared to even try. Yeah, she caused some damage, but it's nothing compared to what that bastard's done, or the rest of the villains who've torn the city apart. You guys sure as hell weren't out there helping her minimize the damage, so you don't get to complain. How's about just taking the fact that Iron Step's been stopped, and we're supposed to think for good? There's only one way to stop him for good. One of the citizens yelled. You knew that tone, and it chilled her blood. Just as much, she sensed the effect it had on some of the others in the group. They looked back at the near-unconscious villain in her grasp. Another feral snarl. So, you think you've got the guts to actually kill someone? Especially someone that's already been beaten? That bastard did the same. So, you think you can be just like him? You called. As easy as it would have been to let the stranger do all the talking. She was still the hero here. She had a job to do protecting citizens, even from themselves. Sitting up, she fixed the vigilante group with a hard stare, somewhat enhanced by the rain and grime on her face. Is that what any of you really want? To be just like this murder here. Just as raindrops sunk into the earth, so too did her words. They spread fast, although she said nothing about it. This wasn't something to be smug about, nor was it something she wanted to sound too patronizing on that it'd only make things worse. Still, not all were so accepting of her words. And what if we're already there? What if we've already crossed that line? You spied chocolate brown bangs beneath the hood of the woman speaking. They greatly contrasted the darkness in her blue eyes, a darkness that you didn't want to guess at, but she was forced to do so. Look around you. Nothing is the same anymore. Nothing's ever going to go back to the way it was. You didn't need to look around her. She'd seen enough the minute she'd stepped off the plane. She'd seen enough back in Mizuifu. She saw it every time she got a look at the news. She sat up while still keeping her hold on Iron Step. None of the vigilantes made a move. Not yet. You're right that the world's changed, and it's probably never going to go back to normal. No one, not even All Might, can do that. But that doesn't mean it's going to be like this going forward. At least, not if what let it. We. A member of the crowd sneered. Don't act like Dash. Can it? Shouted the hooded figure. Immediately, the male naysayer went quiet. Making a mental note to thank the stranger, you got back on track. We, as in all of us. You, me, and everyone else in this city. All of Japan. This is our world, and it's crumbling. No one's denying that. But the thing is, do you want to help break it down further, or try to put it back together? That's what we're doing. And that's what you people can do. And that includes showing you're better than this. Better than killing someone in cold blood. Even if they may deserve it. Maybe as a hero, she shouldn't have said that, but you had to be honest. She also had to be empathetic. In society's breakdown, some people had just let all their dark impulses out. The worst humans could indulge in, things that sickened even her. Looking out at the crowd, you had a feeling they'd been the victims of those dark impulses, especially the woman. If you've killed for survival, I won't hold it against you. If you've killed to protect those you love, that's not wrong, but this isn't that. Killing this man after he's been defeated and subdued, you all know that's wrong. Let me take him in, and I promise he'll never hurt you or anyone in this city again. And why the hell should we trust you? Because you're a hero. You're nothing but a bunch of failures. We've done just fine on our own. One of the vigilantes yelled. No, we haven't. We've been fighting amongst ourselves, biting at everyone out of paranoia. People have already died from it. From the tone of his voice, this stranger had seen that. Something else she noted was how young he sounded. He couldn't have been any older than a teenager, but you listened to his angry and sorrowful voice as he helped her talk down the crowd. Like everyone, he'd been affected by the breakdown, and yet he was trying to hold it together, even as he became the focus of the crowd's ire. He didn't back down from it. It was a kind of tense silence that had led to either a fight or withdrawal, the end of hostilities. He was wishing it to be the latter, as she didn't want to fight these people, and she didn't want them staining their hands in blood. Or any more blood, as one of them had implied. She'd noticed no one had asked if they'd be tried for murder for what they might have done. For the next 10 seconds, she waited with an anxious heart and a recurring pain in her legs. She still had pieces of metal sticking out of them. If a fight broke out, that'd make her situation even worse. Fortunately, it didn't seem like it had come to that. Weapons lowered, as did a couple of heads. But not the brunette. Her eyes continued to blaze with a fury that you could only stand firm against. However, it didn't seem intent to burn her. Not anymore. Heads up. Someone yelled. Looking around, you saw the flaming objects descending like meteors. There was no time to think, only react. Jumping to her feet, she swatted them aside, noting how they seemed to be made of metal, giant pieces of scrap metal. Immediately, she traced their trajectory as best she could dozens of blocks away, yet they were being fired with what precision? Someone had an eyesight quirk. It was the only way such shots could be made with such accuracy. What she didn't know was they were able to launch half a dozen of them so fast. The next volley was far too numerous for her to sway away. Looking down at the civilians, you did the only thing she could. Everyone huddled together. She fell over them like a giant blanket, feeling the full force of the rain hitting her backside. A moment later, and it was the projectiles, makeshift cannonballs. You grunted through their impact. Not the worst blows she'd suffered, but damn, if they weren't hurting. She bit her lip through the barrage while glancing down at the ground beneath her. Everyone had heeded her advice and crowded beneath her. Hopefully, the assault would end, and they'd be able to move to some place with more. Slosh. Gah. Erg. Just as she'd gotten used to blunt force trauma, and came something sharp, claw-like, coupled with what sounded like beating wings, and she knew this latest adversary. An avian quirk of some sort, and a fast one. If she moved, she'd be putting the citizens beneath her at risk, but unless she moved, she wouldn't be able to do anything about the attacks. She still heard the sound of cannon shots impacting the ground around her. She recognized it to be cover fire for the bird, as well as suppressing fire for her. Guess I had an audience after all. Just wish they were the friendlier kind. Arg! The pain shot through her right hand, forcing her to relax her grip. While she didn't feel Iron Step try to wiggle out, she saw a blur moving toward her hand. I don't think so. With a sudden jerk, she moved her arm away, denying the flight of prize they seemed to desire. You didn't know if he was an enemy or ally to Ayukawa, but she knew she had to keep him in her custody. Through the rain, she saw the flyer getting out of range as another volley of projectiles came down. One of them grazed her arm, further loosening her grip for a split second. You gritted her teeth through the pain, then turned her focus back to the crowd. Get to cover, all of you. Just let me handle this. Focus on saving yourselves and anyone you come across. She shouted. They made tracks in the rain, running toward the remaining buildings as you huddled over them while keeping her eyes on the flyer. Although he moved fast, the rain helped her keep constant track of him, both his form and the beating of his wings. She knew if she could get a good hit in, she'd be able to knock him down. Her moment came when the barrage of cannon fire eased up, allowing the flyer to come in close. You had a bead on him and was ready for him. All she had to do was swat him down, and this would be Flash. What the hell? It's called strategy, you overgrown bitch. Caught a haughty voice. What followed was another slash to her arm. Between the blinding flash of what she assumed to be a flashbang and the pain, you let her grip loosen enough her target had an opportunity to escape. Or rather, the flyer had an opportunity to scoop him up out of her hand. She felt the absence, and that became cause for her to fight through her blindness. Her vision was blurry, but she made out the distant shape of the bird-winged figure. Quickly looking around, she spotted some of the cannonballs, particularly a few that were intact. Without much thought, she grabbed one and flung it with as much accuracy as she could muster with half-cocked vision. Desperation seized her watching her first throw miss. Grabbing a second, she set it up with her right index finger and thumb. In her giant form, she could flick objects with enough force they could crash through buildings. So that absolutely meant they could down a flying object provided she could get a shot. There was a loud pop from her fingers as the metal sphere flew through the rain, then a bang as it hit its target. It was faint, but you saw the flyer falling, screaming in pain and outrage as he and Ayukawa fell toward the ground. They were a couple of blocks away, but they were down. All she had to do was get to them, something that was easier said than done. Moving agitated her wounds. She didn't need to look at them to know blood was running down her legs thanks to the rain, what she wouldn't have given for it to lighten up. Groaning, she stood up, focusing the pain into a few grunts. "Let me go after them," called a voice from the ground. Glancing down, she saw the hooded figure from before. Hadn't he ran away with the others? Had he come back? Why had he come back? To help her? All those questions tumbled from her mouth as she asked, "What the hell are you still doing here? Run. Get out of here." "Believe me, I know I should, but I just couldn't. All right. Look, I was watching you. I might know where they landed." He yelled. Yep. He was definitely on the young side. "I'm not trying to play a hero here. I'm just look out." She immediately knew more projectiles were coming. You heard them sailing through the air. It was easier to shield one person from the cannon fire as it rained down. Her back really was beginning to hurt. "Oh, enough of crap," sounded off the civilian beneath her, although she tried to catch him with her eyes. You actually felt him climbing up her body to the top of her head. She usually hated it when strangers did that, but in this case, she found herself quickly making an exception. "Hey, cover your ears for this." You immediately did so, not bothering to question the boy on what he was about to do. "Reawea wa." Even with her ears covered, you felt the reverberation shaking her eardrums to the point they almost seemed ready to pop. If she hadn't covered her ears, they might have. Her earpiece communicator was pushed dangerously close to its limit thanks to the concussive roar if it had been aimed directly at her. It'd have been blown to pieces. While her brain rattled, she reminded herself to check it when she got the chance. The roar ended and the patter of the rain returned, but to you, it felt deafened. Everything felt different after she heard the distinctively feline roar that the stranger had released. Hearing its echo, she looked ahead and saw the air seemed to have been cleared of any projectiles. You spied the broken-up pieces of a few cannonballs lying on the ground and in buildings. It seemed like each had been blown apart. "I didn't blow your ears out, did I?" called the hooded teen. "No, but it feels like you came damn close. A little warning next time." You answered. He let out a short, amused laugh that had her knitting her brow, although it further stoked Yu's curiosity. "I'll try to keep that in mind." He jumped off her head onto the ground, a few dozen feet with a perfect landing. As he looked up at her, you caught a toothy grin. "Oh, fine. You can come, but follow my lead, all right." She had quietly lamented her lack of a partner on this mission. While unexpected, it seemed that had been remedied in an unexpected way. "By the way, what's your name, kid?" "Kyo Kaishiro Kaib." Leaning in a little closer, you was able to see his eyes beneath his hood. Bright green, a color that reminded her of All Might's protege. "Hey, what about your dash?" "I'll be fine, just stay close." Finally, she removed the shrapnel, grunting as she did so. Are you sure you should have done that? It'd be harder for me to walk with them still in there. Come on." Her quirk came with many pros and cons. Amongst the latter, when she grew her clothes didn't grow with her. Her costume was a special fabric that could do so, but she'd only found it after much trial and error. It was the only thing that could grow with her size bandages couldn't. meaning if she wanted to treat her wounds, she'd have to shrink down. She didn't want to give Iron Step that time to crawl away, or for someone else to get to him. As they came closer to the crash site, you begrudgingly acknowledged she might just have to. The buildings were sparse, but packed together enough she couldn't just waltz right on in. Despite the breakdown in civil order, as well the damage already done to the city, she didn't want any more collateral damage. If he wasn't on the rooftops, then he'd landed in the streets somewhere. She wouldn't be able to search those effectively. Kayashiro would have to. He was as agile as a jungle cat. Between his growling and his sonic roar, you guessed his quirk had to be feline-based. Specifically, it gave him abilities akin to a big cat's. Having worked alongside Shishido, she had an idea. She stood over the district where Ayukawa had landed, once again impeded. She grunted, causing Kayashiro to look up at her, then back at the buildings. "I'll go search for him," he called. You looked down at him, and he looked back up at her with a cross stare. "Look, I've seen you on TV. You don't do so well in tight spaces like this. Not unless you want to clear out the block." Heh, tempting, but no. Although he'd helped her before, she was still weary. "Fine, but don't do anything stupid. All right, remember Dash. This is my town," he said with a bit of force in his voice. "Just catch your breath for a second, okay? I can handle myself. I've had it since." Yu's face fell. "Yeah, I know. Just watch your back, kid." Times like this, she really wished Kamui was with her. Or her edge shot. Not only did their normal size work in their favor, but their quirks were also better suited for exploring tighter spaces, especially the ladders. They were needed elsewhere, and she couldn't let villains like Iron Step keep on running wild in Numazu. She came prepared to do the best she could. It had been enough to get her this far. She didn't mind getting some unexpected help along the way. Assuming this kid really was helping her, she appreciated him standing up for her earlier. That gave her hope that he wasn't leading her on. Then there was his coming back to do so again. Such courage had become incredibly rare nowadays. So too had any noticeable confidence in heroes. Minutes passed during which you heard nothing but the downpour against the land. No shouting or signs of a struggle, a potential good sign, or something to be worried about. All she could do was wait with bated breath for something to happen. Whatever that something turned out to be, she'd be ready for it. The pain in her legs and neck be damned. "Hey, MT lady." Suddenly the teen's voice shouted. Homing in on it, you watched him ascend back to the top of a building. Holding in one hand was the flyer she'd encountered before. Her shot in combination to the apparent crash landing had left him a mangled mess. Like hawks, he possessed a pair of bird-like wings, but his feet were talons. They looked as sharp as they felt against her skin. Iron Step bailed on his rescuer and headed for the sewers. "Why, you're not Tita taking the boss back." And in no way in hell. The avian flunky wheezed. You wondered if he'd been roughed up beforehand by Kayashiro. He shot Birdman a nasty glare that seemed to cause him to wince. Resting her hand on a nearby rooftop, you shut her eyes in frustration. Had to be the damn sewers, even if they're flooded. Then again, he'd been held in Tsuchikazuchi prison, so I guess swimming through sewage is nothing. Her gigantification didn't allow her to operate in tight spaces, but she could use it to burst through when she wanted to. That'd only work if she caught Ayukawa, which was a whole another story. Jeez, you breathed out. Talk about a pain in the ass. You didn't think it'd be that easy, did you? You overgrown Dash. Hey! The hooded youth shouted. Shut your mouth before you lose any more teeth. The villainous underling flinched. I can try. His words trailed off as he looked at her. Kayashiro's eyes moved from her face down to her legs, then to her hands. It didn't take much for him to read her posture. You need to take a break. I'm fine, kid. I can dash. You can't go looking around down there with your legs bleeding out. Do you want them to get infected or something? Sewer maintenance is completely broken down, so there's no telling what's in the water. You can't wade into it with your legs bleeding. Gah! Hey, let the bitch jump into the water. It's her dash. I said, shut up, bird boy. You knew Kayashiro was right. If she jumped into sewer tunnels with open wounds on her legs, the end result would be an infection, and one that could take her out of action longer than she could afford. That wasn't even accounting for what she might find in the sewers, other villains or people taking refuge down there, particularly heroes. In seconds, she realized she was going to have to call off her search, just as she'd beaten Iron Step down enough he could be arrested. Although she didn't demolish anything, her hands still morphed into fists that trembled with anger. I'll help you find him. I've got a few maps of the sewers, not to mention my nose can be pretty sharp, provided the rain lets off. Came that voice she'd first heard as a feral growl. You snapped to him, locking in on his green eyes beneath his hoodie. They sparkled with uncertainty, but not deceit, at least none she could detect. She also saw concern in his gaze. You mentally contemplated if that's what pushed her over the edge. All right, but give me a second to do something about him. Reaching for her earpiece, she tried putting a call through, although she had a few seconds of static. Eventually, she managed to get through. This is MT Lady. I've got a villain in need of pickup at, give me a second. Daigo Industries. Kayashiro informed. Daigo Industries. Look up the building. Avian-based quirk, but currently disabled. Huh. Wah. Dash. HRGH, all right. I'll leave him for pickup. Kayashiro kept a hold of the flyer, more so as he saw the annoyed look she sported as the call ended. The police are tied up at the moment, so we're going to have to leave him for pickup. Oh, come on. Can't you guys just let me go? The man cried. You helped a wanted criminal escape. Dumbass. You really think you're getting off that easily? Kayashiro sneered. You leaned forward, fixing her eyes on the older man. If you want a break, you could tell us where Iron Step went. The man's black eyes widened in fear at the suggestion, but then they narrowed in clear refusal. Go fuck yourself, you giant bimbo. Yu's eyes narrowed in anger. Then they widened in surprise as a swift punch slammed into Wing Man. He hit the ground unconscious. When he woke up, he'd definitely have a broken jaw on top of his own injuries. With startled eyes, she watched Kayashiro reach into his shoulder bag and pull out some rope. In no time at all, he had the man tied up, where he'd remain until hopefully the police could pick him up. She had made a witty comment if she hadn't been reminded of her leg wounds. Her vision was starting to get a little blurry. Hey, Kayashiro called. I've got some medical supplies back at my place. I can treat you. You need a treatment. Normally I'd say go to the hospital, but they're all either abandoned or they've been taken over. Same thing with a couple of clinics. I about expected that. It's the same story in a lot of major cities and small towns. She didn't ask him how he'd gotten these supposed medical supplies. How far away is your place? A couple of blocks away, but I can get us there fast enough. For that, though, you're going to have to shrink down and I'm going to have to carry you. She smiled at the increased uncertainty in his voice. Hey, if you make any cracks about my weight, you're going to regret it. She half jokingly and half seriously stated. Got it. Shrinking down always took no more than a second, the shift being instantaneous from her perspective. Outside perspectives confirmed the speed as well. You winced as she touched the rooftop, although a pair of hands were immediately on her shoulder helping balance her. She was grateful for it, and the chance to get an up-close look at Kayashiro. Although his hoodie was still pulled over his face, she was able to make out certain details, like his verdant eyes and black band that reached down to his face and the bridge of his nose. He turned his back to her, giving her just a few seconds to take in the details of his face. This'll be easier for me. Hold on to me, he called in a quieter voice. Still feeling a nagging curiosity as to what his face looked like, you climbed onto his back. Like many, many men, he towered over her. Kayashiro had to be a good 5'10", putting him several inches above her. That difference made it all the easier for her to climb onto his back. Despite the cold rain, you felt her cheeks heating up. After middle school, she stopped clinging to guys, and then the Paranormal Liberation War happened, and she clung to Gigantomachia of all people. This was entirely different. W-H-H-A. A little warning. Wind and rain whipped at her face as harshly as it had when she was in giant form. The city passed her in a blur as she looked around. I told you to hang on, didn't I? Kayashiro yelled back as he ran. Yep, he definitely had some sort of animal quirk. His speed reminded her of big cats on the move. namely cheetahs and even tigers. The same for his agility as he jumped rooftops as easily as some cats did tree branches. Just keep holding on to me. Trust me, I'm not leading you into a trap or anything. He called back. If you were, trust me, I'd make sure you'd regret it. You shouted back. It had been a while since she'd done this, gone for a ride atop of someone else. Usually, she was the one carrying people. Privately, she confessed it wasn't so bad with the reverse. More so with someone as big and strong as this Kaishiro. His personality wasn't too bad either, although the jury was still out on how things would ultimately turn out, how he'd ultimately turn out. Look at me, she quietly mused. Been too damn long since a civilian was even remotely nice to you. Hell stood up for you. She and the others had agreed to suffer through any reminders of where public trust in heroes stood. At least those who'd chosen to remain and keep on fighting. Depressing as it was, it meant only the most dedicated had been left. You never thought she'd be in that group, yet here she was. The first wave of resignation had come as rescue and recovery in the war's aftermath began. That now seemed like a lifetime ago despite it only being 2 months. In 2 months, the whole world had changed. Numazu stood as a testament to that. The once calm and bustling seaside city that was a stone's throw away from MT Fuji was a ruined shell of its former self. Several buildings were either destroyed or sporting battle damages. Looking to her left, she was able to make out some of the coastline, the place that had been hit by the worst of the anarchy. The anti-tsunami barricade had been damaged during the initial civil breakdown, and inevitably some villains or plain anarchists had tried to stir up tsunamis. None of them had been enough to wipe out the city, but the coastline had been devastated. For whatever it was worth, it wasn't like many people were traveling anymore, not domestically, and sure as hell not internationally, especially to Japan. "Hey, MT lady," called the youth carrying her through the city. He was fast and nimble, emphasis on fast. You wondered if he was hustling for her sake. "Yeah," she called, not quite ready to ask him that. Although a little more at ease, she kept herself guarded for fear that something happened. Either he pulled a fast one, or someone came out of nowhere to attack them. "Thanks for coming to town. Thank you." His voice was quiet, almost drowned out by the rain, but you heard him nonetheless. She pulled her head away, eyes wide and her heart skipping a beat. You knew she shouldn't have had such a reaction, but she was still caught off guard by it. She hadn't come to Numazu expecting anyone to thank her. It was the last thing on her mind. Such a thought would have been ludicrous to the younger her about a year ago. A lot had changed since then, and it seemed some things hadn't. Kaishiro, right? You can call me Kyo. He kicked off the edge of a rooftop. You instinctively tightened her hold on him, feeling how high up they were before she looked around. Despite the near 100 feet they were up, she wasn't scared, and not just because she could use her quirk, albeit with pain to her legs. Looking forward, she watched Kyo hold out his hands, his nails claws that dug into the building ahead of them. His other hand came down, and before she knew it, he was climbing up its side, quiet grunts lighting the way, and all while he carried her. Rather easily, he pulled himself up on a ledge and began to take off toward the opposite end, intent on repeating the process. As he ran, you felt her body, cold and battered, growing warmer. It's what heroes do, and thanks for the ride, Kyo. She was glad he couldn't see her face. Otherwise, he might have seen the pink tint on her cheeks that went with the smile she bore. Kyo's apartment wasn't too bad. Matter of fact, he'd done quite well for himself, having seemingly an entire complex for himself, even if the ceiling had a glaring hole in it. Luckily, his living space, and hers for the time being, were on the 3rd floor. She had a good view of the window, which wasn't boarded up like dozens of others. You had seen more boarded-up windows over the last few months than she ever thought she would in her life. She hoped she'd live to see them come down, or hell, a time would come when every building didn't look like it belonged in a war or disaster movie. "Wait right here. I'll be back with the bandages and the disinfectant." Once they were inside, Kyo's raincoat came off, including the hood. Finally, she was able to see his face. He had a damn cute pair of cat ears. black as the rest of his hair, which reached down his neck and the bridge of his nose. Such dark hair contrasted by bright green eyes. Even with the sting of her injuries and the residual shiver from the rain, you noted how Kyokai wasn't a bad looker. Cute, and apparently a man of his word. Oh, and a good scavenger based on supplies he'd stockpiled to make this complex livable. As she waited, she looked around the bedroom, noting how pristine it was. The apartment had 3 bedrooms, and she could tell only one had been used. This wasn't that bedroom. Kyo came back with a medical box that he flipped open and began extracting items from. Wordlessly, she held her legs out and allowed him to go to work. You a medical student or something? No, I just picked up what I could from a friend. You immediately regretted her words, seeing his eyes grow heavy with sorrow. He and some doctors of his went to help out with the chaos happening in Tokyo. That was about 2 weeks ago. I haven't heard anything from him since. He had a feeling something would happen, so he made sure I knew how to work some stitches and bandages just in case. His lips curved into a dim smile. You're the 3rd person I've operated on. So far, I've maintained a pretty good record. You laughed. Lucky me. She was lucky, all right. Lucky on multiple accounts. So what did you do? Were you a hero student? No. I was an 11th grader at Gori Senior High School. I was in the photography club and the art club. The smile on his face told her those were far happier times he wished he could go back to. As you can guess, school ended up getting canceled and has been for the last couple of months. Gori High School was a shelter for a while until a couple of students blew it to hell. Hearing made you close her eyes in frustration. Plenty of teenagers had given into the chaos, realizing old fears about the destructive power of youth. It was expected by some given all pillars of authority in the country had broken down. Even worse, she'd heard some had enthusiastically embraced the anarchy, even choosing to walk down the road of villainy. You wondered if Kyo's former classmates had been those sorts of people. Kyo, where are your parents? She questioned. My dad worked for Brother Industries in Nagoya. The last I was able to get in contact with him. He was safe, but up to his eyeballs in work. Believe it or not, people have been hoarding anything they can, especially computers and household appliances. He answered without looking up from her legs. You sensed she was about to trend on a sensitive topic, but she pressed ahead anyway. And what about your mom? Died 3 years ago in a fire. I went to her grave about a week ago to make sure it was undisturbed. Same with the other graves. He temporarily looked up at her with a shadowed gaze. Trust me when I say you don't want to know. I can actually think of a few ideas, but I don't need any more. Thank you for very much. You answered hoping she didn't sound too snappy. I'm sorry to hear about your mom. Thanks. Kyo's focus went back to tending to her leg. My dad's girlfriend has been trying to get a hold of him and me. I've been trying to call her and her son too, but so far, nothing. The good news is they're safe in a shelter somewhere. They evacuated earlier when most people left town. But you stayed. You remarked. She knew there was a story there, but she wasn't keen on pressing him for it. In the long run, it might not matter, but you couldn't deny she was curious. His father was in one city while his girlfriend was elsewhere, presumably somewhere safe with her family. It was just him alone in this war-torn city. Glancing at his feline ears, you shuddered to imagine whatever disdain he might have gotten from the bigots who'd emerged from the shadows. I'm lucky you did. You know, you probably would have scrapped yourself up even more if I hadn't been, but I think you could have pulled it off. Of course he knew her. She'd made it her goal to be one of the most recognizable heroes out there, and she'd succeeded at that. What she didn't know was what people really thought about her. You think so? Despite the situation, she wasn't going to let an opportunity to learn more pass her by. She was ready for whatever the black-haired teenager had to say, and she showed it with her quiet yet intense stare. His green eyes looked back at her, widened in slight shock. I mean, you're a tenacious person. You've proved that by staying in it while dozens of other heroes have quiet, and the country's just gone to hell. I look like one of those types who call it quits when things got rough, didn't I? She plainly spoke. Keeping on him with her passive yet unbroken gaze made him realize there was no need to hold back. Yeah, you did. Although I'm happy I was wrong, and a lot of people here in New Mazu feel the same, even if they won't admit it. That includes the folks you met earlier, hard as that is to believe. He paused in thinking about them. You wondered if he'd had run-ins with them before, their interactions lending credence to the idea. Thanks again for coming to deal with Ayukawa. Ever since he broke out and came to town, he's torn the city apart to fight off his rivals and scare the hell out of anyone who thinks of resisting him. Or he just did it for fun. Seeing the way he looked at her arms, you held those out, giving him the go-ahead to look at them as well. His cheeks flushed a little pink at the gesture. It brought a smile to her face. Hey, it's what heroes do, she said, not with a casual indifference, but with serene firmness. I just wish I could have grabbed him then and there. The bastard put up one hell of a fight. No offense, but you weren't expecting to be easy, were you? Kyo innocently jabbed as he began treating her arms. The cuts she had on them weren't anything major compared to her legs, but they were still worth taking a look at. More so since there was a possibility she was going to be wading through sewage water in a little bit. Nope, but he wasn't as tough as the last giant I faced. Behind her coy laughter, you shuddered at the memory of Gigantomachia. Ayukawa was nothing compared to him. That bastard Disao. Even now, she still looked at his defeat and imprisonment as something of a miracle. If it hadn't been for Endeavor, you doubted they'd have been able to stop Gigantomachia. That stung her pride, but not nearly as much as some might have believed it might. Hey, I don't know if you can answer this, but that last giant you faced, is there any chance he might break out? She looked at Kyo, noting the slight fear in his face. He's in a secure prison built specifically for him, but I wouldn't put past all for one of the League to try to break him out. If they do, I'll be there to stop him. I'm the only one that can. She tried before and hadn't succeeded, but you knew she could at least stalemate Gigantomachia for a little bit. If that kept him from causing more destruction, so be it. For the record, her voice sounded catching his attention. I'm hoping like hell he doesn't break out. Fortunately, no one's made any attempt. You know, some people have just downright lost faith in the concept of prisons. Yeah, I've noticed. What about you, Kyo? Now it was her turn to question him, to quell more the curiosity she felt regarding him. His eyes shifted to hers, the guard falling as he answered. Honestly, I don't know. I've seen people do some horrible things to each other since everything broke down. Stealing is one thing, but just outright murdering each other in cold blood and torturing people just because they could, or worse, because they thought they deserved it somehow. Instead of sitting on the bed beside her, he just sat down on the floor, looking at it in angsty contemplation, dodging those people and running into them. Some part of me did think, wouldn't it just be better if they were gone for good? No chance to break out again? No chance to escape and go off to hurt more people? You saw his eyes move from the floor to his hands, namely his fingers. She'd seen them dig into stone and steel, so she was certain they could rip apart flesh as well. Shishido, who possessed a similar quirk, had done the same, so it stood to reason that Kyo could too, more so since he seemed to have the same wild impulses he did. Then again, I've known what it feels like to be forced to just sit in a place with nothing to do. Boredom can be pretty scary too, so there's that. You shared a laugh with them at that. She knew how deadly boredom could be, but there were plenty of ways to alleviate it. Not so much when one was sitting in a cell, or completely locked down to the point they couldn't even move a finger. Considering some people could cause a massive amount of destruction from just that simple gesture, such measures were entirely warranted. That said, you wouldn't deny she could see some reasoning in the argument of making sure such people never moved again at all. Her laughter died, and with it her focus on Kyo intensified. He kept on looking at his nails. "Kyo," she quietly called. Finally, he looked up at her, his face slightly guarded yet stained with unease. Have you had to?" He shook his head. "No, but it's not like I'd never hurt anyone before all this. I got into fights when I was a kid. Still did, but I try to tone it down. Still, sometimes you feel a little happy being able to just cut loose a little, right?" He looked at her in shock. You laughed. "Hey, I've worked with Shishido. I know that sometimes he has those same impulses, but he keeps them in check or channels them. I can see you've done the same." There was something in the way he looked at her, questioning how she could make such a statement despite having just met him. You gently pushed off the bed and slid down so she was sitting on the floor across from him. Although a little less comfortable, she was on literal even ground with him. You stopped a mob killing. You helped me stop a mob killing. That's not something just anyone can do, especially nowadays. It had been a lot easier just to join them, to beat down on Ayukawa until he was a bloody stain on the ground, especially after what he's done to the city and its people, including you. You had an opportunity to, when you helped me locate that flyer. You could have lied to me and told me he hadn't survived when you'd really killed him. Kyo's eyes widened, showing that the thought apparently hadn't crossed his mind. That was something you inwardly took solace in. You're not as bad as you think you are, Kyo. She silently complimented. It might have been better if she vocalized that, but you was temporarily stunned by how cute the teenager looked with that innocent shock. It lasted until he looked back down at his hands, specifically his claws. I guess I could have done that, couldn't I? Just let the rain wash away the blood, or made up a story about how he'd attacked me and I acted in self-defense. He stated, you could have done the latter, but I'd have seen through it. You replied in a dismissive tone. The cat-eared boy arched an eyebrow. Really? You immediately rose to the challenge. Definitely. I've spotted more lies than you may think over the course of my career, and life in general. Now, that last part was something you definitely wanted to keep to herself. Kyo's eyebrow remained notched, nearly becoming a source of incitement for her. I don't know what you've seen or heard, but detective work is a part of being a hero, and I've got some experience in that department. It's just not one that gets much publicity, at least with the mainstay crowds. A somewhat amused laugh slipped from Kyo's lips. People only have enough patience for about an hour of detective work, and that's usually mixed in with some drama. She joined him in a short laugh. Or they just want to tune in to the end when the detective busts the bad guy, then explains how he did it. Admittedly, she didn't hold that against people. She was guilty of the same. Heroes are still doing that, chasing down leads wherever they can, especially those better suited for that sort of thing. Kyo stared back at her for a second longer before looking to his right to the window, sparing it a glance. He was pleasantly surprised to find the rain had lightened up. That's good to know. The way he was staring at the window caught her attention. Kyo, she called. What is it? Is it something about the weather? Should I worry about being attacked? No, it's just, His feline ears twitched, something you found both cute and perplexing. She theorized they reacted to his emotional state. Maybe if he tried lying to her, they would have twitched. It gave her more reason to believe he was an honest kid, honest with a good heart, but he had something on his mind. Hey, whatever it is, just tell me. Impatience mixed with near-burning curiosity got the better of her, leading her to stretch her hands out. She turned his face back to hers. His cheeks blushed red, something that made her immediately realize what she'd done. With a touch of pink on her own cheeks, you pulled her hands back. Tell me. I want to know. I need to know if it's about Iron Step. His ears twitched again. I think, if the rain's lightening up, then I think I might be able to track his scent. If I could get a hold of something with his scent in the first place. You can? Really? Oh, that's great. Perfect. Now I'll be able to track that bastard down. This would have been one of those moments her quirk activated. If it wasn't for her self-control, barely, her raised arms would have shattered the ceiling, clearing the way for her head and upper body. She'd probably have demolished the entire apartment. Definitely not the best thing to do to a guy who not only patched her up, but also just gave her a major lead. I'm just saying I think I might be able to track him down. Society collapsing hasn't been all bad. It's made me push my abilities to heights I never knew I could reach. He scratched his neck as he broke eye contact with her. The kid didn't seem keen on regaining it. That didn't mean he couldn't hear her, though. Then this'll be your chance to push yourself. That is, if you've got it in you. You found she didn't have to pull too hard, mostly because Kyo was already leaning in that direction. When he looked at her, she smiled in a half-teasing and half-gentle manner. You know, I feel like you should be trying to stop me from going out. The teenager remarked. Yeah, I should, but I also know when I'm going to need some backup. Not to mention you strike me as the type who'll tag along even if I tell you not to. Kyo may not have been studying to be a hero, but she could see he had some of that fire in him. That said, you follow my lead no matter what, got it? Green Eyes stared back at her in an unceasing stare that made her heart stir. As far as he was concerned, it was further proof she'd stumbled upon someone who would absolutely be a help to her, and most likely one of the last glimmers of light in Numazu. Got it, Kyo finally said, but you should probably let your wounds heal up a little bit first. Plus, his face fell. We still have to find something with Ayukawa's scent on it. Yu's face did the same. Shit, forgot about that part. Leaning back against the bed, she started racking her brain around what they could use. Obviously, it'd have to be something he'd have touched. The crash site where she'd shot him down came to mind, but the rain was only just now lightening up. Surely the blood will have washed away by now. They needed something untouched by Mother Nature. Something. Wait a sec. Sitting up, she crossed her arms and bowed her head in concentration. Her caretaker and seeming partner took immediate notice. You got something? I might. His hideout. Sure, it's trashed, but the interior should still have some stuff with a scent on it. Her mind flashed to the sorry state, said high-rise had been left in. Not completely trashed, but there was no way Ayukawa would be returning to his high-rise hideout. Maybe he'd find another such place to hide away. One thing was certain. His wounds were going to need some time to heal, and he'd need a place with a lot of metal for his quirk to operate at full effectiveness. This was a city, though. Ayukawa wouldn't have to look too hard to find metal. The hitch, and their advantage, was in finding enough of it to build himself another giant avatar. While she contemplated, Kyo stood up, forcing you to title her head upward to meet his eyes. She already knew what he was going to say before he'd even opened his mouth. The Nishikigo Dai building, right? I'll head over there. We'll head over there. She corrected. No, just me. You use the time to get some rest. Yu's nose wrinkled. Listen, kid, you just agreed to follow my lead. So, dash. This is something I can do by myself, and I'm better at it. Sniffing around, try and pick up a trail. Let me do that while you let your wounds heal. He fired back, not overwhelmingly, but with a quiet determination she found striking. If it comes down to another fight like last time, you're going to need more of your strength. I'm plenty strong enough now. You retorted, despite the clear height difference between them. She rose, mustering all the determination she could. Kyo met it with his own, leading to a silent stare down between them. Kyo didn't back down. His feline ears didn't twitch, nor did his gaze waver. He stood as tall and imposing as a mountain. Or rather, a lion, one bravely staring back at the mountain before him. Yu was impressed, but she didn't let that show. A 17-year-old kid was about to walk into a potentially dangerous situation on her watch. But the kid wasn't going to back down. On one hand, she had a strong feeling he wanted to prove himself, but on the other, you had to wonder, was he really concerned for her? Stupid question. He took you back to his place and patched you up without doing anything shady. And this is after he'd offended you when the mob was ready to jump you to kill a man in cold blood. He's had a lot of chances to stab you in the back. So how's about you give him some trust? Spoke her inner conscious in a surprisingly rational voice. It sounded a hell of a lot like Kamui Woods. Even though she knew her partner would be against this as much as she would be, he'd be chastising her for considering this plan in any way. The consideration grew as their stare down continued. Fine. She relented. You get in, catch his scent, maybe take something you think will help you track him, and then get out. Don't fight, Dash. Don't fight unless I have to. I got it. Call me Mom, and you'll regret it. You immediately swiped. His lips curved into a thin smirk. Wasn't even thinking about it. Right. You played off. I'm serious. She casually fell back onto the bed, turning her head to the side. Totally believe you. It's not like you're old. You're only in your 20s, early 20s at that. Sure, anything you dash. Quick as the lightning that once flashed across the sky, you whipped her head back to look at him directly. Wait, what? You're just what? About 25 years old? That's just 8 years shy of me and a couple of my old friends. Not to mention you dash despite stopping short. The way his cheeks lit up was all the explanation you needed. A smile grew on her face, the kind of smile she hadn't worn in months. Not to mention, I look it, don't I? Spreading her arms out, she leaned back, drinking the way Kyo gawked at her, at least before he looked away, but that just made the blush on his cheeks more visible to her. Yu held up her seductive smile for a moment longer before she let it melt into laughter. It quickly filled the room, drowning out the weakening patter of the rain outside. Okay, now that you've got your kicks in, I'm heading out. I should be back in about half an hour, Kyo declared, marching toward the door. Now, if only he had a tail, she thought to herself upon sitting up. Just make sure to watch yourself, Kyo. I will. Trust me, I won't bring the whole place crashing down, he called before stopping halfway out the door. You can help yourself to any food you can find except the lemon Kit Kat bars. I had to search high and low for those. You made a face. You can keep those. But do you have anything peach-flavored? Kyo visibly thought about it for a second. I honestly don't know. You can check for yourself. So, you're giving me permission to go through your food stash? You jabbed. Hey, I already carried you in here bleeding over the floor, and you're resting on one of the beds. He shot back. Although he looked away, he didn't leave the room or her, even though he seemed to want to. Besides, it's the least you deserve for what you did. Just stay out of my room. Oh, trust me, I've got no intention of going in there. She added a bit of humorous disdain to her response. Kyo smiled, then left the room, although you could still hear his footsteps. With the absence of a TV or any other occupants, she imagined the whole building was a silent place. It didn't make you fancy the idea of staying there, at least not long-term. In dwelling on that, she ended up thinking about what Kyo had been through. How long had he been living in this place? Based on what she could tell, it must have been a few weeks, perhaps a month. Had it been longer than that? She wondered what happened to his original home, a quandary that was answered as she thought back to the damage done to Numazu. Apparently, his high school had been repurposed into a shelter. Into it no longer became safe. Things in the city fell apart too fast for proper shelters to be constructed. The police being overwhelmed certainly hadn't helped things. Her feet carried her to the living room where she patiently waited for him to finish assembling his things. That didn't take too long as he appeared before her, dressed in that same dark raincoat and a backpack at the ready. I'll be back. Yeah, I know you will. Just remember what I said. I'm the hero here. Remember that, she said. I know. Kyo's hands tightened at his side. But this is my city, so I've got to do something. More than I've been doing. The pain and the desire in his eyes was something she'd seen several times in her remaining pro-heroes and the young students who'd chosen to keep at it with them. If she didn't know any better, she'd assume Kyo had been one of them. He went out the front door and leaped off the second-floor railing, landing on a nearby rooftop. You watched him run through the drizzle the downpour had become until he disappeared from her sight amidst the wreckage. There was something somber in watching him go, yet you felt a vague sense of joy as well. Looking up at the still gray sky, she hoped it wouldn't let loose another downpour. Not only would it impede Kyo's ability to track a scent, but she also didn't fancy the idea of the boy getting caught in the rain. At least, he didn't seem to have a problem with it. Suddenly, her body grew warm at the memory of him carrying her atop his back on the way back to this hideout. She chuckled thinking of what it'd be like if he did a bridal carry. Wouldn't that have been something? It wouldn't have been the sort of thing she wanted people to see, the famed or infamous MT lady being carried away by some unknown kid. A pretty brave and kind kid, a brave and kind person. After another minute of taking in the moist, cool breeze, you headed back inside. Now she had to confront a new dilemma, what to do for the next half hour. She sure as hell wasn't going to trash the place. That would have just been plain rude, even for her. If he had a phone, she could try to get in contact with law enforcement and the other heroes. The world kept on spinning while she was here trying to root out one villain. Probably should have asked him where the phone was. She'd hardly paid attention to the living table and its contents, but she did the second she saw a few papers and folders lying atop of it. Now, she had nothing else to do, so she walked over and examined them. Oh, yeah. He said he was in the photography club at his high school. The pictures were recent, or at least pre-destruction. Although she didn't know what significance the buildings held, you knew they had to be important to Kyo in some way. Eyeing the top folder, she reached over and flipped it open. Although she took note of the papers within, what really caught her attention was a photo right in the center. Her magenta eyes widened as she looked at it, roaming every inch of it. She eventually took it up with her right hand. Kyo! Like so many people, he looked a lot happier in the photo, no doubt taken before the societal crash. Instead of a clear blue sky, the picture seemed to have been taken at sunset. She immediately theorized he and his 3 friends present had taken the photo after school, given the sunset and their uniforms. Kyo and another male plus 2 girls, all smiling with such youthful faces. Although you knew it was probably for the best she put the photo down, she couldn't bring herself to do so. Something about Kyo's beaming smile just drew her in. Now remembering his hobby for photography, she found herself wondering if there were other photos of him smiling and maybe laughing. You lowered the picture and looked around the somewhat cluttered apartment. He did say his room was off limits. By the time he reached the Nishikigodai, building the rain had stopped completely. Even if it took some time for the scent of rain to fully dissipate, Kyo knew he could look past it to find what he needed to if he looked or smelt hard enough. It was also nice to see the clouds beginning to break, to reveal parts of the blue sky. No sunshine, but better than the gray rain of depression that had started late in the morning. Most days were already depressing enough without the weather piling onto it. Given how high up he was, he appreciated the break in the weather all the more. It sucked being high up and having nothing to look at but dark clouds and rain, especially over a broken city. He didn't stop to look out at it until he reached his destination. It was easy to spot the Nishikigodai building amongst the others. It had a giant hole in its top floor that exposed it to the unforgiving sky. Many of the glass windows halfway down were broken, exposing the interior to the rain and now the wind. They did provide a rather convenient way inside. Right after stepping through one such window, he looked back at the cityscape. A person like him ordinarily never would have set foot on the first floor, much less what might have been the 25th, with an amazing view of the new Mazu. What had once been an amazing view. Even as the clouds broke, all Kyo saw looking out were ruins. At least he didn't see any smoke columns. Not yet, at least. Once he'd done enough sightseeing, he headed inside. While he looked around, Kyo kept his sense of smell and hearing alert. The place looked like a disaster, but that just made it all the more inviting for scavengers. By now, they must have realized Ayukawa and his goons weren't coming back. He walked deeper into the building, away from the shattered windows. The deeper he went, the somewhat easier it became for him to catch the scent of the building's previous occupants. It had been insulated against the rain. Kyo knew there was a bedroom of some sort within the building, one that Ayukawa had commandeered for himself, and it'd be perfect of picking up the bastard scent. Although Kyo didn't relish the idea of setting foot in there, he'd do what he had to do to pick up his trail. Preferably, he'd prefer to grab anything else he might have touched, but the bedroom was where he'd be able to catch the strongest smell and follow it wherever it may lead. So far, it led him down ruined halls that had pricey furniture that cost more than all that in his old house put together. It was without a doubt a lavish apartment that Kyo could admit he'd have loved to spend a night or two in, especially if he had a beautiful girl to enjoy it with. The sultry image of MT Lady popped into his mind near immediately. Kyo groaned as he hung his head low, trying to push the image back. As much as he wanted to say it was just Regency, he knew that wasn't entirely the reason. She was actually pretty nice. At least she wasn't taking advantage of his hospitality, although he probably wouldn't know the full measure of that until he got back. He was at least hopeful she wouldn't ransack his place or leave it an even bigger mess than it already was. It had been someone else's home before him. Kyo sometimes wondered what happened to its previous occupants. When he moved in, he hadn't found any blood on the first 2 floors, but on the next 3 he saw scorch marks and signs of vandalism. There was a myriad of lingering smells, many stretching out the door. That's how he knew the many residents had probably evacuated. Alternatively, they fled for their lives like so many others. Kyo wondered what the story was for the previous occupants of this place. He knew Ayuka was sure as hell hadn't any claim to it prior to his lockup. After some walking, he found the bedroom door, which he promptly kicked open. The forcible entry echoed through the halls, and his ears. So far, he was the only one around to hear it. Stepping forward, he was immediately hit by the opulence of the bedroom. The ceiling was still intact despite the damage to the outside, although the portraits that once hung on the walls had fallen. The same went for the statues that once stood comfortably on shelves for its occupants' viewing pleasure. Kyo walked forward, seeing perfectly in the dark. To him, the lights might as well have been on revealing everything the room had to offer. His foot moved from hardwood to soft carpet in his journey to the king-size bed. If there was one thing he knew would have Ayukawa's scent, it'd be that, coming upon it. He was proven right as he leaned over it and took in a lingering odor. Kyo hated doing it, but did so regardless. He reached over and picked up a pillow to hold close to his face. He got as much of his scent as he would need, or could stomach, once he had it memorized. He dropped the pillow to the floor. Kyo looked back at bed in the darkness, noting how well made it was. He doubted Ayukawa would be sleeping in it again, or at least he hoped he wouldn't. "No, he won't," he whispered to himself, his hand wrapped into a fist that seemingly grew tighter by the second. "One way or another, I'm taking him down. Listen to you, sounding so big and tough, but only because a pro hero showed up and did most of the heavy lifting." He gnashed his teeth at the biting voice, which spoke the painful truth. Like the shower that once fell over his hometown, the fire of resolve was doused. Kyo's hand fell limply at his side. Maybe as a sign, a new smell entered his nostrils, and his hearing picked up the sound of footsteps. Whoever they were trying to be stealthy, but he heard them, and smelt them. Spinning around, Kyo went on full alert. He remained as such even as he recognized the scent. With a quickened heart, he bolted from a room and ran down the hallway, throwing away his own attempt at stealth. A trigger scent. He'd heard it a couple of times growing up. As he did, he thought it was nothing but a rumor, but people claimed it was real. Specifically, certain insidious groups used it to lure people into their clutches. That had never happened to Kyo, but he supposed he still had his own trigger scent that could send him into a frenzy. "Asami!" he shouted, bursting into what he assumed to be a study. There she was, frozen by the roar of his voice and the fierceness of his glare. She immediately answered it with a glare of her own. Like everything else in the apartment, Kyo was able to make out every one of her features despite the darkness of the room. She'd gone to tying up her once shoulder-length auburn hair into a bun. Nowadays it got in the way of her work. Said work had caused quite a wardrobe change in her. Kyo wondered where she'd gotten the black leather catsuit she now sported. Probably a gift from her new friends giving her new occupation. It didn't get in the way of her hands morphing into the side like blades she once used to cut up food and paper. He considered it a good thing he didn't see or smell blood on them as he had the last time. "Kyo," she whispered in a tight voice, "come to pick up the scraps, or are you here to make sure Ayukawa doesn't come back?" Asami's stance was guarded, ready to spring into action at any second. "Asami, if there's money in here, I don't think it would be a good idea to split it," she stated. "I don't give a damn about money or whatever the hell's in there. I'm calling bull on that, Kyo." Asami retorted. She was right. He wasn't entirely uninterested in what was in the safe hidden behind the wall. Whatever it was, it must have been important to Ayukawa when he'd activated his quirk. He'd avoided sucking it up while taking the top floors and nearby buildings for his steel golem. He hadn't sent anything or anyone after it. "I heard that a pro was in town, MT Lady." His lack of a response confirmed her words, causing her to go on. "Don't tell me you're helping her, or something. Trying to score an autograph or something more. I'm trying to help put our town back together. You could lend a hand, you know." Kyo quietly retorted. "That's what I'm trying to do. Can't you see that? I see you're being taken advantage of by a gang of jerks no better than Ayukawa. You're the one who's blind. Asami, this isn't what Shoma or Macy would have wanted." Shut up, Kyo. Just shut up." He didn't enjoy striking such a raw nerve, but the deed was done. "I don't want to hear any of that bullshit from you." Once more, his hands balled into fists. "Well, you're going to hear it. I'm going to tell it to you because you hear it. Like you've got a right to criticize me. You've been running around being a vigilante too, Kyo." "Yeah, But I haven't been killing people in cold blood, and sure as hell not at the word of a bunch of fanatical maniacs. They're not fanatics. They're the people trying to protect this town. They're stepping up when everyone else has failed, including your precious heroes. The vault Asami had been about to carve open was completely forgotten. Kyo would have felt like he'd forgotten his unlikely house guest if she hadn't been brought directly into the conversation. I heard the stories going around. MT lady? Seriously. Kyo held his tongue, but he had a feeling that it was only going to last another few seconds. Asami's sneer grew at his silence. A brainless bimbo isn't going to save our town or anyone. You were always smarter than that. The shot of anger was stronger, hotter than he thought it'd be. He felt his fangs elongating, yet Kyo kept it contained to a short-lived snarl. A gang of greedy, self-serving bastards isn't going to do the job, Asami. They'll do a lot better than a giant Bim Dash. Will you knock it off with that? Jeez, you never talked that way about her. Hell, the only people you ever talked that way about were real idiots. Cowards who ran at the first sign of trouble. What control he had slipped up, and Kyo wasn't sure he could get it back, or he even wanted to. Something about hearing his new house guest insulted just struck a nerve in him. He felt his fangs and claws out, his voice a bestial snarl that had the mantis girl he once called his friend bracing herself. She knew just because he hadn't gone off the deep end like countless others didn't mean he wasn't dangerous. She also seemed to realize her friendship, past tense, wouldn't stop him from lashing out if pushed far enough. Considering what she'd done, Asami probably knew she couldn't point fingers without looking like a hypocrite. Her eyes finally wavered after minutes of tension-filled glare. It was only for a second, but Kyo saw it. The first instinct he had, the instinct to go to her, came back like a roaring tidal wave. The last 2 months of fighting for survival stayed his hand. He wished it hadn't. "Kyo!" she whispered in a voice that revealed a smidgen of the hurt that he knew she was feeling. "We can't rely on heroes anymore. Not even the ones that are still at it despite all the shit we're giving them." Asami. He found it in him to lower his hands and unfurl them. She lowered her arm blades, making him hope they were past the point of trying to kill each other. A pro's here. A hero is here. One that's still trying to do her job even after most of them have called it quits. Kyo bit his tongue in pointing out why. Although he knew some people probably just didn't have it in them for the long run. It was hard to do your job when people continuously bash you for it, even when said job was saving them. I've got no problem helping her out, because she actually wants to help. Despite knowing she couldn't see him, he reached out his hand. "Asami, you could help too. Please, please." He saw the cracks in her face through which he was trying to reach through. Her expression was far from the heated glare she'd shot him, but he still wasn't happy to see her looking so confused and broken. Kyo saw the way her arm blades trembled. Asami's head fell low enough he couldn't see her eyes, only her auburn hair and the insectoid antennas that sprouted from her head. People always loved teasing her about them, and she always loved showing them off. They buzzed with her excitement and fell with her sorrow. Kyo watched them do the latter as a short sob emanated from her. "Asami!" Kyo called again. Shut up. Just Aga." Her side-like arms rose and Kyo went on guard, but he didn't have to. The powerful air blades she'd learned to conjure weren't aimed at him but the wall. He watched them blow it apart, and then watched Asami rush through it. "Asami! Asami, wait. Come on, don't do this. Let me help. Damn it, we're still friends." His feet carried him after her, and into the dimming light of the rest of the apartment. "Asami!" He heard her blades swipe again and something breaking. Kyo chased her back to the window, or what remained of it. Looking down, he saw her sliding down the side of the building. "Asami!" "Just shut up and leave me alone, Kyo." With impressive strength, she kicked off the side of the building and slashed her way into a nearby one. That's where he lost sight of her, but he still had her scent. With the rain having completely cleared up, he could track her down if he wanted to. A part of him truly did. But he knew if he took off after her, it'd be a hell of a chase that might end with a fight, or a shouting match, or an encounter with the new Numazu network, a group that Kyo genuinely didn't feel like seeing again. Less so since MT Lady would begin to worry about where he was. She could get involved in this. While he had a hunch her involvement would reveal the group's true colors, he had a strong feeling Ayukawa would use time spent from the fighting to recover his strength. Speaking of time, Kyo knew he was running on his own limited amount regarding tracking down the escaped villain. If I try to track him down, I may end up going over the time limit anyway. Looking out over the hole, he weighed his two options. They stood like two skyscrapers before him, each beckoning to him. Heh, guess I'm in for an earful either way, Kyo remarked with a bit of humor. Gazing out at the horizon, he took solace in the continued breaking in clouds. The smell of rain still hovered over the world, but was no longer the suffocating blanket it once was. Focusing, he was able to make out the lingering smells that rose from the broken city. Kyo made his choice and leaped from the building, eventually crashing down onto the nearby rooftop, where his hunt continued. Hey, I'm back. Living room. Kyo honestly never believed he'd be walking home and finding a pro hero on his couch, especially one he found rather cute, beautiful, even. MT Lady looked cute with her mask on, but without it there was something different about her that gave him pause. He could see the whole of her face, namely the scar that ran over her left eye, a memento from the war she and her colleagues had fought little over 2 months ago, that along with the neck brace he'd occasionally seen her wearing at press conferences. For this mission she'd gone, without it leaving him with the impression she either no longer needed it or wanted to push herself. Based on what he'd seen, she'd done pretty well without it, although looks could always be deceiving. The woman in front of him was less than 5'5", much shorter than him. Yet her quirk could allow her to tower over most buildings. She was still dressed in her hero outfit, not that she had anything else to wear, or he was expecting her to be wearing anything else, at least not prior to this very moment. Her lips curved into a smile. I knew you'd go over your limit. Hey, it's not like I've got a curfew, and no offense, but try to enforce one on me isn't going to go so well. He jabbed. Oh, relax. Just as long as you're not making a ruckus, keeping me from getting some shut-eye. She seemed to accept that this mission was going to drag on into tomorrow. Just wait until she heard what he had to report. You didn't run into trouble out there, did you? He heard the concern in her voice. I saw some things, but otherwise, no. Not a lie, just a half-truth. Aside from Asami, he had run across some people coming out of the shadows. Word had begun to spread about Ayukawa being defeated, not killed or arrested, but beaten in a fight. The ruler of Ayukawa had eaten some dirt and was no longer the invincible overlord he projected himself as. On one hand, it offered a ray of hope to people, but it was also an intervention to stir up some more chaos, namely for their own advancement. You probably already know this, but I tracked Ayukawa back to his hideout. He patted his shoulder bag. I took some pictures. Hey, I knew you would. He liked her smile. You're a good photographer, you know that. His smile turned into a broad grin. So I've been told. They were at the kitchen table, his reconnaissance photos of Iron Step, Ayukawa's new lair. Although he'd faintly heard of a Maya financial bank before, he'd never actually been to the physical building. All he'd heard about it came from his classmates, including those whose parents worked there. When he found it, it looked like the numerous other banks in town, crumbling on the outside and decimated on the inside. He supposed he could say gutted fit just as well, if not more so. That's what he saw through the broken windows and blown open door. He was smart enough not to go inside where Ayukawa scent led. Some of my classmates who had parents there said there's an underground tunnel that runs to some place, some warehouse on the coast for money to be moved. He offered as the blonde examined the pictures. I honestly don't know how true that is, but hey, maybe it's true. If it is, then Ayukawa might have already fled, or he's hiding out somewhere and biding his time to recover. I know that Amaya Financial has some top-notch security for all their banks, and that includes their new Mazu facility. She remarked. Kyo noted she had a completely different look now compared to how she usually appeared on camera for audiences. Either way, we need to get inside to find out. Finally busting into a bank, Kyo amusingly mused. Looking at these pics, there's nothing left to rob. She paused. Maybe. Kyo half expected to see some glint in her eyes, but there was none. Outside of Ayukawa and perhaps his cohorts, there was nothing of interest to her in the bank. Then again, it's not like any hero agency is doing so hot right now. I'll go in first. Her magenta eyes swiftly turn upward, meeting his. I may not know the place inside and out, but I'm way better at stealth than you. Rub it in. Why don't cha? She temporarily pouted. Look, Kyo, I'm going to have to go in there eventually. Then let me spring the traps. Let me be the bait. He pressed while placing both hands on the table. All right, it's not like it'd be the first time I had to wait for my time. Or I'll have to potentially operate in cramped spaces. You're not claustrophobic, are you? No, but I'm not a fan of tight spaces, you know. She went back to looking at the photos of the bank. If Kyo had to guess, she was mulling the possibility of an underground passage going from the bank to somewhere else. He guessed she was trying to ascertain whether or not her quirk would allow her to burst through the underground tunnels. She'd be a little help in a direct fight, but her size, shifting would still cause some noise that might help cause a distraction. In contrast to her weakness, Ayukawa might be able to use his quirk at better efficiency. Sure, he preferred using it to create giant limbs and avatars, but he could still use it effectively in tighter spaces, so long as he had some metal to control. He watched her rub her neck amidst her contemplation. The brief snapshot of her, wearing a neck brace, came back to him. His mind ran the simulation of her bursting through dozens of feet of concrete. Ko couldn't help but wince at the amount of pain that had caused her pain he could save her from. Hey, don't look at me like that. I'm not that fragile. He blinked, and she giggled while still rubbing her neck. I saw you looking at my neck. You're not the first person to give me that look. Kamui once gave me the same when I decided to go without my neck brace. You wanted to see how you could do without it, right? He asked, hoping he'd get it right. Based on the way she smiled at him, he did. Bingo. People told me it was reckless, but I did it anyway. Plus, Ultra, it had been a while since he'd said the phrase. How long, Kyo didn't know, but he knew it had been over a year at least. The way she smiled caused a fluttering heat in his cheeks. Yeah, something like that. I've been wearing it since the Liberation War. Trust me. I know I had to, given how my neck had been nearly snapped in half and how I could barely hold it upright for a while. Even now, I can still swear I get phantom pains. Do you ever get nightmares? Yeah, everyone does. There's not a person that was involved in that battle that doesn't get nightmares about it. Her hands fell from her neck down to the table, where they lay like a pair of fallen trees. Her eyes were as gloomy as the gray clouds that still dotted the evening sky. Thanks to those clouds, the darkness of night was hastened. For the heroine in front of him, it seemed like night had already fell. Kyo kicked himself for being the one to usher it in for her. Frankly, even before that we had nightmares. Everyone has bad dreams about something every once in a while. She arched a brow at his ongoing stare. Hey, you're cute, but you're going to have to try a little harder to that info out of me. She thinks I'm cute. He internally marveled. She thinks I'm cute. Hey, Kyo, MT Lady called. Her eyes had a unique shimmer in them as she focused on him and him on her. Were you watching the war on TV? He nodded. What did you think of it? I'm guessing you saw what Hawks had to do? And you saw Dabi, Toya, too, right? It was a blink that lasted only a second. Yet Kyo still felt like he was hurtled back in time and forced to relive the few minutes he watched that scar-faced maniac reveal himself as Endeavor's son. All the dark secrets of the Todoroki family aired on live TV, bolstered by said maniac continuing to kill as many people as he could, including his own catatonic father. Thankfully, it ended, but that just left him staring at the concerned magenta eyes of a hero that was there at the scene of the battle, a hero that had chosen to keep on fighting in its aftermath. She was ready for whatever answer he'd give her, potentially including his own thoughts on the Todoroki family. I was honestly scared. Just completely fucking scared. I'd seen fights before, but what bits the news was able to catch just made me feel like there was something different about this one. Maybe because it involved those meta-liberation extremists. That was probably personal, though. Kyo lifted his hand up to his ears, sometimes referred to as his second set of ears. His maternal grandparents and their parents would call them their first set. Generations ago, my family was a part of the meta-liberation movement. It was around the time quirks started showing up, and my mom's side of the family showed a few feline features. Some people thought it was cute, but others were freaked out by them. Her lips parted as she absorbed the new information, clearly not something she'd been expecting. I won't tell anyone, just in case you're worried about that. Kyo raised his hands and pinched his fingers, leaving a very small space between them. She laughed with him joining her, before resting both hands on the table again. Before, I could understand believing everyone had a right to use their quirks, even if I thought they were being a bit extreme about it. But once they joined with the League of Villains, that was a whole different story. Watching what footage I knew this wasn't about righting any kind of wrong. It was just about wanting to destroy everything. Whatever they could, whoever they could. Then, when it got to Dabi, I knew I was looking at a guy who really just wanted to burn the world. Burn it down for what his father did to him. To kill his old man on live TV. To kill everyone, all just scared me. There was a sense of relief that came with getting it all out, although Kyo still saw the images in his mind. He didn't need them replaying on the news or seeing them online. He simply had them ingrained into his brain like countless others. Sometimes he really hated how bad things tended to stick in people's memories more so than good things. I guess in some ways, it was a bit of a wake-up call, the first one. I always try to capture the best parts of the world. Sometimes it's easy to forget that it can be an ugly place, too. MT Lady lanced her hands together while her face fell. Seeing her further reminded him of how little he knew of the world despite photographing it being his passion. She'd seen more of it than he had, especially the ugliness he'd only recently discovered. Yeah, the world has its ugly side, and man, can it be pretty hideous. He saw her hand stretch forward in the direction of his, only to stop halfway. But that doesn't take away from the fact it can be a pretty awesome place. A beautiful place. Kyo, you're someone that's able to capture that. You do a great job at capturing that. His eyes widened as he immediately realized what she was talking about. In turn, she, MT Lady, blushed a little as she leaned back in her seat. Yeah, you left some pictures lying around. Although I'm glad that you did. Kept me from getting bored. Her eyes twinkled as she giggled. Although I was a little surprised you didn't have too many pictures of girls lying around. Hey, I'm not a pervert. Did you seriously think about that when I told you I like photography? He shouted. Kyo almost added, even if he did keep pictures like that, they all certainly would have been in his room and hidden away. After letting the blonde get her laughs in, he quelled his flustered emotions. Still, thanks for the compliment. Take it from someone who knows her stuff about catching the best on camera. Speaking of the best, I went through some of your folders. She pointed at the table where a stack of folders and photos lay. I found a wait just a sec. Watching her get up and walk the short distance felt a lot more hard-hitting than it should have. His eyes focused on her face as she got what she was looking forward and walked back, a slightly upbeat look on her face as she set the photo down. Kyo's eyes immediately widened at the sight of it. That was the first one I saw, and I think it's one of the best. It felt like someone wrapped their fist around his heart and squeezed. Kyo was able to put a few faces to the hand, and even a name came to mind. He blocked out the pain to focus on the photo and the good memories it brought back. However bittersweet they now were. Those were your friends, weren't they? His gut told him she made a word change from seeing the emotions on his face. She really was a perspective woman. Kyo nodded, placing the photo down so she could see the faces he put names to. Shoma, my best friend. He began pointing to the blue-haired boy beside him. He was the biggest eater you'd ever seen, and no one loved sweets more than him. Guy was lucky his quirk let him convert all that sugar into a cool blob that could tank almost anything. His finger moved to the black-haired girl at the end, her brown eyes radiating just as much kindness as the rest of their group. That's Macy. Her family moved from America when she was 10. She showed up and, well, we've been together ever since. The rest of us practically learned English from her while teaching her Japanese. MT Lady's smile fell as she took note of his pause. And what about the last one? The brunette. Bracing himself, he chose to get it right out of the way. Asami. We met in middle school, and we've also been friends since. She and I were the only ones left. Their pro's eyes widened. That clearly wasn't what she was expecting to hear. A part of him wished he could go with what she was thinking prior. That attack on our high school I mentioned. It killed Macy. She was helping out, using her fragrance quirk to calm people down, and help create some medicine when a couple of classmates. His fist slammed into the table, rocking it and everything on it. Damn it. Damn it. A soft, glove-covered hand fell over his. They got radicalized, didn't they? She had sympathy for him in her eyes, and more than likely sympathy for the friends he'd lost in the attack. Kyo took a minute to let such feelings cool him down. If he didn't, he feared his anger would get the best of him. There were a couple of holes in the wall that were a testament to that uncontrolled anger. Holes and claw marks. Yeah, they did. It wasn't just that meta-liberation crap. It was whatever the hell All for One believes in. Evil, self-serving evil. MT Lady clarified. I heard some reports that there were some MLA sympathizers in Numazu. They were supposed to have been arrested, but it sounds like the authorities weren't able to get them all, or they left behind some seeds in the people here. As for All for One, that guy just knows how to bring out the darkness in people, just like how All Might knew how to bring out the best. Opposite ends, evil and good, the greatest villain and the greatest hero. The crap they were spouting I'd heard about people getting radicalized, but it just never seemed like one of those things that had never happened. Not to people I know. Yeah, that's how it tends to happen. Just from her tone, Kyo wondered if she'd experienced the same. He remembered seeing pros such as Slid and Go were arrested when their ties to the MLA were revealed. Kyo didn't know how close he and MT Lady had been or any of the other sympathizers, but he knew he was looking at someone that shared his pain, if only a little. So they attacked the shelter, and Macy and Shoma died protecting as many people as he could. He used his quirk to create a gel shell, that's what he called it, around me and a couple of other people. He gave his life to save others, including mine. She was kind enough to give him another second to himself. And what about Asami? What happened to her? Losing Shoma and Macy hit us both pretty hard, but for Asami, it was just a start. She's got an older sister that works overseas. When things went to shit, we lost all contact with her after a while. Given the way things are, I'm hoping she's all right, but not being able to talk to her after what happened did a number on her. Then her parents were caught up in the mass evacuation. What happened there? Women and children first. That's who were supposed to be evacuated when that rogue wave hit the city, but order broke down. People pushing and shoving against each other to get on the buses heading out of town. Kyo dropped his head in a thick sigh. All the rich and wealthy booked all the flights out. Her nose wrinkled. Yeah, well, that's to be expected. It happens whenever there's a crisis, especially one where oversight is rocky. So, she got separated from her family as you all were trying to escape. Is that right? He nodded. I survived the wave, and so did she, but she found herself caught up in a bad crowd. Everything that had happened. It pushed her into the arms of one of gangs that had sprouted up. They call themselves the New Numazu Network. Have you heard of them? She made an exasperated groan as she dropped her head into her hand. Yeah, I was warned about them. One of the worst vigilante groups out there. I was seriously hoping I'd be able to catch Ayukawa without running into them. You're telling me your friend fell in with those guys. Hey, I don't like any more than you do. I know they're just using people's fear to take over the city, but Asami, she's broken, scared. The number of people feeling that way is too high to count. She was frustrated, but not angry, not like him. Then again, Kyo knew Asami personally. For MT Lady, she was likely just another civilian, one she was hoping wouldn't impede her pursuit of Ayukawa. I ran into her when I went back to Ayukawa's place. She was trying to break into a vault that was in his office, probably on the network's orders. I don't know what was in there, but I had a feeling it wouldn't be used to help the people, at least not after her bosses had helped themselves. Kyo let his face fall onto Knuckles in a similar manner to the blonde in front of him. To tell you the truth, I wouldn't mind it too much. Anything to piss off Ayukawa. Hey, normally I wouldn't mind letting the bad guys beat themselves silly, but it's a different story when there are civilians caught in the crossfire. Kyo stared at her, and she stared back. She didn't say a word, simply letting her gaze do the talking for her. Once again, he was quietly surprised by the seriousness he found in her eyes. What happened between you two? Did you stop her or what? We just got into an argument that ended with her running away. I wanted to go after her, to talk to her, but I chose to go after Ayuka was sent while I still had it. Kind of told myself we'd meet again. You two probably will. If she's with the new Namazu network, then odds are you two will run ing at each other again. Kyo, that's probably not going to be a happy meeting like this recent one. I know, lady, he affirmed with a grimace. But when you two meet up again, you may have a chance to talk her out of leaving the gang she's fallen in with. Huh, he gasped. Even though you're on two separate sides, she's still your friend, isn't she? Why, yeah, he answered. Then don't give up on her. Sure, she's fallen in with a bad crowd, but I don't think it's too late for her. From the sounds of it, she's just scared and confused. She dropped her hands onto the table, expelling a humorless laugh. You know, I feel like I shouldn't be saying this to you. Part of the reason she fell in with a group like the Network, which even exists, is because of Dash. It's our fault, us civilians. He interjected. Kyo knew where this road was going, and he was going to cut it off. We got spoiled and turned our backs on the very people that always kept us safe. You don't hear that sentiment too often nowadays. Her voice was forlorn and her eyes somewhat averted. Kyo sighed. After the battle, I just watched everyone around me start falling apart. Sure, heroes can be flawed and sure they can fail, but the way people just turned on them. I can get one to take matters into your own hands. Hell, I get being reckless. I've done that a couple of times trying to score some good shots. By any chance, that wasn't how you honed your climbing abilities, was it? There was a sliver of humor in her voice. Kyo was happy to hear it. In turn, he injected some optimism into his response. Kind of. My parents gave me an earful about it more than once. So did my friends. Some days I just couldn't stop hunting for that perfect shot. Lady's head fell forward in a sparkling laugh that rang through the apartment. Kyo's smile widened. Then he joined her in laughing. He had quite a few memories he could share with her. Maybe he could one day when things quieted down, provided they still had a chance to see one another. You know, I kind of like photographers like you, always going for that perfect shot. Lady managed once their laughter started to die down a little. You said you always wanted to capture the best of the world, Kyo. That's what made it painful to watch everything fall apart around me. People not just turning on the heroes they once idolized, but on each other. Racism just exploding out of nowhere, or maybe it was always there. That was the most somber part of things. Had some people always held such negative feelings toward heteromorphs, but just held it in? Kyo knew such people were still out there in the world, specifically in the country where a lot of old negativity persisted. He always liked to believe cities like his hometown were where such feelings could be broken down and dissipated. He'd been proven wrong on that front. How bad is it in the rest of the country? About the same, if not worse. He winced hearing that. Something Lady took note of. Trust me, you're better off not knowing. Some days I can barely stomach what I see around here. Honestly, I can't blame Asami or some folks for feeling like there's no hope, and the only way to survive is to become as bad as the villains running around. You may think that sometimes, but you don't really believe that, do you, Kyo? Drawn by the subtle yet sharp tone of her voice, he looked at her. No, I don't. I know things can get tough. I went through a lot of pain and thought a lot of bad things when my mom died, but I got through it. I can't say it doesn't still hurt, but I know she wouldn't want me being depressed about it forever. She wouldn't want the same for my dad either. They'd had a long talk about that, too, as a matter of fact. It was only after the first one did he really become comfortable with the idea of his dad dating again, and maybe even remarrying. The world's a bad place now, but I don't think it's all rotten. There's still some good in it, and I think it can still be a better place. I'm sitting in front of someone trying to do that. MT Lady's lips parted for a second before morphing into a smile. A happy, relief-filled smile that made him remember why he always found her cute. Sitting directly across from him without her mask and having helped reinforce his beliefs, cute didn't seem like the right word to describe her. He searched for the right word as she smiled back at him. His subconscious told him he knew what it was. He just didn't want to say it. Surely she'd heard people call her beautiful before, hundreds if not thousands of times. I can tell you you're not the only one who feels like it can be hopeless. We're all going through that, she said, looking down at the table. But you guys are still out there. From what I've heard, including Endeavor, Kyo offered. Yeah, he feels more driven than the rest of us, as you can imagine. Same thing with his son. Shoto, when you're out there, you've got that same determination on your face. He's still got it. By the way, him and the rest of his classmates, they haven't given up hope. Her smile became serene once more. Yet he could tell she was looking at something that wasn't present in his apartment. A look of reminiscence. Inspiring hope is part of a hero's job, and it can be pretty hard. Sounds kind of wild coming from you. Sorry about that. I'll let it slide since you've been such a good host. She winked. The move sparked a small blush on his cheeks. He tried to squash as quickly as it came. I won't lie. It feels great having people cheer and adore you. Hell, it's downright addictive. But being a hero is more than that. It's not about what the people give you. It's about what you're able to give them hope and security, even if they're spitting in your face and claiming you're doing a shitty job at it. Kyo tried to overlay the showy woman he'd seen on TV with a reserved yet determined woman sitting in front of him. He could hardly believe it, but he knew people could change. He'd seen them change for the worst all around him, but he also knew they could change for the better, and the hero, the woman, in front of him was an example of that. You're not doing a shitty job at it. At least I don't think so. If anyone does, then, well, screw them. You're still fighting the good fight, while a lot of other people, civilian and former heroes, gave up. She gave him a half smile. Be honest. Did you ever think I'd be one of those kind of heroes? No, he answered honestly. But I'm glad you turned out to be, and even though a lot of people won't say it, the people of Numazu are happy you're here. At least it'll be good for us in the long run. As her smile gained in mirth, Kyo felt the heat in his cheeks growing. At its accumulation, he chose to come right on out with it. It's already been pretty good for me, from you saving my ass to praising my work, and giving me another reason to stay hopefully. She fell back into her seat with a laugh accompanied by a blush. It was the biggest blush he'd seen on her face, and Kyo had to admit, it looked absolutely radiant on her. It was a kind of smile he wanted to take a picture of, but he was rooted to the spot. Her laughter ended, and she tried to put on a more serious face. We'll check out the bank in an hour. I should be finished healing up by now, including having put something in my stomach. His eyes wandered lower than her noticeable chest to her half-unseen stomach. Hey, wipe that stupid grin off your face. I'm asking now, because I want to avoid that cliché. You know, I've always wondered if when you get hungry you aren't able to shrink. Shuma's quirk was directly tied to how much food he'd eaten. Kyo remarked, well, my quirk sort of works the same. If I'm low on energy, it is hard for me to shrink. Plus, I'll have zero energy just like when I'm in my regular size. So, let's have dinner. Kyo laughed at the haughty tone she'd now taken. Despite it, he could still sense some lingering warmth from the heartfelt smile she'd worn just a moment ago. Sorry, but I've just got some instant ramen and a few frozen meals. Think all the cooks left town a while ago. Hey, it's not like it's the first time I've worked on instant food. When you're on the clock, it's practically part of the job. You save the decent and fancy meals for after you completed a mission. She heaved a sigh, letting her head fall back. I don't plan on getting one of those for a while. A long, long while. With his back turned to her, Kyo knitted his brow in thought. She did mention she liked peaches. Brushing the thought aside, he focused on preparing their food. For all intents and purposes, it was dinner, and if things went bad, it might be the last meal either of them had. But Kyo didn't believe that'd be the case. He didn't quite know what they'd be walking into, but he was confident they'd be able to handle. Hopefully he'd be able to help without screwing things up too badly. Thanks for the meal, Kyo. Lady called when he handed her a ramen cup. He'd had to search high and low to find any, as instant ramen was one of the first things to go. Holed up somewhere with no help coming or intention of seeking it out, and it was the ideal food and maybe comfort food. Just think of it as part of my continuing gratitude, MT Lady. He replied, I got some not exactly bad, but not exactly fond memories regarding ramen. Really? Yep. It involved another guy with an animalistic quirk. She sucked up the noodles, being rather unapologetic and making some noise as she did so. Kyo chuckled at the sight, then at the sauce stains on her lips. But thanks to you, I've got a couple more positive ones, so thanks for that. Lady grinned. It wasn't a date, but Kyo had to admit it kind of felt like one. And with what loomed on the horizon, he was more than happy to enjoy the feeling for all it was worth. There was still some light in the city when night fell. Some, but not a whole lot, making it a far cry from how New Mazu used to be, the Namazu that Kyo had grown up loving. Any building with light was suspect. People might have been there, but there was no way of knowing if they were friendly or not without prior knowledge. The other alternative was taking a chance, a potentially fatal chance. Even if the people behind the lights weren't villains or bloodthirsty, there was always a possibility of simply turning visitors away. Matter of fact, there was always a rather high chance one would be turned away. Of all the ways society had fallen, that one was probably the hardest to stomach. A loss of faith in the authority figures was one thing, but a complete breakdown in trust and explosion of mistrust between neighbors didn't bode well for any society. Somehow, that mistrust had the potential to deteriorate even further. Kyo thought of all that as he ran and leaped across rooftops. Night runs had become so different from how they used to be. Not having a curfew then wasn't nearly enough to make up for that. Albeit sometimes it did feel tempting to stay out all night doing nothing but running. The scary thing with such a feat wasn't a matter of him having the stamina for it. It was the depression. Looking around at the slow, crumbling ruins of his home gave him enough strength to stay out all night. Yet doing that would only force him to further observe how far Namazu had fallen. Oh! And there was a possibility of someone catching and killing him while he was out. Although it had been a few hours since the rain had stopped, Kyo could still smell some of the moisture in the air. It wasn't enough to mask the sense he needed to track, but acted as a constant reminder. He kept his eyes and nose open for potential signs of more rain. At least if it did rain again, he already had target's odor. If this chase went underground, he wouldn't have to worry about losing the scent to the weather. What he'd have to worry about is losing it to the sewage that had piled up thanks to city sanitation disappearing. Kyo wasn't looking forward to seeing what the sewers might have been like after watching garbage pile up on the streets. Possessing a superhuman sense of smell became bit him in the ass hard when he came upon such scenes. Hey, maybe you'll get lucky, and they won't have fled underground. Maybe you're just overthinking this. His subconscious half-joked. After all, the tunnels might be flooded like parts of the surface. The more he thought about that one, the more he considered a REA possibility. Many, if not all, the flood barriers were gone, so the subterranean ones probably hadn't fared much better. All we need is a villain like Blackwave, and we'll be set. Kyo didn't like tempting fate, but sometimes he found himself slipping into it. By his estimate, the infamous hydrokinetic villain, Blackwave, should be in his 60s by now, but he knew some people could still use their quirks to deadly effect even with old age. Not to mention a drive for destruction could go a hell of a long way, as he and the rest of Japan had learned. Kyo wasn't sure if he'd been expecting anything to change since his reconnaissance little more than half an hour prior. Maybe it'd have helped quell his nerves if something had. What was it like before? Sitting Mount Lady down, he gave her a short glance before looking back over the ledge. Busy, filled with people wearing suits. People that probably made a hell of a lot of money handling other people's money. Personally, always seems like a sweet gig, but never really my thing. She flashed him a coy smile. You strike me as one of those weirdos who take pictures of stacks of money instead of taking any for yourself. Grinning back, he shot back with what he would do, or at least he liked to believe he would do. Sure, take some pics before grabbing a few yen for myself. With the amount of money in there, I'm sure no one would notice a few missing bills. Well, at least not until they started counting. Then I'd say I'm screwed. Any chance you'll spend it all by then? The blonde heroine quipped back. He shrugged his shoulders. There's been this flat-screen TV I've had my eye on, and the new quarter-life game special edition. Maybe buy my first car. 2. Nothing too major. What about you? thinking about adding something like a giant-sized swimming pool to your home. Mount Lady's eyes rose in whimsical consideration, quickly falling down and looking through the binoculars to survey the bank and surrounding area. Despite his own night vision, he grabbed a set of binoculars just in case they were coming in handy now for the first pro hero he'd ever met. Despite knowing there were other more important things to focus on, Kyo couldn't help but admire how professional she looked at the moment. It reinforced the image of a dedicated hero that he gained regarding her ever since their first meeting. Looking back on that, it was hard to believe that had only been a couple of hours ago. Crazy as it was to believe, carrying her and talking to her had been pretty fun. The most fun he felt like he'd had since Namazu fell to pieces. It had certainly been nice hearing a celebrity like her praising his photographic work. Coincidentally, the clouds parted far above their heads, letting moonlight reach down from skies. Natural light illuminated the world, including the pro hero beside him. Kyo let his eyes linger on her for a minute longer than he should have before looking back at the street below. No changes, yet the sense of anxiety he'd felt on his first trip remained. He was certain that Mount Lady was feeling, too. Things were far too quiet, even for a gutted financial district. When she finally put the binoculars down, she looked back at him with a flicker of worry in her gaze. They'd discussed this before leaving his apartment. But now that they were here, it seemed like the conversation was being resurrected. Him, alone, unarmed civilian walking into a villain's lair. It wasn't something a half-decent hero would agree to do. But these were desperate times, and Kyo had made it clear he was going to do this. He reminded her of that with his stern gaze. Good luck, and Kyo, watch your back in there, she called with genuine empathy behind an unfaltering stare. Moonlight made those purple eyes of hers glow brighter than they normally would have, in ways he didn't think was possible. He'd never seen her look at anyone like that, although no photographers, journalists, or interviewers had likely seen her like this in the heat of work, showing that for all her vices, she believed in being a hero. It made Kyo feel a throbbing sense of joy that he got to see her up close, even if he was put his life in more danger than usual. Mount Lady's face remained in his mind when he jumped down to the ground and started making his way to the bank. Overturned cars that had been left out on the road along with whatever had been inside of them, bags, luggage, and even a baby seat whose occupant he hoped had gotten somewhere safe. The fires that once scorched them had long burned out, leaving the scorched metal to be pelted by the elements, along with the rest of the car frame. Pieces of glass dotted the road, shattered into pieces, so small stepping on them hardly yielded a sound. Kyo took that as another small bit of solace, although he was still mindful of where he stepped. Each step toward the bank brought him closer to the front entrance, a dark gate that he felt would make or break his life in ways he couldn't imagine. His classmates sometimes joked that's what banks did to everyone. All the glass was broken, leaving various openings, including the front entrance. Carefully opening the door, he stepped inside and glanced around. All his pictures had been from the outside with a few from up close, but this was his first time stepping into a Maya financial bank. While not his first time in a bank, it was his first time being in a first-class one like this one, although it didn't look the part. The walls and floors were cracked to downright shattered, the former having massive holes in them, while chairs and tables lay overturned, if not wrecked. Looking behind the counter, he saw more signs of devastation. A part of the counter had been demolished, creating an opening he quietly stepped through. Of course, all the lights were off, whatever emergency power the bank might have had shut down. Ironically, that made Kyo look for any signs of still running power. His gut told him some part of the building had to still have some power working. In his search, he came upon the vault room, the most secure part of any bank. Kyo wasn't surprised to find it completely barren, both of money and anything metallic, including the vault door itself. Given Ayukawa's ferrokinetic quirk, he'd likely taken every bit of metal he could find. Reaching into his pocket for his phone, he dialed the only number on it, and the only person he knew would pick up. "I'm in the vault room. It's completely cleaned out, vault door included." The pro's response was a snort. "Figured that. Anything else? A massive hole in the floor?" "No, but a couple of blood stains. They're old." Kyo didn't spend too much time dwelling on who the blood might have belonged to or what caused it to be spelt. "I'm going to head for the offices and see if I can find a map or anything about that underground tunnel. I'll call you back with what I find. All right, so far, no movement on the outside. Well, except some birds and a few cats, believe it or not. There used to be a nice restaurant about a block or two down the street. I think the workers here like going there for break. Maybe there was a cafe, too. I thought the food would be cleaned out by now, but maybe they just made it their new home. Are you still getting a signal from my phones? Yep. They'd done as much preparation as they could, which included her having a way to track him. Together, he and Mount Lady took apart several of his cameras and gadgets and repurposed the internal chips of a few into tracking chips, one of which was stuck in a phone he'd previously used. Kyo had a second transmitter located in his shoe. Not exactly comfortable, but it was less likely to be found if he was caught. He'd been caught off guard by how tech-savvy Mount Lady turned out to be. According to her, it was another nifty skill she'd picked up while on the job. She wasn't a tech genius, but she was certainly more skilled than one would initially think, or she'd ever shown on camera. Speaking of cameras, Kyo had to admit he almost felt a bit unprepared moving to the bank without one. Even the camera on his phone not quite cutting it. What was there to take pictures of? The complete decimation of one of the city's best banks? The offices were in just as bad a shape as the front entrance. Kyo took a second to sniff around each one, ascertaining if anyone had been there in the past day. So far, no one had been, not that there was anything left in them to steal. Still, Kyo felt that nagging feeling that there was something to be found, so he kept on searching. His search eventually led him to a larger-than-average office, probably the head of the bank. It too had been ransacked, either before or after it had been cleaned out. Kyo immediately began his search, combing through what remained. A map, his inner voice finally vocalized. He hadn't known it until he was holding it in his hands, but that's what he'd been searching for. Something that would either confirm or debunk the rumor that the bank had some sort of underground tunnel. Staring at the diagram, he felt a twinge of excitement staring at evidence that the tunnel was indeed real. Placing it on the desk, he pulled up the overturned chair and sat down, dialing a familiar number. The tunnel's real. He called with a small ring of joy in his voice. Great. Where's it lead? Mount Lady responded. Apparently some warehouse owned by Maya Financial. Says it's completely legitimate, but a secret known only to the upper echelon of the bank. Heh, their best banks have them. They've even got an underground tunnel in their Tokyo facility. His finger traced a diagram that stretched along the map while reading the names printed on it. Not a full mile, but a good 5-city block something he could cover in no time. I'm going to go for it. There's an elevator that goes down that I can take. Kyo, Mount Lady warned. It's an underground passage. You know you're no good in those. Look, you can track me from above and then come crashing down like you usually do, preferable before Ayukawa or whoever kill me. There was no delusion that he could be killed doing this. Immediately, being a teenager might get him some leeway, but it wasn't something he could count on as a certainty, especially if anyone recognized him as having helped down Ayukawa in the first place. There was a sigh from the other end, one of resignation and annoyance. You know, I'm not the quickest gal around, right? Her words made Kyo pause. His eyes widened in bewilderment, then closed as he leaned back in the chair in laughter that bounced around the office. No, but you know how to pack a punch. Yeah, when I'm actually there, I know what you're thinking. You're going to run that whole tunnel to get to Ayukawa. I know if I'll be able to get there in time to cover you. He almost wondered if her frustration was more aimed at herself than him. Yeah, you know, I could just take out all the bad guys by myself. That'd be awesome, wouldn't it? He swiped with a grin she couldn't see, but could probably picture. Maybe. It was hard to gauge whether she was actually considering the possibility. Look, I know I can't stop you from going. Just remember what I said. Kyo, don't do anything reckless until I get there. I'll sprint as far as I can in giant form, then switch so I can hopefully sneak in, unless you're able to call me and coordinate with me. I can just leave the phone on speaker. There were multiple ways things could go if he was caught, or if he remained undetected. Although he'd been hoping he could go unnoticed, that same feeling that told him he'd find something in the office was also telling him he was going to be spotted sooner or later. If he were honest, there was a part of him hoping he would be caught so he could fight. It was the primal instinct that went with his quirk. He hadn't really gotten to fight anyone all day, although he always tried to consider that a plus than a minus. Admittedly, the thought of wailing on the villain who'd turned his town into his personal kingdom wasn't so bad. Maybe he'd be the one to knock him out so Mount Lady could arrest him. That was a fruitful fantasy he took some time to indulge in before turning his attention back to the pro hero. You can still use it to track me, and maybe there'll be a trail for you to follow if worse comes to worse. You're seriously making this up as you go along, aren't you, kid? She summarized with a hint of amusement. All Kyo could give her was a chuckle, confirmation that she was absolutely right. Well, you're not doing bad so far. All right, that's what we'll do. I'll keep following from topside. Just don't get too reckless. Kyo, if you can, call me once you either reach the end of the tunnel or you find something important. Well, do. He did immediately get moving once the call ended. Kyo couldn't help but lean back in the chair and take in the desolation of the office. At one point, it had been a great place with a great view of the street from 3 floors up at night. All the lights would have been on, providing a still decent, if not great view. Now, all Kyo got was darkness. Gently, he spun around to continue his surveying of the office. His revolution ended with him back at the desk, staring at the map of the underground tunnel. Must have been a nice job, at least as far as pay goes, but too stuffy for me. Grabbing the map, he headed out the door without a single look back. Kyo was certain that was the last time he'd ever be in that office. Hopefully. Cushy as it might have been, he didn't want a job in banking either. He ended up going back down to the first floor, heading to the back where the elevator to the underground lay. A schematic he'd taken had an activation code on it, something that probably made it pretty special. Kyo knew he was lucky that he found it going through half-open drawers. Otherwise, he'd be stuck trying to punch in random numbers until he got lucky. He'd be trying all night, or at least for 10 minutes before he got frustrated. Punching in the last number caused the wall to split into 2, revealing a metal door that opened with a near-chilling groan. Stepping inside felt like walking into an incinerator. The doors shut with a heavy-set thud. Kyo felt himself moving down with the elevator. It was incredibly spacious, big enough to fit a dining room table and still have some room to move. The elevator's weight capacity likely went hand in hand with its size, made to accommodate large cargo. Cargo being bags of money, or perhaps some other valuables. Kyo was silent on the ride down. Although his eyes wandered over every part of the elevator's interior was inevitable, he ended up looking straight up at the camera inside. Was there someone watching it from the other end? Most likely. Throwing his hoodie over his head probably wouldn't do him much good now. All he could was give it a passing stare before looking back at the door. Apprehension gripped him as he waited for it to open. He had some space to move if there was someone waiting for him on the other end, or he could just rush them like he'd done at times. Kyo was proud to say he'd gotten kind of good at that. Ding! The door slid open and Kyo saw no one, nor did he smell or hear anyone. A breath he'd been holding passed from his lips as he stepped forward. As the rumors had said, and as he'd seen in the schematics, it was an underground facility complete with a railway. The lights were still on, leading onward into darkness. Walking up the platform, Kyo sniffed the air, finding a few lingering scents, but most importantly Ayukawa's. "Got you now, you bastard," he whispered. All the scents lead one way, down the tunnel along the tracks. A primal urge swelled up within him, making his heart pound in anticipation. Breathing in and out, he tasted the stale air that permeated the tunnel. It was sturdy and had been built to last, which it had done. But it'd really be put to the test when he reached the end of it, and what lay there. Caution was thrown to the wind as he took off down the tunnel, following the tracks. His footsteps created an endless echo that bounced in all 4 of his ears. Kyo ran straight ahead, seeing nothing ahead of him but a seemingly endless patch of railway. If a train came down the tracks, he'd hear it, he'd see it, and he'd dodge it before it could flatten him like a pancake. Maybe that's what a part of him was expecting. Some subway car to come barreling at him just like in a video game. There was only one rail, but enough space he could jump to the side to save himself. Kyo again pondered if that had been by design. For what almost seemed like half an hour, all he saw was dull steel walls on his way down the track. It was almost a peaceful run. Almost. His foot slammed onto the ground when his ears twitched in response to noise. He immediately theorized it to be another dozen meters away, but he heard it pretty clearly. Kyo sidestepped to the right to avoid the barrage of needles that came shooting his way at bullet-like speed. More followed, making him begin sidestepping to avoid them, all while still running forward. He focused his vision as much as he could, seeing the next several meters come into sharp focus. His constant sprinting revealed more of the path, allowing him to eventually see the origin of the attack-say shirtless from the waist up, with a body dotted with spikes. His palms were held out, firing off the spikes he'd been avoiding. His expression changed, and his hands were suddenly lowered. The hair across his back stood up on end, the electric jolt that preceded danger rocketing through every inch of his body. Kyo felt time around him slowing to a crawl as he realized what was coming. He knew he had to get off the ground, but he didn't want to break his stride. Every second, he was able to close the distance between him, and his target was a second that brought him closer to Ayukawa. Losing any of that infuriated him. Eyeing the wall to his right, he quickly realized it was a gamble. Hey, you've scaled the sides of buildings, so there shouldn't be any trouble. His inner voice sounded pretty beast-like. Didn't stop him from listening to it. To Kyo, the world flipped sideways, but he kept on moving. His speed remained constant, the distance between him and the Spike Man closing to the point it seemed to vanish in 3 blinks of the eye. What the hell dash. Wham! It was a punch that sent him rolling across the ground and into the opposite wall. Kyo didn't know how much strength he put into it, only that it carried some of the momentum from his run. Walking up to man and grabbing his face, he saw he'd apparently hit him pretty damn hard. WWW, TT the hell are you? A&H, how did you FF find this place? The man bruised face. Practically his entire left side was swollen, and the pain was still evident in his eyes. I followed my nose, needle face. His left hand wrapped around his throat, claws extending. Kyo held him up in a snarl that struck fear into his eyes. And you're going to tell me what's waiting for me just up ahead? Otherwise, I'm going to use these things to cut things off. I go to hell, kid. Maybe there was something impressive in how fast his eyes went from fearful to angry. Luckily, Kyo was faster, swiping his claws across his face before more spikes could emerge from his body. Gawa, Erf, yanking him to his feet. Kyo threw a left hook that sent him tumbling to the side. He screamed in pain, clutching his face all the while. Why, you little bastard? I'll kill you for this. I swear it. Yeah. Give it your best shot, but like I said, you're going to tell me what's waiting up ahead. Namely, where the hell is Ayukawa? Kyo demanded with fury in his green eyes. They must have flashed into feral silts when the man flung his arm out, launching another spike. Kyo easily deflected it while storming forward. Do that again, and I'm breaking your arm. Got it. The Spike Man scooted back, his anger morphing back into fear as it sunk in despite the age gap between them. He was outmatched. Kyo would have carried through on his threat to break an arm if his internal alarm hadn't gone off. He jumped back just in time to avoid the fireball that crashed into the wall. The blast threw the Spike Man away, now yelping in pain as the flaming debris hit his naked chest. Following the attack's trajectory, he saw not one, not two, but apparently 3 men had rushed out to meet him. Kyo returned their glare with one of his own. So, Ayukawa sent you guys to be his doormen. The man wielding the fireballs in his hand sneered. Last chance, kid, beat it. Not going to happen. Kyo yelled back, his whole body tensing up with adrenaline and excitement. Waste him, yelled the fire user simultaneously, letting his 2 attacks fly. His 2 compatriots threw their arms out, as well in order to attack. Kyo lunged at them, knowing for absolute certain his eyes had morphed into feline silts. His lion-like roar filled the tunnel, as its formerly gray walls were lit up with flashes of light. And this time, they weren't from a train car passing through. It rested idly several meters away, the lone spectator to the fight. Some days, you would have liked to have super speed. It could come in real handy, especially outside of fighting. The places she could be in the blink of an eye, and the loads of collateral damage she wouldn't have to worry about. Although Numazu was a wreck, She still tried to limit some of the damage, although partially out of pragmatism. A giant stomping through the city was more than likely to arouse suspicion. That said, she needed to get to her destination fast. That wasn't exactly easy thanks to the numerous buildings in her way, but you was able to crash through those without losing too much momentum or incurring too much damage. She didn't like taking advantage of the chaos the country was in, but this was one of those times where exceptions had to be made. Kyo had put her on speakerphone after he cleared out the gatekeepers at the end of the tunnel, or near end. From there, she'd heard nothing but eerie silence on his way to the other elevator. When it refused to open, he pried the doors open and proceeded to climb his way up the shaft. From there, it had been a sound-only transmission of fighting. All of it reminded you of one of the initial reasons she'd agreed to this plan, because Kyo could hold his own in a fight. Really, the first time she saw him, he looked like he could hold his own. He was no cowardly lion, no, far from it, Lionheart. She'd mused while thinking about him as he first explored the bank, and then fought his way through Ayukawa's goons. He was brave, and on the cute side, especially with those feline ears. Thinking about his face while listening to him tear up his surroundings put an extra pep in her step, born from both worry and excitement. Would he look like a beaten mess when she arrived? Well, not if she could help it. Second, she wanted to get in on the fun herself. Working this case with him had reminded her of how much she appreciated having some company, and some that was more willing to indulge her. And, again, it doesn't hurt he's on the cute side. Cute and earnest to a fault. The fighting hadn't let up as she raced across town toward what she assumed to be her destination. It was indeed a warehouse in the far east of the city, seemingly run down with the rest of the buildings around it. But since that's where Kyo's signal was coming from, she knew there was more to it than its appearance. The big question was how far down he was. You had been dreading that question, but now it was time to finally answer it. Or, not just yet. A wall of azure light shot up, illuminating the block. Despite the bright color, you felt her blood run cold at the sight, meant something was about to go very wrong. Ah, damn it. Just had to be something. She groaned. Her eyes searched the surroundings for whoever was casting the barrier. You knew in an instant it wasn't about keeping someone out, it was about keeping someone in, and she had an idea of who that someone was. Hey, lady. That saved her the trouble of having to search. All she had to do was look to her right. Standing on the rooftop were a group of vigilantes, their faces all covered. One of them stepped forward, his arms sparking with jolts of electricity. Leave. This is our town, and we can protect it just fine on our own. You knew that one was coming. Look, I know you probably can, but this villainous dash, her arm instinctively rose as a chunk of rock came hurtling her way. There's someone inside, a citizen of Numazu, just like all of you. We didn't authorize someone to head in before we dash. He's not a part of your organization. He's just a kid trying to help clean up this town. You corrected and clarified. The force field lay several meters away, as translucent as glass, but probably as tough as steel. She could crack it with a few hits, provided she had the opening. Creating one of those wasn't going to be easy, but she had to try. For Kyo's sake. From what she saw, the vigilantes seemed to be considering her words. You heard them whispering amongst themselves. All too soon did she hear Kyo's name come up. Apparently, he'd made something of a name for himself opposing the new Numazu network. The phrase, stupid kid, also came up, not that she was surprised to hear it. That was certainly one way to look at Kyo. If it were any other circumstance, you might have labeled him as such. That said, she also still would have called him gutsy, courageous even. Boom! Her heart pounded in her chest as her worst fear materialized. Taking her eyes off the three on the rooftop, you looked back at the warehouse still encased in the blue force field. While it held, the structure inside crumbled away at the foundations. It was like a giant sinkhole ate up the warehouse, but then it belched everything back up, causing it to smash against the barrier. Despite seeing it fluctuate, you was paralyzed with indecision. Did she break it and give Kyo a way out, or was that giving an opening to Ayukawa, or whoever had caused the explosion? Another explosion shook the barrier from the inside, causing further strain. Yu's hand went to her earpiece. All she got was static, intensifying the fear in her heart. Kyo, Kyo, can you hear me? Nothing discernible came out on the other end except more static, maybe some groaning. The barrier heaved under another explosion, but this time he was able to hear a scream of agony. Following it, she saw another vigilante a few buildings away. She was maintaining the barrier as best she could, but it was clear she was reaching the end of her rope. Crack! The barrier went, and with it, mayhem literally erupted. Several figures emerged from the sinkhole, some flying out via wings, while others were using various powers to propel themselves upward. Yu waged they were part of Ayukawa's syndicate, although based on what she heard, some of them were considering quitting. A gang of bloodthirsty vigilantes busting in on them probably had them reconsidering their life choices. You saw a few of those vigilantes give chase to them with their own means of flight. In the pale moon's light, she saw them crash into those trying to retreat. Screams of confusion, anger, and fear rolling across the night. Then came the sound of flesh tearing or being blown apart. You watched in wide-eyed shock as several suddenly dropped to the ground with blood trailing their descent. The ground shook as something else burst forth from underground. Yu's eyes narrowed as she recognized the steel giant she'd fought hours prior. Its composition had changed, but you knew it quite well. Finally knowing what to do for certain, she charged forward and delivered the best right hook she could manage. The steel giant went flying with half its body crumbling away. "Hey, all civilians clear out," she shouted. "Screw you, lady. This is our town, and we're going to defend it. We don't need your help," yelled one of the vigilantes with what seemed to be a jet back on his back. "Look, we got these bastards on the ropes." As you had learned, when you got cocky, the world had a tendency to sock you in the gut, which was exactly what happened. Metal groaned as it reshaped itself. Looking over, you felt her stomach drop as she watched the metal giant reshape into a series of spiked rings. "Everyone get down now." She threw her arms out, unsure of who she'd be able to cover, yet instinctively doing the best she could. Several of the spikes launched, a few grazing her, but nothing serious enough. As she saw, the real goal had merely been to distract her long enough the metal rings could serve as wheels. You gritted her teeth and was a moment away from giving chase when her left ear buzzed. "H-A-M-M out, lady." "Kyo? Kyo, where are you? Are you all right? What's happening?" She shouted all at once. There was a minor grunt. Underground, buried beneath the rumble. First, the NNN burst in, causing everything to go to shit, and then one of Ayukawa's thugs blasted a hole in the ceiling. I guess he used that to get away. He's making his getaway now. Then go after him. Don't worry about Dash. Tell everyone down there not to move. Her hair fanned out behind her as she turned back to the blast site. She stomped toward it and fell to her knees. "Everyone, clear out. There are people trapped down there. Who cares about them? Go after Ayukawa. The bastard's getting away. Screw them, kill him." "Hey, wait a sec, what about Dash?" You focus on digging through the rumble more so than the arguments. It hadn't been too long since she dug through rumble. It could be a delicate process that she sometimes fumbled, especially when she was in a hurry. Regardless, she felt a near all-powerful need to stay and dig Kyo and the others out. There was no one else around for her to punt the job onto. It was just her. Perhaps a minute after she started digging, more rumble was moved without her doing so, temporarily stopping. She saw various individuals, the vigilantes, pitching in. A few returned her stare. Some didn't. You simply went back to digging. "Kyo, you still with me?" She called over her earpiece. It was a specialized piece of tech that grew in size with her. Such things were in short supply thanks to various support groups shutting down with hero agencies. "Why, yeah, WWE can hear you guys." "Kyo!" shouted a new voice. For the second time, you paused her digging to glance to her right. The mantis antenna and the auburn hair, which Kyo had told her used to be longer, were clearly recognizable. But what really caught her focus was the fear in her eyes. She'd said Kyo's name, and she'd repeated it, terrified as she realized what was happening. This was Asami, Kyo's last living friend. She was still his friend. "Yes, he's done there. If you want to help, then get to it," you said before picking up where she left off. Ayukawa was still present in her mind, but he was a distant, concerned Kyo, and the others needed her help. At least she wasn't alone. The extra hands made the work go faster, which was nice considering after this she'd have to pick up Ayukawa's trail. She'd seen a lot of things shooting up out of the ground over the last 5 minutes, but for the first time, what she saw put her at ease. Kyo's hoodie was covered in dirt and tears, but he was none the worse for wear. The same could be said for the man in his arms. He sat him down before looking up at her. "Tough kid." She smiled. "And you're not too bad at digging, either." He clapped back with a grin that was oddly cute thanks to the dirt and blood on his face. "Thanks for digging us out, but we got things covered here. Go after Ayukawa." The rest of those who'd been trapped were apparently already climbing out, and with Kyo there, she knew the situation was under control. Nodding, she rose and did her best to pick up the trail. It actually wasn't that hard since the rest of the new Numazu network were still pursuing Ayukawa. From what she saw, it wasn't going so well. "Okay, this ends now. I'll squash him between my hands, if I have to." As usual, she generated tremors as she ran toward the fight. They were heading toward the bay, not exactly what she thought Ayukawa would go for. Wait, when things fell apart, weren't there a ton of boats in the harbor? Could he be going for shit? The realization put an extra fire in her, which translated into stronger steps and thus stronger tremors. For once, you didn't have to care about the excess effects. She just had to reach the battle site before things got worse. Pieces of metal from the city were scooped up and concentrated into a single mass. You kicked off with a final sprint. "Everyone move." Her arms swung forward in a punch the strongest one she could muster. Between her warning and the sight of the oncoming attack, the vigilantes seemed to get the message to get out of the way. Bracing herself, you slammed into the metal cannonball. She was lucky it didn't have as much momentum as it could have. Otherwise, the attack would have been stronger. That didn't mean she didn't have to put some effort into countering it. Pieces of scrap metal flew past her as she continued to run forward. "Ayukawa, give it up, it's over," she shouted. "Yeah, it is. But you're not the one who's going to end it." "We are." She'd been through a lot in the last couple of hours, mainly being hit and slammed into various things. All blunt and brute force trauma that she'd taken and kept on going despite the pain. It made her shocked to feel something slim wrapping around her neck, almost like a snake. You immediately grabbed at it. Something else not metallic, but solid and hot. All it took her was a second to realize it was pure energy, and it was pretty damn tough. Still, you pulled at it, and in turn she felt the energy rope growing tighter around her. Grunting, she followed the rope's trail to its owner. These vigilante group had really gotten their hands on some good support gear, or maybe just any tech they could. The man, wearing a simian-esque mask that seemed like it was torn out of a Jidaijiki, floated atop of a hoverboard with jets spewing fire from the bottom end. She'd heard about such inventions, pricey cool gear that had people, especially sports fanatics, chopping at the bit to get their hands on. You knew of a few heroes who used such equipment as part of their hero work. This guy seemed to be using it for vigilante work. "Let go." She groaned while tugging at the energy rope. "Get out of here," he barked. "We've done just fine without you idiots, and we don't need you to take down Ayukawa. In case you haven't noticed, dumbass, he's getting away," she shouted back. Really, of all the times to let ego run amok, it had to be now. "Oh, trust me, he ain't getting nowhere. We've got him cornered." They were going to kill him. You could tell from the insidious malice dripping in his voice. "Then maybe you and the rest of your kind will get the hint that we don't need you. In the meantime, take a hike, you dumb bimbo." An angry knot formed on her forehead, but its presence and the anger that spawned it were all pushed aside as the energy rope around her dissipated and reformed. She saw the yellow energy forming into a massive pole, a staff. Almost, it came toward her in a manner that seemed all too familiar. Despite her height, there were a few things she'd managed to turn into weapons. A giant getting hit with a giant-sized weapon was irony at its finest. It was equally ironic that she dodged the attack by shrinking. Looking up, she saw the energy pole, a building-sized column, slid through the air with a great amount of force. She knew if she'd taken that hit it would have hurt, potentially sent her tumbling backward. While shrinking, she heard the monkey mask vigilante yell at her, "Stay out of our city. We can protect ourselves." You made face as she watched him fly off with his compatriots following him. Yeah, right, I've heard that one before. Grunting, she looked ahead at the road in front of her, littering with overturned cars and debris. In other words, nothing she hadn't already stomped on before. Her view went from ground level to bird's eye, allowing her to make out the coast, if only a little. She heard the sounds of fighting loud and clear. If he tries to wake me with that stupid energy staff, I'm so breaking it like a piece. She almost relished the possibility as she made for the harbor. Her ears shook as the ground did beneath her feet, but it wasn't from her footsteps. Looking straight ahead, she saw the epicenter of the quake, another sight that heralded incoming disaster. The sea groaned as something was raised from the waters. Several things, massive somethings. Running closer, you saw they were boats and cars, vehicles of various sizes that had been thrown into the water, which dripped from their hulls as they were lifted into the air. The sheer amount was striking, enough to make Yu's eyes widen in alarm behind her mask. When had the harbor been filled up with that much debris? Had Ayukawa planned this? Was the harbor always his getaway point if things went south? A shadow loomed over her, and the new Numazu network, whom she imagined were pissing themselves as they realized they'd been led into a trap. The closer she ran, the more she could hear a couple of them shouting in alarm. The literal curtain of metal rising before them was more than they were prepared to deal with. Hell, you would say it was more than what she wanted to deal with. Wanted, not couldn't. A fire was lit in her, and it carried her toward the harbor in short order. Get out of the way, she yelled, throwing her arms out in a blatant attempt at shielding as many people as she could. It had helped if they all grouped behind her. That would have been the sensible thing to do. However, you knew she couldn't count on that at the moment, but maybe it wouldn't hurt to try. Unfortunately, she couldn't exactly verify that. All she could do was get in front of the barrage and wait for the inevitable. She saw the cars and boats and pieces of debris flying at her and braced herself for the pain. I already told you, you giant bimbo. We can protect ourselves. Monkey Face was in front of her, his energy staff back in its jumbo size. For once, she was glad to see him. His rapid spinning of the thing created a barrier tough enough to deflect much of the metal barrage. It actually gave you reason to step back, but she stayed ready for something to go wrong. It usually did in this situation. That included Monkey Face trying to smack her with that staff of his. You're mine, Ayukawa. He flew toward the villain, who floated amidst the metal maelstrom. Puh! The energy pole shattered, or rather, dissipated into flickers of yellow embers. Yu winced as she heard something shatter on impact. Despite their first meeting, she was horrified to watch Monkey Face soar into the air with blood trailing him. She didn't know if he was dead or alive, but she knew she had to catch him. Puh! While she was thankful it wasn't a punch to the head, getting socked in the gut still hurt. She stumbled back, clenching her stomach as the pain rolled through her body. You glanced up as she wheezed, another metallic golem, just as big and ugly as the last one, except sporting some new weapons wrecking balls converted into some crude boxing gloves. They were much bigger than regular ones, too big to have been used in industrial demolition. Narrowing her eyes, she saw lines racing across them, seemingly sheets of metal folded atop of one another. I get it, she snarled, rising to her full height. So that was your secret weapon. Been practicing with more than just moving and cobbling together metal. Huh. That wretched laughter boomed the face of the golem. I didn't get the chance to use these during our last fight. Too far away, unfortunately, but now, ha ha ha, I get to use these specially made babies to crush all of you. You charged at Ayukawa, albeit knowing she had to avoid his punches. Just like she'd done before, she'd just have to rip the arms off. Ha! Don't think it's going to be that easy, Mount Bimbo. The second she saw the vigilantes struggling in their metal bonds, you slid to a stop. Her eyes widened and the fire in her died as she saw the vigilantes who'd been coming to kill Ayukawa. Now they were his hostages, his shields. Each of them were bound either in metal rings or coffins. All Ayukawa had to do was squeeze, and the bindings would crush them like grapes. That especially went for Monkey Face, whose mask had been shattered. Blood dripped down from his chestnut brown hair, as well as his swollen lips. Only barely audible groans indicated he was still alive, if only barely. His bones were definitely broken, and he likely had some internal hemorrhaging. He was in no state to be moved around. You fucking bastard. The words rolled off Yu's lips with natural disdain she hadn't felt for a person in ages. Parts of the metal began to merge, going from cobbled-together metal to something a little more cohesive. It was a slow process, but you knew when completed the golem would look less like scrap metal and perhaps more human-like. It was no doubt an evolution of his quirk, ferrokinesis. This was one of the other problems with these escaped villains. Those that hadn't honed their quirks seemed to be finding new ways to do so. It was an eerie parallel to civilians to start doing the same, often with violent results. You didn't fancy fighting a prettier golem than the ugly mishmash she'd faced before, but she couldn't be hasty. Now more than ever she wished Kamui Woods was with her, or any other normal-size hero. With no one but herself, you knew she was going to have to be careful and get creative. I warned you, you know. This is my town. Mine. Now you're going to pay the price. The face was looking vaguely humanoid. You hated seeing that golem smiling. What she hated even more was how the hostages were suddenly thrusted in front of her. Panicking, she stepped back and threw her arms out, hoping to catch them, but they swayed out of her grasp. See what being a hero gets you. The consequences of taking her eyes off Ayukawa's hands showed itself. You grunted, feeling the punch slamming into her left abdomen. That left hook was followed up by a jab that forced her to take a step back. Her eyes flashed with fury, leading her to take a swing at him. But one of the hostages was moved in the path of her punch. You really don't get how this game is played, do you? Her hesitation got her another punch to the gut. Playing the hero hurts, doesn't it? At the moment, you had to agree with that. Her body crashed against the ground, shaking all the surrounding buildings. Yet again, the surroundings were deserted. The only people were hopefully a mile away, and getting the hint to stay as far away from this as possible, including Kyo. Yu's thought of the onyx-haired youth were cut short by the metal foot slamming into her gut. The pressure grew as she tried to grip the foot until she spied the golem's face leaning toward her. She immediately threw her fist at him, but stopped short when he moved another hostage in front of her. Begrudgingly, she drew her fist back as the others floated around him like Christmas ornaments. Wow, even though I can tell you want to punch my face in, you still had it in you to hold back. Impressive, MT lady. For a blunt instrument, you've got some tact, a lot more than people are willing to give you credit. You got some real ability, and despite everything you've been through, you've still got your looks, barring that little scar. Yu's teeth gnashed, feeling a metal arm caressing her right cheek. She'd much rather have had him hitting her, even with those wrecking ball fists. Got to hell, bastard. She spat. He, defiant. Cute, but come on. You don't have to keep doing this, especially for gutter trash like this. It was annoying how he kept on bringing the hostages so close to prove his point, although you knew that was his way of keeping her further pacified. You know, I've heard of some folks actually attacking heroes when they show up to help. Did that happen to you? Ishameen here can work up some people into doing some crazy stuff, you know. Monkey face, apparently Ishameen, groaned at the mention of his name. He tried to lift his head in Ayukawa's direction, but it was futile. He was simply too injured, and his injuries weren't helped by the villain turning him over like a coin to be examined. Him and the rest of his little bad are just trying to bum me off so they can take over the town. They're not worth protecting, and the people of this town aren't. You don't have to put yourself through all this. Instead, you can keep living a good life. I know you like MT lady. Her magenta eyes narrowed. While a little flattered, that feeling was greatly eclipsed by the raw anger she felt. You've got to be kidding me. You seethed. You seriously think I'm going to accept that? Why not? Like I said, you like living the good life, and you know that's no longer the life a hero has. It's probably never going to be that way again, so why bother? Come on, you. The metallic face had grown to resemble Ayukawa's more closely. She wondered if he was diverting more of his attention into that rather than the rest of the body. You can stop playing the hero. You can live the life I know you want. Hell, I'll even let you rule this town alongside me. You'll be a lot happier that way. You ceased her snarling in favor of a long, cold glare that could rival a pyrokinetic. Here's my answer. Go fuck yourself. Ayukawa's metal-face sighed. Ah, damn it. I really thought you were cute, and I hoped you were one of the smart ones. Oh, well. He levitated the hostages around him like sick necklace while raising his left arm. I'll just have to hang your corpse up somewhere as a reminder to everyone think dash. Boom, boom, boom. Yu's eyes widened, seeing the gray body mass drop down in front of Ayukawa's face as he lurched forward, propelled by the explosions on his backside. You saw the cherry blossom-themed logo on his backside. It is a sight that made her heart leap in her chest in a way that hadn't happened in years. Kyo, she internally whispered. It was a joy to watch him drive one of his claws into Ayukawa's eyes, though not his real eye. He still felt the shocking sensation. The metal face reared back, roaring in pain. Yu's focus went to the various hostages he'd been using as his human shields. Simultaneously, the ferrokinetic levitation that kept them suspended ceased. Kyo, the hostages, she yelled. We're on it, he shouted back. He used Ayukawa's face as a springboard to leap at one of the hostages. The rest of the vigilantes joined him, bursting forth from the sides. A couple of them still had their hover pads, which came in excellent handy. Knowing her moment had arrived, she raised her leg and kicked. As much as she wished she could physically kick Ayukawa in the balls, she settled for making his steel avatar stumble back in an extra amount of pain. Standing up, she seized her moment to keep Ayukawa off balance. Her fists flew, slamming into the metal construct with pent-up fury. Like I said, go fuck yourself, you scrap-faced asshole. An uppercut lifted his metal body off the ground, an achievement that had Yu's inner self jumping for joy. She drove her left fist into his gut, sending him skidding back into the water. You knew she could pummel away at the avatar until it crumbled, or she could go straight for Ayukawa himself. To do that, she needed to figure out where he was hiding. It was either the chest or in the head. If it was the former, you had to consider the possibility he'd move to the head and try to make a quick getaway as he'd done before. No choice but to go for it. She launched her right hand at the golem's chest, but Ayukawa seemed to regain his bearings. He avoided her blow and returned it with one of his own, leading them to a back-and-forth akin to their previous exchange during the day. When their fists met, you winced, feeling the hardness of the composite metal, but it wasn't as bad as having those fists driven into her stomach, or plowing into her face. The hell is the matter with you? Ayukawa roared through his avatar's face. Just wham, go, wham, down, tum, already, tum, wham. You let her lips curl into a smile. Despite the slight pain in her left cheek, a grazing blow was preferable to the full punch which she'd landed on Ayukawa. That smile dissolved as she found herself falling forward thanks to the blow to her left leg. As she grunted, Ayukawa's arms wrapped around her neck, holding her in place while he proceeded to use his legs to crash into her gut over and over again. Grabbing at his arms, she pried them off and slammed her head into his in a vicious headbutt that forced him to step back. You stepped forward, her right arm reared back. Hopefully the knockout blow. Pop! Although the wrecking ball was fast, you was proud her reflexes were faster. Coming within striking range, she launched her fist. Behind you, roared Kyo's voice. Damn it! Her eyes widened, catching the sound of the wrecking ball curving in midair, coming back at her. Wanting to avoid a blow to the head, she jumped aside. She saw the composite ball was past her, but as it passed her, another one came at her, catching her in the left side. Gah! Her foot crashed into the ground as pain rolled across her body, but not enough she was open to another attack. You raised her right arm in time to block the haymaker with Ayukawa's reattached right arm. So he went for a headbutt with his malformed face. Rather than meet him, she stepped back and struck at him with a kick. Wham! Arg! Stomping down caused her left leg more pain, and then came the punch that sent her toppling down. She tasted blood in her lips, but she heard the whizzing of Ayukawa's fists through the air. With the space she had, you rolled aside, pushing herself up as Ayukawa's fist slammed into the ground. With thunder in her heart, she lunged at him, her right arm raised and ready to demolish him. His avatar's metallic face sneered as he brought his fist to meet hers, or smash it into her face. Zwoosh! Aff! WW, what the hell? His balance was off, leaving him falling forward. You took the opportunity to land an uppercut on him, lifting his body skyward. In addition, it was easy to land a follow-up punch on his stomach. Just as she tried to drive her punch in, the Avatar's arms wrapped around her, holding her against it. "Let go, you clingy bastard!" You yelled, struggling to free herself. "No way. Not until after I've pummeled you into Ga. Airgarg. GG get off. GG get out." One benefit to being squeezed was you was able to hear it, the sound of metal tearing. "Kyo," she whispered. It grew louder by the second. The ferocious sound of beasts set loose. Ayukawa's head wiggled, as the teenager was likely clawing away at his neck. Bracing herself, you rocked her head forward as hard as she could. Ayukawa's grip finally loosened as he was forced back, his metal face screaming in agony. "Kyo!" she yelled again. He stopped his rampage and ran around his neck. You stretched out her hand. In a clear sign, he picked up. With incredible strength, he kicked off the flailing giant and landed right in her palm. "You crazy kid, thanks for the save." You grinned, bringing him up to her face. Dried blood and sweat clung to his face. His eyes were feline silts and his fangs were out. Yet he had the cutest smile you believed she'd ever seen. "Just trying to dash. You're dead. All of you, you're dead." It almost seemed like the metal in his body was resonating with his anger. As much as you didn't want to admit it, she was actually a little intimidated at the sight. Even his wrecking ball arm started spinning. "Throw me at him." "What?" Kyo's feral eyes were on her, focused yet brimming with determination. "Throw me at him, hard and fast as you can. I think I can distract him." Yu's mind worked at a speed that could outpace lightning. Take his head off. He'd saved her earlier by somehow slicing off part of his leg. His claws had torn into the metallic golem's neck. Kyo's claws were hard enough to cut through metal, and he was small enough Ayukawa couldn't nab him. That was, if he wasn't knocked down midway. It was a risky move. If he was intercepted, then he was going to end up like Monkey Face. And he was just a kid, a high schooler who'd kept himself together while the world had collapsed. Was it okay for her to put him in such danger? To use him as such when she'd worried over his safety? All those questions had already been answered the moment she said yes. They were answered in the way he nodded back at her, fully resolute in this. Error gaff. Erica, gee, get off. Get the hell off me, you little furball. For a brief second, you were stunned, both by the success of their plan and the savagery Kyo laid into Ayukawa's head with. Sometime during flight, he began to spin, becoming more akin to a drill that slammed into Ayukawa's face and began tearing into it. She wondered if this was him really letting loose some pent-up rage at Ayukawa given how he'd lorded over Numazu. She wouldn't have put it past him. She arguably put some of her own anger into her next punch. Her anger at his offer, and his attempts to kill her afterward. That said, it wasn't just rage that went into her next attack. There was something else. Something purer. "No, I'm still going to keep going. Look, I'm sorry, but I'm not giving up. Plus, Ultrea. Wham!" It was a thunderous boom she was certain to be heard throughout town, if her shouting wasn't enough. Normally, she wasn't the one to call out that old motto, but you felt a certain pumping in her blood that led her to calling out the words. Oh, and maybe throwing the strongest punch she could muster helped. Was it one All Might would have been proud of? Midnight even? Ayukawa's golem ceased its movement as her fist smashed clean through its chest. Near simultaneously, Kyo damaged the head enough that it toppled off its neck. A scream of pure pain ripped through the air, the scream of a tyrant having his mind and body taxed to the limit. Despite the adrenaline pumping through her, Yu homed in as best she could on where the sound came from. Pulling her arm slightly out, she wiggled her fingers inside until she found him. Upon pulling her arm out completely, Kyo jumped on. He ran up to her palm as she turned it over to reveal Ayukawa. His eyes were wide while blood dripped from his nose and lips. Looking at her and Kyo, he tried to form words, but it was clear his mouth wasn't working. His whole body shook and shivered as he tried to get it to move, maybe even try to activate his quirk one last time. But it was over. He had nothing left in him, and he would have nothing to call a kingdom the next time he was able to move. Kyo loomed over him with a dark glare, one that slightly worried you. His rage had perhaps awakened some primal side of his quirk, a side that wouldn't think twice about slaying a defeated enemy in front of him. She'd seen enough nature documentaries to know that was how the law of the jungle went. The devastation around them certainly didn't make the memories pleasant. Just as she readied herself to speak, Kyo's fist came down in a light but still painful punch. Ayukawa's face flopped aside, his groaning proof of his continued life. You sighed in relief, something that didn't go unnoticed by the teen now standing in her palm. I wanted to. For everything he's done, You're better off not having done so, Kyo. Those claws of yours, they're pretty good at helping people, a lot more than killing them. She offered. He looked up at her, sweaty and exhausted, yet shocked by her words. Although she felt exhaustion and slight pain nipping at her, it was all light compared to the beatings she'd taken before, including during their earlier brawl. She smiled at the teenager who'd helped round two go a lot smoother, and who'd made for such good company, and a hell of a partner. We got him. She jubilantly cheered. Huh? We sure as hell did. He joined her in laughing, their shared voices rising up to the silvery moon half hidden away. For days later, for a split second, you genuinely thought of turning tail and running. It'd be totally embarrassing, but at least no one would ever know about it. Except the boy she just stood up. Luckily, Kyo was a nice enough guy. He hopefully wouldn't hold it against her. She visibly scowled at the thought. Get a grip already. You're here to thank him, so just do that. And quit being so jumpy. It's not like you're taking him out for something big and fancy. Not like there's any places that can do that. Huh. Then again, with him it's not like you need big and fancy. Anyway, he's just nice to be around. And that's why you're here. Because you want to spend some more time with him before you both go your separate. Hey! Wah. The black-haired teenager with feline eyes stared at her in slack-jawed confusion as she fumbled backward, clearly shocked by his seemingly sudden appearance. A smirk grew along his face whilst he watched her look like an idiot. Then he just downright laughed. You regained her composure and threw a pouty glare at him, but it just made him laugh even harder. Despite that, she felt her lips curving into a smile, too. It was nice to see him laughing. It was nice to see him happy after the mayhem of the last 4 days. He looked like a regular teenager dressed in jeans and a blue t-shirt, not a scavenger trying to survive in a war-torn city. It was a good look for him, one that you found herself consciously drinking in. Came to say goodbye before you left? He asked. Sorta, kind of, figured that we could do a lot more than just say goodbye at the train or something. That's what she knew she should have been doing. A face-to-face still wasn't so bad, but you couldn't tamp down this feeling of yearning that pushed her to see the teen one more time in the flesh. Despite his presence right in front of her, you still felt a hunger for something else, something more. You gonna invite me in, or what? She blurted out. Manners had seemingly been left somewhere on the side of the road, on her way over. Still smiling, he did just that. His apartment hadn't changed too much since her last day in it. Then there was the fact that he'd chosen to stay here at all. Then again, a part of her wasn't so surprised he'd chosen to stay. He had a dedication to Numazu that was adorable. It was akin to the dedication some heroes had to certain towns. She faintly remembered that's how it had been during the early days of quirks and vigilantes. Many people chose to simply protect their hometown and neighbors. It took a little while for some people to grow beyond that. Somewhat coincided with the emergence of hero agencies. As well, the realization reminded her of how far things seemed to be sliding back. Yet looking at Kyo heading toward the kitchen to get her something to drink nipped that thought in the bud. Things may have been grim, but they weren't hopeless. Here they were, back at the dining room table. Albeit instead of discussing a cover operation, it was to discuss something else. Something that made the previous topic seem almost minuscule. I seriously can't believe this. Her private thoughts echoed. You're seriously tripping over yourself talking to a... Hey, still in there? You didn't get another mission or something, did you? Huh? Oh, no, it's just... damn it. This is harder than it should be. And just like that, she gave up. Head fallen. She leaned forward on the table looking at it with worrisome eyes. I'm heading out tomorrow. Well, you know how it's all over. Yeah, I know. No rest for the virtuous. She heard the sorrow in his voice before she looked up and saw it in his eyes. There was something slightly comforting about it. At least she wasn't the only one depressed about the eventual parting. It helped her smile at him, in a sad kind of way, though. Isn't it no rest for the wicked? Pretty sure they go hand in hand with each other. I just know there's more going on outside of Numazu. Seeing actual helicopters and law enforcement kind of help remind people that, including me. His eyes drifted back down to the table, to his orange juice, to his hands. Anywhere but her face. Still, it was nice to see actual organized, well, anything. She smiled a little brighter at that. It was nice seeing organized law enforcement showing up when she put the call in. Same thing with medical care. There were certainly several people that needed it, including Ishameen, the leader of the new Numazu network. Or former leader. He wasn't going to be leading the organization from a hospital bed. He was lucky to be alive, and lucky the doctors were able to treat him. But he couldn't so much as lift a finger. For all intents and purposes, it seemed to be the end of the new Numazu network. Except others had stepped up, presumably cooler heads. Amongst them had been those who'd apologized for Ishameen's attack on her earlier. Her stepping up to protect them all seemed to have had an impact on them. In addition to the apparent tongue lashing Kyo had given them back at Ayukawa's warehouse hideout. I mean, you really should have heard him. He totally tore into everyone, including people 3 times his size, and he did it without fear. Asami had told her, when the two of them had a private moment. It was one she seemed to be trying to set up. Given what she had to say, you could somewhat see why. I can actually kind of imagine. The guy showed he sure could talk when we first met. You had responded with a nostalgic smile. Nostalgic for a moment that was less than a day old. Kyo had made one hell of an impression on her. So, he talked him into not killing the others? Yeah, all while looking like he could do it himself. Kyo's quirk. I've always known it's more lion than your typical house cat, but that really only comes out when he's angry or determined. I've never seen it like that. Truth is, I thought he looked kind of cool. The Mantis girl's cheeks flushed pink at the confession. Now it was really obvious why she wanted to have this conversation away from the forenamed lion boy. I think you inspired him. He talked about you, kept saying heroes were still fighting for us, and you were. Yu's cheeks flushed red hearing that. Modesty had never been her strong suit, and yet she was at something of a loss for words hearing how passionately Kyo had argued for her. I couldn't just leave the job unfinished, you know. Even back then, her words sounded nowhere near as boastful as she hoped they would. What's important is that everything worked out. All thanks to you and Kyo, but especially you. No one, not even Ishameen, could stand up to Ayukawa. All of us just went after him because you softened him up. Seriously, none of this ever could have happened if you hadn't done most of the heavy lifting. Asami continued with an ashamed glance. Deep down, you agreed with that. She had done most of the heavy lifting, literally, but that was partially because no one else could. Ishameen, though, he could, and he was currently lying in a hospital bed with nearly 80% of all his bones broken. It was doubtful others would have done better. Normally, that would have been the moment for her to start boasting, but humility held her tongue. It was a strange feeling, but one that you was getting used to. I've got a lot to thank you for. Saving my town, saving my comrades, and saving the last best friend I have left. So, thank you so much, MT Lady. And I'm so sorry about all the awful things we said about you and the other heroes still out there. It was a teary-eyed apology complete with a bow, something that left you stunned. Such emotional gratitude wasn't unknown to her, but it had become far rarer than it had once been, and it had never struck her as deeply as it had then. Ayukawa's syndicated collapsed, but the remnants were still running amok. Luckily, civilian resistance had been emboldened, and it had gained a measure of restraint now that Ishameen was out of the picture. As Kyo had told her, he'd been a driver of the more extremist approach, including murder and aggressive vandalism. While not a villain, she felt like Numazu might heal better with him, and Ayukawa out of the picture. The thought of Kyo living in that environment put her at ease, until she found herself here, staring back at him when he finally lifted his head up, allowing their eyes to meet. He had some damn charming green eyes, even if he didn't quite know it. Or maybe he did. She wouldn't know unless she asked him, and she sure as hell wasn't going to do that, not yet. He called to her. Can I give you a gift or something? Just something as a thank you? Sorry, it's not going to be anything grand, but I want some pictures. She stated. Okay, enough. You are not that dorky schoolgirl anymore. Buck up. You like this guy, and he likes you. You know what to do. You're MT's sexiest hero lady. She focused on his gaping face and even blushing cheeks. You temporarily wondered what was running through his mind, then grinned as a certain thought came to her. Admittedly, she was a little curious on that front. It's a beautiful day out, so why don't we make the most of it? Her voice wasn't dripping with seduction, but she did pour on the charm with her eyes, especially since she wasn't wearing her mask. She came over here without it because she wanted Kyo to not see Mount Lady. Just her, just you, Takayama. Kyo's mouth was agape while his cheeks were growing from pink to red. She giggled, picturing the ideas running through his mind. I wonder which ones I might be able to bring to life. Most guys would have been chopping at the bit for this opportunity, but a full minute passed with Kyo seemingly debating it, although he was a little annoyed. That ironically made her more confident about this. He wasn't some shameless horn dog like most of her fans were. However, that didn't mean he didn't have some horniness in him. I know a couple of spots I can take you to. They'd make for some great shots. He finally proposed. The redness of his cheeks were a sharp contrast to his black hair, and you loved it. Then grab your best camera and show me the town, Kyo. Oh, and while we're out, she winked at him, intensifying the blush. You can call me you. Oh, as Kyo had learned, people had some preconceived notions about photography and photographers, one of which included shameless perversion. He wouldn't deny there were some of those people out there, but he sure as hell wasn't one of them. That didn't mean that he didn't have thoughts, or dreams, or desires. If you could photograph one woman, who would you choose? If you could do swimsuit shots of any girl, who? If you could take nudes, who would you choose? That last one was a question Kyo was normally adamant on never answering. As for the others, well, he had a few, and that included the mountain hero, MT Lady, also known as Yu Takayama. That's who he felt like he'd spent the last 3 hours taking pictures of Yu Takayama, although he also took some shots of MT Lady herself. He just wished Numazu wasn't such a wreck. It was going to be a while before the city was back to what it once was. Thanks to the blonde at the end of his lens, it had that chance. He never knew that wreckage could be made beautiful by a beautiful woman. He never knew the mountain hero could be so photogenic without her mask, although he certainly knew how good she could be with it. He took several shots with her wearing it, yet she always took it off once the photos were taken. You can call me you. Yu's hair bellowed in the afternoon breeze as she looked back at Mount Fuji. The look of longing in her eyes was something he recognized. Kyo joined her at the edge, looking at the distant mountain with a smile filled with yearning. How old were you when you went there? He asked. 11. I kept asking my parents to take me there, and eventually they did. It was the first mountain I'd ever climbed. Sorta. Fitting given its importance, you know. I'm not surprised, and I'm kind of glad you managed to make that dream come true. How tall were you able to grow? Another hearty giggle. Just a little over 10 feet, maybe 10 and a half. Still, I felt like I was standing on top of the world. That was one of the happiest days of my life, and still is. To be honest, those eyes that cackled with light and affection were turned on her. What about you, Kyo? Heh, I was about 11 years old, too. My parents weren't going to take me until I was old enough to handle the walk-up, which I had to prove. Until then, I'd mostly just been around it, and it was one of my favorite places to be. He found something satisfying in the connection they shared with the iconic mountain. For her, it was rooted in her quirk, and for him it was a famous landmark of his birthplace. Every day he and the residents of Numazu woke up, it was there in the distance, a constant fixture. The next time I came back, my mom had died. I just ran up there and stayed there for a couple of hours to clear my head, scare my dad to death, something I'm not proud of. Kyo laughed at the bitter memory. That had been a long afternoon, but one that had ultimately ended on a happy note. The next time we went up there, it was the two of us. We wished Mom were with us, but we told her we'd be all right. Kyo leaned his head back and allowed the spring breeze to caress his face. For the briefest moment, he was back there on a mountaintop beside his dad, the two of them bravely facing the horizon together. It hasn't been easy, but I think we've done that. It's just my opinion, for whatever that's worth, but I think you are. At the very least, she'd be proud of you, Kyo. You saved this place. Meeting her gaze, he quelled the rush of excitement that swept through him with a calm smile. Just help the woman who did the hard part. Giggling, she reached over and tapped him on the chest, making his heart flutter. Still, I would have been a lot worse off without you. Hell, this whole town would have been if you hadn't talked so many people down. It's funny because I've always been better at pictures than words. He remarked, as much as I wanted to crack some skulls to get my point across, I knew that wasn't going to help. Her hand slid down from his chest to his left hand. You fought your instincts. He nodded in confirmation of her words. I've heard for some people with animal-based quirks, that can be hard. Still, it's not like they go full scale over to the wild side. That's what a couple people expected me to do. Just give in and go wild. It's the sort of stuff that the Meta Liberation Army preached. It's what a couple people did, particularly those with predator-based quirks. It's like something from the past coming back to life. It might have, if you hadn't been the bigger man, or you showed the other side of what being a lion means. Although her tone had a sing-song quality to it, Kyo was able to tell she was being genuine in praising him. It was in her eyes, looking at him with affectionate support that sent his heart into a greater tailspin. Anyone can move people through violence, but it takes something real special to do it through words. To turn an angry mob ready to lynch people into something more peaceful. Kyo, you've got a skill just as good as your photography, one that I'd confident come in real handy around her. I just wish I was there to see it in action. He made the mistake of looking away with a very visible blush on his face. Don't think you would have been up to it if I was watching you, Kyo. No, it's not that. Just, try not to let what you're saying go to my head. The last part was a rushed whisper, albeit one he was certain you heard. The cheeky grin on her face confirmed she did. Humility's never been my strong suit, but I can recognize it in others. Everyone said I could learn a thing or two from them. She jokingly confessed. Well, I think you have. From what I've seen and heard, you've learned how to be pretty humble, which is a stark contrast to how you were before. He was at a crossroad between trying to be nice and referring to the pre-chaotic days as back in the day. That's how much things had changed. It still seemed crazy to think about. Rather than feeling insulted, you chuckled. She walked back over to the railing and leaned against it, her gaze on the distant Mount Fuji. Kyo joined her, watching her blonde bangs swaying in the soft breeze. If the me from day one could see me now, I don't think she'd believe it. Hell, some days I wake up and I can't believe what I found myself able to put up with. I'll admit, the fame and fortune were a big draw for me, although I always ended up failing at the fortune part. On that he joined her in laughter. It was a known fact despite her popularity and success, you racked up quite a bit of collateral damage with her heroics. Her hand stretched out toward Mount Fuji. Yu's face is a mixture of nostalgia and clear-eyed focus. I've always been proud of my quirk, despite it being more on the destructive side. As a little girl, I read a lot of books about mountains, including how people looked up at them with so much awe and respect. I wanted people to look at me that way, especially after some less than stellar experiences I had in school. Although he had a vague idea what she was talking about, Kyo chose to remain respectfully silent, just like before in his apartment. He was seeing a side of the Mount Lady most people perhaps they didn't even know existed. It made him feel special seeing it. Being able to grow so big and do so much definitely got people to look up and admire me, and that felt good. Great. Awesome. It was a pretty addictive feeling. But it wasn't all I ended up feeling. People don't just look up to mountains in awe. They look up to them for protection, too. I realized it a while back, although I buried it beneath my desire for adoration. Still, it came back to me as I went on, as people kept on relying on me. I realized how much of a responsibility that was, and no matter what, I couldn't just walk away from it. Enlightenment was the word that came to mind looking at her. The realization of what it meant to be a hero, a realization that had stuck with her and turned into a drive that kept her going through these dark times, even when people have turned their back on you. Kyo found himself whispering, "Yeah, crazy as it sounds. If I hadn't realized that I'd have called it quits with the others." She stated, without thinking. He raised his left hand and placed it beneath hers, keeping it afloat. Yu's eyes widened as she looked at him. Her cheeks turned the lightest shade of pink. Kyo just stared back with an unwavering gaze as he spoke. "I'm glad you didn't. And so are plenty of other people, not giving up when times get tough. I think that's part of what makes a hero. Doing it because people need your help, rather they appreciate you or not, that's real heroism." Another laugh, although he noted this time. She was the one looking away. "Doesn't sound like the sensational Mount Lady, does it? Maybe not the one the world's got to know, but it's the one that the world needs. It's the one I'm happy I got to meet, to help and catch on camera." He replied with a smile. The pinkness became red, and it practically covered her whole face. Kyo was able to see it in its entirety thanks to you looking directly at him. He wasn't boasting, and he wasn't trying to play it cool. He just said what he genuinely thought. Of all the heroes he could have run into, he was genuinely glad it was Mount Lady. It took a giant to beat a giant, and he was happy that this one had a heart almost as big as her size, even if she didn't act like it most of the time. Gah, why'd you have to go and say something like that? And keep that stupid, honest look on your face. The next thing he knew, her arms were around his neck, her body pressing against his, including her cheeks against the nape of his neck. The height difference between them did nothing to distract from the fact that he was enjoying having her somewhat petite yet still sexy body pressing against his. Kyo felt his cheeks explode into crimson and his arms freeze up, only to awkwardly wrap around the blonde who'd flung herself into his arms. Really, don't you know that that kind of look does to a girl? Kyo had a vague idea, although that, and everything else in his mind, was swept away as you pulled his head down so their lips could meet. The kiss ecstasy immediately spread through his body right down to his toes. When Yu's tongue jammed its way into his mouth, it was like breaking the lock on something inside of him, perhaps his dumbstruck stupor. Whatever the case, he started returning the kiss. That included wrapping her arms around her small waist, squeezing their bodies together. It seemed like their lips followed suit. The last 20 seconds of the kiss were pure passion, something Kyo could well and truly say he'd never felt in any of the few kisses he'd had. Pulling away, he saw that maybe, just maybe, it was the same for you. Unsurprisingly, her cheeks were still burning red. It was her eyes, though, that he was really drawn to. They always had a certain shiny quality to them, practically twin spheres of rubellite. Staring into them furthered the acceleration of his heart. Kyo felt his breathing quicken as Yu's eyes continued to look back at him, desire building in them. He knew the same feeling was inside of his. He felt it coursing through his veins. "And no, don't tell me I'm... Cece, come on. Get a hold of yourself. You've kissed girls before." It almost seemed painful trying to think of the few girls he'd kissed before you. Their faces appeared so fast, he was hardly able to comprehend them. At the end of it all was you. She was standing right in front of him, still blushing, still staring at him with that look. He knew what he had to do. His attempt to look away was stopped by the woman herself. Grabbing his cheeks, he gently turned his face back, so he was facing her. Words failed him. The desire to memorial the event through a picture was done mentally. "Kyo," she called in a heated voice. "I know that look in your eyes. Trust me, I do. I am sorry. I am not like this with every girl I kiss. There's something about you that's different." He gasped. Common sense was telling him to get away, to stop before he did something incredibly stupid. Her fluttering laughter did nothing to soothe the desire primal, desire swelling within him. It added to it. "Well, I'm the mountain hero. MT lady. Of course I'm not like every other girl." She brought his head lower, stopping short of connecting their lips. And you're not like any other guy I've been with. Very few guys have told me I'm a good hero and meant it the way you have. But what about your partner, Kamui Woods? He asked, secretly dreading the answer. Just partners and friends on that front. She laughed again the way his eyes impulsively widened at that. Yeah, I know people like to talk. We hear it all the time, but it's just he's a partner I'm lucky to have. Likewise, I consider myself lucky to have ran into you in this town. Lucky that I got to meet such a brash and gutsy guy like you who still had faith in heroes like me. Hell, who believed I'm a hero. Kyo found his lips moving, his brain just barely catching up to his mouth. Even then, he didn't stop with his statement. Yeah, you are the sexiest hero in the world. Her grin split her face, but only for a second. Even with the scar? Slowly, but with rising confidence, he reached up and caressed that part of her face. Yeah, even with that. After all, you got it doing your job, and that's nothing to be ashamed of. She sighed, ending in a happy, almost relieved smile. You just keep on saying things that make me go weak at the knees, don't you? It's not like I'm trying to. He laughed back. Hee, I know, and that's a reason why I like you, Kyo. She gave him a quick peck on the lips. While such a thing would have normally been the main event, he realized what she was really getting at when she sensually raised her leg against his. Her whole body, especially her chest, sensually grinded against his. The rush of sensual heat was inevitable. But I've been thinking you deserve something special for everything you've done for me and everything you put yourself through. Why, it was amazing how easily he'd gotten used to calling her by her first name. Playful seduction danced in her eyes alongside genuine affection. So what do you say, Kyo? I really want to do this, but only if you're up for it. I've really come to like you. Holding her by the cheek and waist, he brought her in for a kiss. He was the instigator this time. She answered a hell of a lot quicker than him, returning it with pure joy and looping her arms around his neck to deepen it. His right hand slid from her cheeks to her hips. You laughed in jubilation when a moment later he picked her up in his arms and took off across the rooftops. He could tell she liked being carried this way. Somewhere, a part of him dearly hoped this wouldn't be the last time he'd carry her away like this. And the day he did, Numazu would be in better shape. Or maybe it'd be some other city. There'd been times he hadn't immediately developed the photos he'd taken, the reasons being varied. None of those reasons had ever been because of a girl, a woman, a pro-hero, who liked him, who wanted to have sex with him, who was passionately kissing him the second he put his things down once they were back at his apartment. It felt like something straight out of a movie. The woman in his arms was very much like an actress herself. She had all the beauty and vanity one would have associated with a movie star. Truth be told, that was something about her he found oddly attractive, but it wasn't the main reason. That lay in the person she truly was. A proud beauty, but one with a heart as big as her giant form. A woman who'd taken numerous earth-shaking, mountain-busting blows to protect the people who couldn't survive them, including him, all while being spat on by those same people. Thinking about that helped him rein in the primal impulse coursing through him. You looked up, shocked by it. She'd seen her share of horny guys before, but Kyo he was different. The slow reassertion of reason was evident on his face, and it was an amazingly alluring sight. Normally, most guys would have been tearing her clothes off the second they were through the door. She could tell the urge had been there within him. Yet he suppressed it. He'd suppressed it all the way to the bedroom, his bedroom, where he gently sat her down and now loomed over her. His every breath excited her heart. Yet just as mesmerizing were his eyes, so focused and clear while possessing a raging intensity to them. She stared into them well into their next kiss, soft at first before taking a noticeably intimate turn. You welcomed it, and she welcomed how Kyo gently bore down on her. Although she'd been expecting something wilder, she didn't find herself complaining about the tenderness in which he fell over her. You let out a louder than expected moan when he kissed her neck, or what little of it was exposed thanks to her costume. Suddenly, she really regretted coming here in her hero costume instead of something more casual, but she wanted to be ready in case trouble blew up somewhere in town. Now, Here she was wishing she was wearing something more casual or even sexy. Just, Gigi going to have to remember that for next time. Her eyes widened at the statement. And next time, Kyo pulled away, maybe sensing the change in her. Her hands shot to his cheeks, locking his face in and framing it, so she could look into his green eyes. Yeah, damn right there's going to be a next time. You brought their lips together, recreating that euphoric feeling that came with their first kiss. It only seemed to have grown stronger. His heart was pounding at a speed he'd never felt before, not in the heat of battle or when he was angling to get the best picture possible. He didn't have to do that. Only he stared back at the woman he'd just finished kissing. Rosy cheeks and magenta eyes, light blonde hair that, ironically, reminded him of a lion's fur more so than his own black hair. She was perfect. Kyo blinked, feeling a hand on his chest. Looking down, he saw it and fell back, although Yu's other hand tenderly gripped her shoulder. Smiling, she motioned for them to switch places. "This bed isn't technically yours," sounded a voice in the corner of his mind as he stared up at the sexy blonde straddling his hips. There was no hiding the tent in his pants. Kyo gasped when it was stroked by the delicate fingers of the pro hero on top of him. "HHA, you're pretty heroic yourself, Kyo," she purred. "I'm not saying this just as flattery. I'm saying this as someone who's worked alongside pros, including the greats." Her blonde bangs fell against his face as she leaned down. His breath hitched in his throat at the proximity of her lips, yet his eyes remained focused on hers. "You run off into danger simply to help anyone you can. You help without asking for anything in return, and you know where to draw the line between right and wrong. I'm just me. I've never tried to be a hero. He tapered off half, trying to find the strength to look away, but he didn't want to. His hands gradually rose to grasp her hips. In response, she stroked his cock through his pants. This'll sound cliché, but that's part of what makes a hero, at least one people can look up to. I never tried too hard to be that kind of hero, but I knew a couple of them. They're the ones I respect the most." Her eyes turned slightly serious as she cradled his face. "I need you to do something for me. Promise me you'll never lose that. No matter what happens, no matter how crazy things get, don't lose that part of yourself, okay?" He tightened his hold on her hips. "I will. But you've got to promise me you'll stay alive, all right? Hey, remember who you're talking to. Mountains don't break that easily. Kyo, especially this one." She closed the distance between their lips, and Kyo's heart, as well as hers, soared. His hips thrusted upward simultaneous to tighten her hold on his member. Kyo groaned into the kiss, feeling the raw surge of ecstasy shooting through him and accumulating in his manhood. How he didn't come in his pants was a shock to him, and although based on the look in her eyes as she pulled away from the kiss, she was intent on changing that. Another kiss and another stroking of his member, putting Kyo in a tight spot. A part of him was subconsciously holding himself back. Although his drawer was just a few feet away, he wanted to hold on to some dignity in not coming in his pants. He wanted to do that out of them. Yeah, and have it splatter on the face of the beautiful woman you just spent 3.5 hours photographing, sounded his inner voice. Finally, she gave him a reprieve, although she remained atop his waist. His penis was still sticking up through his pants, too. You gave him a temporary relief from his pleasuring, but he suspected that would end pretty soon. On top of that, a part of Kyo wanted it to end. She leaned forward, making his blood race again. "Just lie back and enjoy this, Kyo. An extra special thank you gift from the sensational Mount Lady," you declared with a wink. Immediately, he knew what she was going to do. If his blood was racing before, then it was shooting across the skies like a jet fighter, wide-eyed and his feral instincts jumping in excitement. He lifted his head up and watched you climb down to his hips. A single stroke to his cock made it twitch. Kyo felt that continuing twitch as she moved down lower to his feet, removing his shoes and socks, and finally returning to his waist. Slowly, she undid his belt and then his zipper. Knowing it was inevitable, he shut his eyes and braced for it. Holy shit. Why you're fucking big. The blonde yelled loud enough for her voice to echo throughout the whole apartment. It was a good thing it was empty except for the two of them. I've always wondered if it's a part of my quirk. You know what they say about lions. He whispered. She knew lions lived in prides, one male and multiple females. You looked at the 7-inch meaty cock that could probably satisfy several women. It was sure as hell going to satisfy her. And it's all mine. Sorry, ladies. It doesn't matter what it is. It's yours, Kyo. Even you recognized how different her voice sounded. Kyo gawked at her, while his cheeks were still outperforming cherries in terms of color. And now it's mine. Her tongue stuck out, running along the thick length. The teenager's voice shot into the air as his body shook from the force of her oral lashing. She practically had to force herself to not give him another, to simply watch him tremble in ecstasy. It was an arousing sight, almost as arousing as the sight of his cock twitching directly in front of her. "H-H-A," he managed to mutter. "Did you enjoy that, Kyo?" You asked, grinning. "Why, yes, that's that shit. Why, yes, I did." "Then enjoy the rest of this. Big boy." His voice shook the room thanks to her second, third, and fourth licks. You went all the way down to his balls affectionately, sucking them as much as she did his base. He bucked and squirmed, his cock twitching seconds before it erupted in a glorious shower of cum. She didn't mind how it splattered all over her face, all over her hair. Nothing a good shower wouldn't fix, especially if it was with a black-haired teen who'd unwittingly charmed her. Her lips clapped down on his tip, stopping the sudden orgasm, at least stopping it from spraying. Instead, she felt Kyo's juices splashing against the roof of her mouth. Every bit then poured down her throat. It was better than any liquor she could have gotten her hands on, or any other man she'd been with. It was like 100 flashes going off in front of his eyes. Kyo struggled to get a clear view of the ceiling, but he still tried. Ultimately, it wasn't even the ceiling he was looking at, just Yu's head, her blonde hair dotted with his cum. It was bobbing up and down on his cock, the same cock that she just proclaimed to be hers. Despite the flood of emotion, Kyo felt himself smiling. I got a hero addicted to my cock. Hey, not too bad, huh? The thought came at the tail end of another deep roar that shook the room. Kyo felt his manhood surging with a new surge of cum that was blasted straight up into Yu's mouth. She moaned in delight as she took it all in, watching it further incited the beast within him. MMHHH, sounded her muffled voice. She took the next rush like she'd been expecting it. That, or she just had a hell of a gag reflex. As she swallowed the upward blast of cum, you only had one clear thought in her head. I want this thing inside of me. It was as inevitable as the sun rising and falling. The tingle between her legs was simply undeniable and almost mind-breaking. You pulled away, but Kyo's cock had one last burst of cum to expel. Her pussy tingled again as it splattered across her face, coated in sweat and loose cum from his earlier orgasm. Now it was all over her, in her hair and in her eyes. Her face was a mess, but Kyo still thought she looked gorgeous. Mine. She's mine, whispered his animalistic self. Oh, it was awake, and it was damn well letting its voice be heard, a voice that Kyo knew represented some part of him. His first time coming on a woman's face, and it happened to be a pro-hero's. Said hero smiled at him through the cum on her face. Geez, you've been pent up, haven't you? Or maybe this is just how you usually are. I don't know. I've never done this before. He stuttered. Kyo felt like he should have offered her a towel, or paused in the sex so she could wash up, or give her a moment to clean the cum off her face. That would have been one hell of a sight. I know, and that's part of what makes this so much fun. Dragging her finger down her cheek, she scooped up some cum and popped it into her mouth. Kyo's nearly went bug-eyed watching her suck her fingers so sensually. Mind if I wash off a little? And then not at all. To take your time. Truthfully, he felt like he needed a second to catch his breath, to remind himself this was real and not some dream he conjured up, potentially on hospital painkillers. He shamelessly watched her walk out the door, her hips swaying all the while. Kyo knew it was intentional, and she knew he knew. You turned around and winked at him, her pose similar to the men she struck for the paparazzi. This time, it was just for him. Once she was gone, Kyo let his head hit the pillows again, his cock somewhat deflating now that the object of his sexual ferocity was gone. He took the moment to catch his breath as much as he could. His eyes stared at the ceiling, now cast in a slightly orange glow thanks to the setting sun outside. His two sets of ears picked up the sound of the bathroom faucet running. The sound made a part of his mind wander off to the possibility of watching her clean herself. Shutting his eyes was the only way to block out the next image of water running, water from the showerhead, hitting Yu's naked body. His cock temporarily re-hardened at the image before he definitively stomped it out. A hand fell over his face. Geez, I was just trying to save my town. Never would have thought this was how it'd go. Not that I'm complaining. Reminiscing over the last several days, he found it crazy to think his decision to investigate the commotion near the river had led him to here. Crazy road called life. He murmured with a chuckle. When the faucet turned off, Kyo knew what it meant before his ears picked up the call of the blonde hero. Hey, Kyo, I'm ready. Her footsteps were clear as day to him, and each one made his heart race in anticipation. It was exactly what you wanted. She struck a pose entering the bedroom and watched as his jaw dropped. While she may not have been the tallest woman around, she had a sexy body, a body she was proud to show off, although that was often with the addition of her hero costume, which she left in the bathroom after finishing washing up. All she was left in was her sports bra and underwear, both as black as his hair, a firm contrast to her olive skin and her creamy blonde hair. All her wounds from the fights had healed with practically zero scars. The only one she had was the one over her eye, but Kyo had accepted that as part of her. Maybe one day she'd tell him how much that meant to her. Today, however, wasn't that day. It was a day she stacked a claim on the lion-hearted teenager who'd won her heart where dozens of other men had tried their hand and failed. In turn, she wanted to make sure he never thought of another woman except her. Why were you, why you're GGG gorgeous. He admitted with his blush reaching up to his feline ears. I mean, why are you're... She struck another pose, lifting her arms up and exposing her belly button and sides. I'm gorgeous? Beautiful? Yeah, I know. During their previous photo tour, she hadn't struck too many seductive poses, but it had been on her mind. Things had been calmer then, more chaste, but here they were in the bedroom, her having previously blown him, and she had every intention of giving him another one, along with something just as tantalizing. You never gave him a chance to properly respond. In a few short steps she was on him, planting her lips against his in a new series of kisses. He immediately responded, kissing her back and moving his hands over her abdomen and backside. Although she showed off her body, there was a difference when all she was wearing was underwear and a bra. It hit differently. Swimsuits were the sole exception, and even then, she never allowed anyone to touch her the way Kyo was doing. A couple of guys had tried, though. Every stroke of his hands against her body made you shudder in bliss. His touch was almost, if not equal, to the warm feel of hot water from the shower, washing off all the blood and grime she'd accumulated. This was one of the joys of heroism that often went undiscussed, at least in public circles. It was also one that was better felt than could be explained, although hearing it from others could motivate one into trying for themselves. Her arms looped around Kyo's neck while it was around her waist, their lips breaking apart for a few brief moments. They just held each other while lying atop the bed. Yu's heart thundered in her chest as she gazed into his green eyes, watching the desire for her override whatever flicker of rationality remained. In doing so, they turned feral. She knew she was unleashing something primal within him, and it excited her, more so given his inner beast was a lion, king of the jungle, or in this case, king of the mountain. The next kiss was intimate from start to finish, their tongues shooting out and slamming into each other. Their oral grinding bounced across the sunlit quiet of the room. It ended with a pop. Yu sat up, panting while spraying her fingers over his chest. Sit on the edge of the bed, Kyo. He did so without a word, although she could practically hear his heart pounding at a mile a minute. She got off him so he could move, and then took her place on her knees directly in front of him in front of his now steel pole of a cock. Yu openly stared at it in naked awe and hunger, while feeling Kyo's hungry gaze on her. You know those old stories about how the mountain never kneels? She called. Why, yeah. Pretty sure it was said in a movie about ancient China once. Kyo answered. Finally, She tore her eyes off his cock, magenta meeting emerald green. This is the exception, okay? He nodded, silently taking the words to heart. With a smile, she reached back and pulled up her bra, finally revealing her boobs. His eyes widened in shocked delight while his manhood constantly twitched, a small spurt of pre-cum dripping from his tip. The sight was her cue. A-H-H-H. Feels good, right? I can say the same goes for me, Kyo. She meant it. Having a steel rod of a cock in her mouth was great, and so was having it between her breasts. Although she very quietly and reluctantly admitted they lost out to midnights in size, they were still enough to draw a man's attention. And in this case, giving a guy a damn good tit fuck. F-F-F-U-C-K. I-I-C-C can't believe. I-T-F feels S-S-O good. Her teenage boy toy cried. Given his side, his tip naturally poked out from the tip of enclosure of her breasts. She didn't wonder if it'd be different if her boobs were bigger. He was just happy he was enjoying it, and happy she was his first. She was going to be his first in everything sexual, and he was proving to be her best as well. You finally took the chance to pop his tip into her mouth. Her lips clapped on the head of his manhood. While his cock slid upward, she squeezed it with all the erotic pressure she could muster. His tip erupted in her mouth a second time, splashing every inch of her mouth with his semen. A thunderous boom sounded from her heart, and lightning struck her pussy. The sizzling heat cooked it, while she savored the delicious taste of Kyo's juices surging down her throat. Kyo could have sworn he felt his eyes roll back into his head from the ecstasy born from his orgasm. It was a release that he just couldn't put into words. His hands felt detached from his body, yet they were the only thing keeping him upright. Somehow, they continued to do so as the seconds passed. Somewhere along the way his vision cleared up enough for him to refocus on the blonde hero still sucking his cock, and still pillowing it, too. His knuckles were starting to turn white from how hard he was gripping the sheets. At the rate he was going, he wasn't going to need his claws to shred them. His breathing intensified, especially when he began thrusting his hips forward. He hadn't been in this situation with too many girls, Red, any, but he was pretty sure those were happy noises. Further confirmed when she looked up at him, and her eyes were still glistening with erotic joy. His right hand fell on her head, her blonde hair which he'd splashed with his cum. Now, he claimed her mouth. Again, Kyo worked his hips with vigor. The mountain kneels. He mused while effectively using her mouth as he saw fit, and how she let him. Kyo closed his eyes and braced as another wave of ecstasy shadowed him. It meant only one thing was coming next. You saw it too, as she squeezed his cock with gusto and sucked his tip even more. Hiya! MMHH. She didn't just swallow his cum. She let it splash over her face. It still resulted in a good deal of cum entering her mouth, but she was able to feel Kyo's sweet nectar splattering across her face again. Maybe she'd have to take another trip to the bathroom, but it'd be absolutely worth it. So would getting a replacement pair of undies. Kyo let his body fall back, his breathing hard and his vision blurry. The only time he'd ever felt this way was running a marathon, and even that didn't leave him feeling this euphoric. Nothing in his life had ever left him feeling so dazed and happy, blissful, to be precise. Still gasping, he sat up and watched the mountain hero licking herself clean of his cum. Like before, some of it had gotten into her hair, although she didn't seem to mind too much her eyes crossed with his. Her smile made his member twitch in eagerness as he thought of ramming his cock back into her mouth or going for her pussy. Pussy! Kyo thought again, giggling. She climbed onto his lap, where he once again wrapped his arms around her. Have fun getting blown by a hero? She asked with a grin. God, yes, I did. I didn't know blowjobs or tit jobs could be that great, he said with a breathless smile. Well, mine aren't particularly good. Consider yourself lucky you're going to have premium access to them. Her hands combed through his onyx spikes as she leaned forward. And that goes for access to the smoking hot body. The kiss was somewhere between tender and sexy. It almost seemed like they were passing time, yet still enjoying themselves. They were a polarizing dichotomy. He was naked from the waist down, while for her it was from the waist up, her blonde hair and his black. They each enjoyed running their hands through the other's manes. holding her. Kyo rolled them over onto the center of the bed. Yu's eyes widened in hot alarm as the teenager loomed over her, his wild eyes looking at her as a lion truly would its prey or its mate. Her legs subconsciously rubbed together as she looked up into his eyes. Slowly, he moved his hands into hers and raised them above her head. It just made her all the more turned on. "I can smell you. You came a little between yours," he declared in husky voice that sounded way too cool to belong to a high schooler. "It's your fault, Keikyo." She fired off with still red cheeks. Cracking a smile, he sat up and finally removed his shirt. Yu's eyes widened at the lean yet muscular body he'd been hiding beneath all his shirts and jackets and hoodies. Although he wasn't the most muscular guy, he definitely had some on him. She briefly wondered if he'd always been that way or if the last 2 months had given him that physique. Totally enamored, she reached for his chest, gasping when his hands gripped her wrist to stop her. Smiling, he leaned forward while moving her hands away and keeping them at either side of her head. His husky breast tickled her face before he kissed her. Yu jumped at him like a snake, relentlessly throwing herself into the lip lock. Her legs rose and coiled around his waist, pushing his naked and cum-soaked manhood against her black undies. They were already ruined, so she didn't feel like she had much left to lose. She wanted to wrap her arms around his head or neck immediately, but Kyo's gentle hold kept her hands raised. His hands slowly moved into hers, and she immediately grasped his hands with her own. Yu loved the feeling of his now entirely naked body pressing against her with such feathery softness. It was a marked contrast to the bestial ferocity she knew slumbered within him, and now leaking out as she gave herself over to him. She knew he wanted to claim her in the most intimate way imaginable, and yet now he was being so gentle with her. He started out soft, too. The way his hands moved and the way he kissed her, you almost couldn't believe it was real. No one had ever been this gentle with her. You found that she liked it a whole damn lot. His kisses moved down her body, finally free of her hero costume and fully relieved him. You was sure he'd have gone bunk wild. Not that she would have minded that. W8, H's kisses his lips. Aye, Izzy. KKKyo. She saw him softly pepper her leg, like it was a fine piece of art. You gave him an ethereal smile. "How come you're so good at this, huh? You said you've never gone this far with a girl. What don't have to you?" His green eyes met hers, his breathing still husky, yet the animal in him was being held back. "Are you enjoying this, you?" "Yes, yes. Please, keep going," she confessed. Smiling, he went right back to it, kissing and stroking her body like a feather. Even the memory of the wounds and injuries were seemingly brushed away by his touch. No one had ever done this for her. None of her previous partners had been this considerate. How ironic that the one who finally was happened to be about 7 years younger than her. You knew it would raise eyebrows and maybe cause her reputation to sour a little, but she honestly didn't care. Watching Kyo lovingly attend to her healed body was the best thing any bedroom partner had done with her. He was the best boy she'd ever been with. She lifted her legs up to help him when he pulled on her undies, cum leaked from her womanhood as he stared at it, his pupils temporarily flashing into silts. His breathing became heavier, and then came the gasp as she parted her legs to invite him in. And God, did he take the invite? First, he licked her, licking up all the cum she'd expelled prior. That alone was like a spring gale to her womanhood, revitalizing and fulfilling. You felt it sweeping through her up to her brain, spinning it around like a windmill beneath the sun. The singular wind turned into a storm that battered the pathetic runt of a tree that was her pussy. "Hewa, hawa, eahak," you wailed as she grabbed at the sheets. Keikyo, it had been a quiet battle, resisting the urge to dive in and take her thanks to the sweet smell of her juices. That battle, all the resistance, ended when he dove in and helped himself to her pussy. Kyo licked up all her juices in what seemed like no time it left him wanting more. So he happily, eagerly, dived into her pussy. His tongue pushed in, and he found nothing but wetness and tightness and scorching hot ecstasy. Her vaginal walls immediately clapped on his tongue, not that it stopped him from wiggling it in every direction. Yu's moans were synced to his wild thrashing. He quickly started coordinating his thrusts, flicking his tongue in a new direction and hitting her insides with varying force. Before, he'd seen the mountain kneel, and now he was practically digging his way under it, shaking it to its foundations. She cried out with increasing bliss each time. It was her voice bouncing through the apartment, a far cry from the silence that usually permeated it, broken only by the occasional murmur from the TV. Her legs, capable of growing to building size, wrapped around his head with a shocking amount of strength despite their regular size. Kyo pushed deeper, completely immersing himself in the sweet aroma of Yu's womanhood. He knew her actions were a plea for more, and he gladly gave her what she wanted, borderline what she seemed to need. Yu bucked her hips against his, not quite in sync with his tongue thrust, but close enough. This being their first time, it was forgivable they lacked any sort of synchronization. Maybe their next time together would be different. Next time? Questioned his inner voice, with a grinning, glittering smile bearing fangs similar to his own. Kyo was sure those didn't come out as he ravaged Yu's womanhood. Her walls were tightening just like how his cock did. It meant only one thing. He smirked against her quivering walls, then delivered a long, sensual lick against her folds. Yu's whole body shuddered as the ecstasy-laced jolt traveled up her spine. Keku, I am going to dash. He stabbed his tongue inside of her, along with his right index and middle finger. It was something he'd seen done in a couple of hentai manga and pornos. Given the situation, he figured why not give it a go. And based on the torrent of cum that gushed from her pussy, he'd made the right move. Kyo remembered putting his mouth before a giant chocolate facet, swallowing as much of it as he could along with his friends. It was a great time. That's sort of what it was like, except 100 times better. Instead of chocolate, Yu's juices tasted creamy vanilla like it's a taste that suited her hair. After this, he was sure he was going to have a new appreciation for all things vanilla come drip from his face when he finally finished his meal. Kyo wiped away with his hand while drinking in the sight of Yu, lying flat against the bed, dazed and red-faced. Her creamy blonde hair was fanned out behind her, giving her a wild look that he still found attractive. Half-glazed over magenta eyes locked on him, their clarity increasing with each second. Crawling over so he was directly above her sped up the process. Clarity was there, but so too was lust. Delicate hands he'd seen smash apart a giant reached up and caressed his face, pulling him down and pressing his body against hers. He'd felt old bruises and scars on her body. They'd been the target of his string of kisses prior to eating her out. They, much like the scar over her left eye, were proof that she wasn't just looks. She was committed to being a hero, even in the dark times. He wasn't sure what his gratitude was worth, but he wanted to give her as much of it as he could, and maybe something a little more. Looking back, you couldn't remember the last time a man had held her like this, if ever. Held her or kissed her like this. There was one boy in the past who she wanted to have this kind of relationship with, a boy she hoped she would. On a sunny afternoon right before summer break, that dream ended, and she spent the following break in a deep depression. You tried not to look back on that point in her life. Borderline forget it. She didn't want to say she'd given up on ever achieving that. She was young. There'd be other guys. Her mom had told her. At the time, she didn't believe it. But she'd been right. There had been other guys. And now there was Kyo. She knew a part of her was going to be asking why she was feeling this way about a kid at least 7 years younger than her. Not the biggest age gap, but it was there. The answer would probably be that she was grateful to him. Grateful that there was someone who still believed in heroes. Who still believed in her. Who put so much on the line to support her when everyone seemed to be giving up or giving in. When she slipped into simply holding him against her, he held her back. It just felt good to be held in someone's arms, especially a big, strong someone. Still, the presence of a certain something never quite went away. After several minutes of cuddling, it became too much for you to ignore. "Hey, Kyo," she called. "Do you want to be on top?" His eyes immediately widened, indicating he did before he verbally answered. I think I do. Sorry if that comes off as dash. Although the kiss was quick, it was still exhilarating to the two of them. Go for it. Oh, and don't hold back, okay? I can take everything you've got. He breathed out, moving into position, grabbing his cock and angling it right in front of her vagina. Thanks to his devourer of her cunt, Her silk was nice and wet, perfectly ready for his manhood to enter her. Granted, you had a feeling his girth would be an experience. Since you asked for all I've got, here it comes. With the same ferocity she'd seen him display in a fight, he thrusted his hips forward. His cock rushed straight into her cunt, sliding in and all the way through. You felt every centimeter it slid past, and it was pure bliss that fried her brain. Fucking hell. Why were you're so fucking tight, you? Contrary to his words, the constriction of her walls was something he enjoyed. Even after hitting her core and going still, Kyo felt himself assailed by waves of ecstasy. Her magenta eyes locked with his, shining brighter than before. And you're so fucking big. Looping her arms around his neck, she squeezed her body against his as her vaginal walls were doing with his cock. I fucking love it, Kyo. That was when his pupils changed once more, feline silts filling his eyes as primal instinct took over. His hips moved at a fast pace he wasn't restraining himself. It was full throttle from start to what was probably going to be the finish. The loud, earth-shaking finish that might leave the bed ruined, but it'd be worth it. All the things she saw on TV and books were thrown aside as he finally experienced the real thing, what real sex felt like. He looked down at the woman he had to think for that, and the woman he was currently thrusting his hips into like a madman. Yu's face was contorted in screaming bliss, an expression he found himself mesmerized by. Kyo reared his hips back, nearly pulling out of her completely before thrusting his cock back into her. You felt like the air was forced out her lungs, and then it rushed back into her, just in time for her to scream loud enough to shake the entire apartment. She wasn't sure she'd ever screamed that loudly during sex, and she hadn't even climaxed yet. At the rate Kyo was going, it wasn't too far off, though. Whenever she tried to think of words to describe him, they all turned to mush. Thanks in no small part, thanks to his piston-like thrusts. He was fucking her with pure animalistic fury, and Yu was loving every second of it. With what concentration she could muster, she eyed his lips and brought his face down for a kiss. His thrusting continued into their lip lock, actually intensifying thanks to the extra shot of euphoria. You felt her stuffed pussy experiencing an extra tingle as well. The more they kissed, the stronger the tingle became. Even after their kiss ended, the feeling persisted, aided by Kyo's returning thrusts. You gasped and moaned, occasionally screaming from the impact that seemingly shook all of her insides. Kyo, she whimpered when she finally found her voice. By now, it wasn't a quiver or a tingle or a pussy. It was a seismic quake that heralded only one thing. Green eyes widened at the incredible pressure the teen's manhood was brought under. Despite her small stature, the pro-hero's womanhood was squeezing his dick with all the pressure of her giant-sized hands. The heat was like an incinerator. Both traits called to the inner beast within him, already up and about, roaring as it claimed the blonde. Finally, there were her screams, loud declarations of sensual gratification that made Kyo's heart swirl with pride and ever-increasing desire. I can't. I'm not stopping until I come in you. Why, you? Every last drop. He boomed as she held tightly onto him, and him her. Fucking do it. Empty your whole load in me, Kyo. I want every last drop. She yelled back in an equally thunderous voice. Their eyes met and a sloppy kiss ensued, pure passion feeding a messy explosion. Its length was undeterminable. All that mattered was the two of them enjoyed it down to the last second. Separating from her, Kyo pulled his hips back, his cock practically throbbing all the while. Somewhere inside of him, he knew this would be it. As such, he put all the energy he had into the next thrust, and speared the mountain hero with his manhood. Her response was instantaneous. Kewaito! His own came in response to her vaginal walls exploding around him, dousing his cock in her juices. The mountain shook as the lion's essence blasted into it, filling every inch of its insides. It was a mark that would permanently remain, and a moment both would remember. Magenta eyes and green eyes locked onto one another. Though both overwhelmed with the sweet euphoria of an orgasm, they clear saw one another. You clenched at Kyo, who moved his lips into the nape of her neck. Finally, his fangs emerged, albeit their insertion into the blonde were gentle. She moaned in partial shock and partial delight, finding something enjoyable in the act. Her right hand reached out to grasp at his black hair, not to pull him away, but to simply hold him in place. Not that he needed the help. In addition to his fangs, she felt his tongue running over the patch of flesh, the feeling acting as a crude, soothing agent. His lips aided in that, and were arguably just as important in marking her. You moaned louder, feeling them clap down on the left side of her neck, pleasurably sucking it just like how he'd done with her cunt. She didn't need a mirror to know he'd left his mark when he finally pulled away. You would look at it later. At the moment, her focus was entirely on Kyo. Her hand moved from the back of his hand to his sweaty cheek, caressing it. "I'm sorry about that. Think I let my instincts get the best of me," he offered without breaking eye contact. Giggling, she leaned up and pecked him on the lips. "Don't worry about it. I actually kind of liked it. Besides, given my usual outfit, it's not like most people will notice." Moving her left hand to his cheeks, she perfectly framed his face and grinned at him. "It'll be different when I'm wearing casual clothes, though. But hey, it'll be fun to let people know I'm a taken." His cheeks were aflame. You could practically feel the heat radiating through her palms. "And if it loses you some fans?" Yet again, she giggled and pecked him on the lips again. Who cares? Having an awesome boyfriend is totally worth it. He had such a cute smile, one that she was looking forward to seeing more often in the future. Also, she was really looking forward to more kisses like the one that ensued. What exhaustion there existed from their shared orgasm was swept away, replaced by a renewed hunger they fed with their kiss. Kyo's hands moved across her body, constantly brushing against her hair as she traced the muscles on his back. On the next kiss, or somewhere along the next one that followed, she moved her hand down to his buttocks, playfully slapping them. He paused, giving her a shocked look. Kyo's shock was quickly replaced by a toothy grin. He moved his hands to her ass and eagerly groped it. You moaned, louder when he rocked his hips against hers. He'd pulled his cock out of her. BTU, that just meant she was able to feel the cum-soaked rod grinding against her folds. A desire to have it back within her hit her like a tsunami. Although she wanted to tell him that, the wave hit her and left her a mess of moans and whines, both of which he occasionally silenced with searing kisses. All she could do was return them, and make them last as long as she could. Each time one ended, they were breathless. All they did was breathe in and use what they gained as fuel for the next kiss. He leaned in close to her left ear and whispered, "Can you get on your hands and knees?" Yu's eyes widened. Her mind flashed with the scene he was implying, the scene he wanted to bring about. She grinded her hips against his, making the teenager groan. "Want to fuck me like a dog, huh? Are you a cat, though, Kyo?" Her seductive voice belayed how much she wanted to immediately jump into position. You want to have some fun first. Her fun, though, was putting Kyo into another private battle with his instincts. His mind raced with the image of simply flipping her over and driving his cock back into her. "I just can't help it. I've always wanted to try it." Laughing, she moved her hands against his chest and pushed him away. "I know you've seen my pictures. I like showing off my backside, especially my ass." Twisting herself over, she made sure the pillows were directly beneath her. You knew she was probably going to be burying her face in them. "I won't let you fuck my asshole just yet, big boy, but I'll let you do me like this." Looking back, she winked at him just as she'd done at numerous cameramen. "Come on, Kyo." Scrambling into position, he grabbed her by the hips and pushed. Yu's mouth went wide as another hot scream left her with her pussy once more filled to the brim. Kyo let his head fall back as he groaned in bliss while his cock was squeezed by the cum-soaked walls of Yu's pussy once more. And then he made his first thrust. Rea Ewa. There was undoubtedly something about this position that appealed to him. It didn't take much thinking to wonder why. Despite the association with dogs, he relished the primal aspect of it. Kyo's thrusts were seemingly faster than before and harder, his hips smacking against Yu's ass on a non-stop basis. She clawed at the sheets and buried her face in the pillows, the same pillows he'd rested his head on so many times. Now it was hers, perhaps her only respite as he pounded away at her ass. The same ass that she loved flashing for the cameras, the part of her that many would say were her best feature, although others argued it was her legs and breasts. As he'd done before, he pulled nearly the entirety of his cock out before thrusting it back in with a vested thrust. Creamy blonde hair flew as he sat up, her mouth etched open in a lewd scream. Kaiu, more, Murur, gladly, baby. He repeated his actions 2 more times, each one shaking the mountain hero to her core. Kyo watched her move in near slow motion. The hero he'd seen on TV so many times, and then finally met in person. He saw her grow to truly mountain size and fight to defend him and his fellow citizens. He watched her take hits that would flatten an ordinary person, tank them, get up, and keep on going. He watched bounce and shake from the force of her cock, her position one of submission and weakness. Every time he thrust it into her, she screamed in ecstasy and begged him for more. Kyo happily provided. He couldn't stop, nor was he going to, until he emptied his entire load into her a second time. Mine. She's my girlfriend now. He mentally snarled. His hand rose and fell against her ass in a playful smack. Ugh! And her walls tightened even more around his piston-like cock. Smiling, he hit her ass again, getting the same result. Her voice was intoxicating to him, just as her body was. Kyo fell over her like a shadow, his chest pressing against her back as he continued to thrust into her. His left arm wrapped around her waist while the other moved to her breast, pinching her nipple. Hi-yo-waya. His pinching and groping continued, further tightening her pussy around his member. The tightness became one he eventually recognized. Kyo likewise felt the building up in his manhood. He wasn't going to last much longer. Their next orgasm was on the horizon. When you turned her head back to FAC him, her eyes were an incredible mixture of lustful glazing and crystal clarity. She looked to him with pure awe and adoration, enough for his breath to temporarily catch in his throat. Kyo, she whimpered. He nodded. Me too. So, together, smiling, she wrapped an arm around his neck. Yeah, together, I'm yours, baby. Returning her smile, he kissed her. Although it was a final push both of them needed, they were suspended in a cocoon of pure bliss that was tranquil. Its temporary existence was a joy to the both of them, but so was the fiery eruption that shattered it. Ha-aha! They screamed together as they came, his cock blasting another burst of coming to her womanhood, which collapsed on his member, dousing it with her feminine juices. Yu's pussy clapped down on Kyo's member tighter than it had before, wringing all the semen she could out of it while unleashing her own essence. Kyo held her against him as he pumped rope after rope had come into her. Each shot hit her harder than any attack she'd taken from any opponent, even Gigantomachia. If he hadn't been holding her upright, you knew she'd have fallen face first into the pillows. It wouldn't have been so bad, but she liked being held in his arms even better, especially when he patted her head with sweet kisses. It made her find the strength to reach up and kiss him back. Not an intimate kiss like the ones they'd had earlier, but a short and sweet one akin to her previous peeks on his lips. They were going to be having a lot more of both in the future. They'd made quite a stain on the bed, but it didn't bother either of them. Kyo held her against his chest when they finally lay done. He was all too happy to cuddle against him, listening to the now quiet and serene rhythm of his heartbeat. The beast had been sated, and the lion was at rest, perhaps for the moment. She wouldn't roll out another round of sex, maybe in the shower, but for the moment, she was just happy to cuddle up to her new boyfriend. A quiet voice in the back of her head told her she had to enjoy the time they had together. It was going to end come tomorrow. The thought brought a frown to Yu's face. We've heard reports of the remnants of the League gathering for something major, coupled with Izuku Midoriya finally being brought in from the cold. It's looking like the final battle is approaching, Yu. So we're finally there, huh? And all for one. You know he's going to make his move, along with Shigaraki. If this is what we think it is, then yeah, it's the final battle. You! I know, I'll be there. Just, can you give me one more day, Kamui? Sure. If need be, you should clean up any business you have beforehand. Heh, you sound like the warning on a video game telling the player they're about to go past the point of no return. It was refreshing hearing a chuckle from him. Well, given the situation, it seems kind of fitting, don't you think? Yeah, I guess you're right. Just try to take your own advice, okay? Starting a relationship with a teenager probably wasn't what Kamui had in mind, but that's how things had played out. Honestly, you wouldn't change anything about how she spent the last day in Numazu, particularly everything she'd just done with Kyo. Do you remember what I made you promise me? She was startled by his voice. Looking at him, she saw the sad smile on her face and felt an immediate pang of regret for being so open about her feelings. Do you remember what you promised? He repeated in a gentle voice. Her eyes widened in realization, then lowered. I promised to stay alive. She was really going to have to get used to how perspective he could be. He was a photographer, and a damn good one at that. Landscapes apparently weren't the only thing he had an eye for. Kyo, I know you're leaving tomorrow, and you're going to be back out there in the thick of it. I'm not going to stop you. Hell, I want to go with you, but I promise to help clean up Numazu. She put a hand to his cheek. Then do that. With you, I'm sure the people will be able to stay on the straight and narrow. In a world filled with superpowers, people tend to overlook the obvious. In a world filled with superheroes, people tend to ignore others. Izumi knew it. Her entire childhood, adults would ignore the obvious signs of abuse on her body. The burns and scratches on her arms and legs. Sometimes even her face, her hunched form, how she tried to make herself smaller, how she barely spoke in front of others, how she shrank on herself whenever one of her bullies was around. They pretended to not see it. Sometimes because they didn't want to get involved. Most times to avoid punishing her bullies. Izumi was used to being ignored. It meant her bullies weren't hurting her. It meant people weren't mocking her and pointing at her. It meant people weren't feeling pity for her. And now being ignored has helped. It helped her and her young charge. Because being ignored means not paying attention to them. It means no sudden calls to the police or to a hero. It means there is a lesser chance for her pursuers to find them. Are you tired, Amuro? Tell me if you need Sir Plushie. Okay. Her young charge looked at her and nodded. Izumi rubbed her head and kissed her forehead. She subtly checked her horn size and made sure her beanie covered it. A woman sitting in front of them smiled at their sisterly display. Izumi smiled back and looked around. No one looked suspicious. For now, they haven't been discovered. It had barely been 5 days since they had crossed paths. Izumi had been standing in an alley, confused and lost, when a small shape collided with her. The impact had been so abrupt that they had both fallen to the ground. When she saw who was above her, she froze. A little girl, no older than 7 years old, was covered in bandages and clothes that looked more like rags. She was shaking. Her eyes were wide open in fear. The only words that left her lips were, "Help me." When a man started to yell a name, the girl froze. 2 men with bird-like masks covering their faces entered the alleyway, blocking the entrance with their bodies. Izumi didn't know who they were, who the girl was, or what they wanted. She didn't even know where she was. But she knew one thing. The girl was in danger. She needed someone to protect her, someone to save her. Izumi hadn't wasted time. A good punch to the base of the stomach and a roundhouse kick to the head knocked them out before they could try anything. She couldn't call the police. Not yet. Not until she knew exactly where she was. And she couldn't leave the girl alone. And she couldn't leave those creeps in the street. They could give her description to their friends. So she made a quick plan. First step, tie those masked creeps and leave a note on her chest to make it look as if they were dangerous criminals, haha. Second step, convince the girl to come with her. Third step, find money and a laptop. Fortunately, her plan went smoothly. Duct tape was amazing, and her new friend was too willing to go with her. Izumi's tears flowed when she hugged her so tightly and silently asked to be held. Finding money wasn't difficult. A simple pawn shop gave her enough to buy some clothes for little Eri, dye ink, and a new laptop. While traveling throughout the city, Izumi couldn't help but feel hope at the sight of people with strange features on their bodies and signs, and letters written in her mother language. Finding a coffee shop with Wi-Fi wasn't hard. She bought a latte for herself and a muffin for Eri, who stared at everything with a look of awe. Her new ward eat the pastry. Izumi grabbed her new laptop and searched the net. A quick search online confirmed quickly her hopes. She was in Japan. She was home, and that opened another can of problems. As far as she knew, she was probably listed as dead ever since the incident. Proving who she was would be difficult at first, and she had others to protect. They could take them from her. While Izumi tried to figure out how to best approach the authorities about their situation, Eri slept by her side. Her left hand was absent-mindedly petting her white hair when she realized what the date was. An old memory came to her mind, and she opened a new search. What she found made her grin. A new plan was made, a way to make themselves known and for the government to not shuffle them under the drapes. A hand grabbed hers and pulled her away from her thoughts. Eri stared at her. Red eyes stared at green eyes. Izumi had both of them dye their hair black and gave Eri her beanie to cover her horn. Add new clothes. And Eri didn't look like a starved orphan but like a common little girl. Eri just hugged her and closed her eyes. Izumi checked a map of the train system and spoke. 2 more stations, and then we will have to walk. It won't be long. A Mudo. Eri just nodded. A group of men entered their wagon. Their bird masks betrayed their identities. Their boss's impatience is clearly showing, she thought. 5 men in broad daylight in front of a train filled with witnesses? He was done being subtle, which was fine with Izumi. Eri, she whispered, grab Sir Plushie and get ready to run. He will protect you until it's safe. Eri trembled. She didn't want to leave, but she knew the plan, and she trusted Izumi. Izune, please be careful. I don't want you to get hurt, she begged her. Izumi looked into her eyes, projecting as much confidence as she could. I promise you, Eri, that after today, nobody will ever hurt you again. She rubbed her head again and smiled. Then she went straight to the men and blocked their path. As long as she didn't show any type of aggression, they could do nothing, because this was a game of patience and strategy. Whoever attacked first would lose the first battle. The men were anxious. They wanted to finish their job. If they were alone, they would have already pushed her aside and grabbed Eri. But there were witnesses. Witnesses who would tell the police, the heroes, and the media how a group of grown men assaulted an innocent teenager and her little sister. And that brings attention. They just needed a little push to finally break. She leaned closer to the leader. Not by much, just enough so they could hear her. Are we going to be standing all day, or are we going to fight, boys? The last man couldn't handle it. A simple grunt with a powerful quirk, or at least useful enough to be part of this operation. But he didn't have the patience of a veteran. When he saw how Eri was running toward the next wagon, he extended his right arm, and webs sprayed from his fingertips. Izumi didn't waste time. She grabbed the leader and shoved him towards the webs. The people around the wagon started to scream and run. In the confusion, Izumi ran at the group and kicked them so hard that they fell against each other. Only when she saw that they were all tangled between each other in a web mess, she ran towards the exit. There was still 1 more station before their destiny, but they had no more choice. She left the train and went for Eri. As long as Eri had Sir Plushie, Izumi would always find her. She found her in the city, in front of an alley. Eri's hand was wrapped around Sir Plushie's ball, and she was staring at a man. He was tall, with black hair, dark eyes, a fur coat covering his body, and a bird mask around his nose and mouth. Eri was frozen in front of him. She knew who he was just from her reaction. Eri, Izumi's voice startled her. No matter what, he won't hurt you again. I won't let him. You won't let me? That's so arrogant. Like those heroes. Another soul infected with that disease, he said, putting gloves on his hands. Eri was startled at that. She started to move towards him. Eri, she stopped. Remember what I told you when I went to grab our supplies? Eri stopped. Her hand tightened around the ball in her hands. The man's eyes narrowed. This ball has a special friend of mine called Sir Plushie. If you call him, he will protect you. No matter what. Eri pronounced Izumi's promise. Eri, stop wasting time. Come here. Now. You don't have to obey him, Eri. Men like him who threaten others into obedience are nothing more than cowards and bullies. Eri didn't move. Her hands were still around the ball. She turned her head and looked at Izumi. Her eyes were shining with tears and fear, but they also had hope. Hope for a better life and a future filled with smiles, apple slices, and hugs. And hope brings strength even in the darkest times. Eri pointed the ball against the man and spoke. "Sir Plushie, please protect Izumi, Nachon, and me." A red light emerged from the ball, first as a ray and then as a humanoid shape. Finally, a figure appeared. It was tall and masculine. Its arms, head, and torso were green, while its waist and legs were white. It had no fingers. Each elbow had a long blade, and there was a sharp crest on top of its head. The man just stared in shock at the creature. Eri looked in awe. Izumi grinned. "Galade, take Eri and run." Galade nodded, grabbed Eri, and teleported back to the old warehouse where both girls had slept their first night. "If you're wondering where they are, then don't waste time," she told the man. "Galade can teleport to anywhere he has been already. Right now, they could be anywhere, and you're going to be very busy." "Oh, and with what I'm supposed to be busy?" "Me." In a society infected with superpowers, children are groomed and trained to want to become heroes. From the day they are born, as soon as they can understand the world that surrounds them, all they see is hero this and hero that. Sickening. Disgusting. For Kai Chisaki, society, no. The entire planet was sick. Sick with hero syndrome. All they did involved the heroes somehow. The movies they watched, the products they bought, the schools they wanted to study at. Everything was about heroes. Disgusting. Unlike others, he hated his quirk. The idea of having to touch anything, even people or animals, to activate it just made him feel gross. Whenever he had to use it, he would immediately disinfect his hands, sometimes his entire body. As a child who had been homeless and orphaned, he hadn't trusted the heroes. He had only trusted one man his entire life. The man who saved him and gave him a path, a reason to live, a family, the boss. He was the only human being, possibly the only being that he would ever care about. The moment the boss saved him, the moment the boss showed him the Yakuza honor code, the moment the boss told Kai about his dream of the Yakuza rising back from the shadows, at that moment Kai swore to help him achieve that dream. No matter what, he didn't regret his choices. Regret was for the weak and for cowards, and he was neither. He knew what had to be done. The Yakuza had to rise again. They were the only true power in Japan. Not the government, even less the heroes. If quirks hadn't appeared, then the Yakuza would still control Japan, instead of suffering a slow death in the darkness. When the boss had introduced him to Eri, he hadn't thought much of the girl. She was shy and scared. Understandable, considering her quirk had killed her father in front of her and her mother had abandoned her. It was when Kai started to study her blood that he understood Eri's true value. The power of rewinding time until nothing existed. The power of destroying quirks forever. The boss didn't like his plan. That had hurt. It had hurt worse when the man told him to leave and never return if he intended to continue with his plan. And it hurt the most when Kai used his power to modify his brain to put him in a coma. He would never forget the look on the boss' face when he realized what Kai had done. Kai never cared about hurting others. When he used his quirk on Eri for the first time to harvest more blood and tissue, and she cried and begged him to stop, he just ignored her. But when the boss, the closest thing to father he ever had, that he would ever have, gave him a look of betrayal, his heart hurt. He hurt his boss. He betrayed the most sacred part of the Yakuza honor code. Even if the plan succeeds, the quirk society dies, and the Yakuza rises again, he will still be punished as soon as he heals the boss and his acts are revealed. That day, he became Overhaul, the leader of the shy Hasakai. He didn't care, because the boss's dream would be completed, and that's all that mattered. And now an insect was interfering with the boss's dream. When his men told him that Eri had run away, he got angry. When they told him that the grunts sent to capture her were missing, he got pissed. When the missing idiots finally called, 12 freaking hours after Eri's disappearance, and told him that a teenager had beaten them up and left them unconscious with notes taped to their chests implying they were pedophiles, he became a roaring volcano. The two idiots had spent hours at the hospital being checked for concussions, and later at the police station being interrogated over those notes and about whoever had assaulted them. They told the police that it must have been a misunderstanding or some prank, but the damage had been done, because they had been wearing their masks. the masks that the shy Hasaikai wore. And now the police would be investigating them under suspicion of child prostitution or abuse. He had ordered them to go to an abandoned warehouse, someplace not connected to them. And when the idiots had arrived, and after making sure no cop or some hero had followed them, he took care of them. First, he made sure they gave him a good description of the teenager who had taken Eri. He was sure that this mysterious girl wouldn't have beaten up two strangers and left a little girl alone. No, not in this sick society infested with wannabe heroes. A green-haired teenage girl, maybe 14, green eyes, tan skin, no heteromorphic traits, and diamond-shaped freckles on both of her cheeks. He made sure every single one of his men, from his 8 precepts to his lowest grunt, memorized that description, and then sent them to find both girls. It wasn't like he could send a missing child report. As far as the world knew, Eri didn't even exist. And for the plan's sake, for the boss's dream's sake, it would continue that way. After 3 days of searching, they hit gold. A security camera showed 2 black-haired girls, a teen and a middle schooler, boarding a bus towards Funabashi. Based on the station in the maps, Kai realized they were going to Tokyo. Why? He didn't care. It didn't matter. He sent his men to the train and bus stations near Tokyo. One of them would find them, and then they would tell him, and he would take care of it. And it worked. They saw them boarding a train toward the capital and informed Kai. He had a group follow them inside and gave them strict orders to not show themselves until he gave the order. When he arrived at Chua, he gave the order. Predictably, the girl went after grunts while Eri fled towards the city. After that, it was child's play for Kai to find her. What he didn't count on was for the mysterious girl's quirk to be the ability to summon some type of teleporting creature. That would be troublesome to deal with, no matter first the girl, then the creature, and then Eri. He will make sure she finally understands what happens when she behaves like a selfish brat. He took off his gloves. It would take a single touch to finish this. The girl crouched. One hand went behind her back, a cocky grin on her face. He ran, his right hand stretched towards her head, and she jumped. It wasn't a big jump. She went to the wall on her left, and with another kick, she leapt over his head. He saw her arm throw a second ball, and a new creature was released behind him. This one looked like a simian. Red-brownish fur covered its body, and white fur covered its torso, legs, and head. Fire flowed from its head. Golden armor covered its ribs, knees, shoulders, and elbows. Infernape smoke screen. Iron and black smoke came from his mouth, covering the entire alley. Kai couldn't see anything. A shape moved beside him. He went for it, but a punch to the gut intercepted him. Is that all the mighty and powerful Yakuza can do? No wonder you guys are extinct. Even common thieves are faster. She taunted him from the smoke. He went towards her voice, but a kick to his back shoved him to the ground. The hits weren't hard enough to hurt him. It felt more like they were taunting and mocking him. They could hurt him, but he couldn't hit back. I think I understand now why the Yakuza are nearly gone. Since primarily the leader of any group is the one with the strongest quirk, you Yakuzas must have the lamest and weakest quirks ever. Quirks. 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 He was so damn tired of that fucking word. Everybody was obsessed with quirks, with their strength and their uses. That brat wanted to see a powerful quirk. Then she would get her fucking wish. Ah! His hands touched the filthy ground and activated his quirk. The ground shifted, and a mass of spikes sprouted around him in the shape of an arc. After a few seconds, the smoke dissipated, and his work came into view. The entire alley was devastated. Spikes of 6 feet in width and length covered the ground. The walls on each side of the alley were destroyed and covered in holes. Wow. Man, those are some anger issues, the girl said. He looked up, and there she was, hanging on the back of the ape, with the ape clinging with its claws, far enough that his spikes hadn't even scratched them. A flash called his attention. At the opening of what was once a dark alley were people with their phones and iPhones and cameras out, people taking pictures of him, of his quirk. I don't need to defeat you, Overhaul. I just need to put your face on the news and wait for the heroes and cops to catch you. After all, using your quirk to destroy a public space is a crime, and trying to kill a teenager for no good reason is a worse crime. She and her ape smirked. Kai stood there. 4 or 5 years, ever since the boss introduced him to Eri, ever since he discovered what entailed Eri's quirk, ever since he took control of the Shy Hasakai and became Overhaul, he had worked day and night to destroy the Quirk Society. 4 or 5 years, he destroyed and recombined Eri to harvest her blood and tissues, and then spent hours and hours studying and testing how to turn her quirk into a weapon. 5 years of working in the shadows. 5 years of avoiding the attention of the heroes and the government. And only in the past month has he made some progress. Slow, but progress. And now it is all gone. That girl was right. The moment those pictures went online, and they probably are right now online, some pro hoping for more ratings would start investigating him and his associates. And eventually, they would discover his hideout. Worse, if they find Eri, they will discover his plan. When an injured animal is cornered, there are 2 things that can happen. The animal will resign itself to its fate, or it will attack and destroy what is in its path. Overhaul didn't even think of any options. He just attacked the bane of his existence. No matter what, that girl will die. You're clever, astute, adaptable. Your mind is capable of developing quick and efficient strategies with the minimum data. But your body is weak, not because of sickness or biology, but because you didn't bother to train it. How can you help others without the minimum training? Or do you simply expect that hoping and praying will work? If that is so, then leave. But if you're willing to learn, to work hard, to push your body and mind to their limit, to their break point, and to keep going, then stay and become my apprentice. The words of her mentor came to Izumi's mind. He had been harsh, but his words were true. Ever since she was a little girl, she had wanted to be a hero, one like All Might. Even when she had been diagnosed as quirkless, she still maintained that hope. But her mentor had been right. She had only trained her mind, not her body. She just kept hoping that if she tried her best, she could do it. Always hoping that at any point her quirk would manifest and her dreams would become true. She had been such a fool. Her mentor taught her. He taught her exercises to strengthen her muscles and elongate her limbs. He taught her mind games to sharpen her mind. And he taught her all he knew about Pokemon. After 1 year together, he let her go. After all, experience is the best teacher. Failing and trying, those were the best teachers. She wasn't almighty. No, she still had much to learn. She was a good trainer, and her medals and rewards proved it. But if she wanted to be one day a hero, one capable of saving others with a smile on her face, she had to be better. When she found Eri, she knew she needed more information, not only of where she was, but of their enemy. Eri was traumatized. She didn't want to tell her the men who kept her of her life or of her quirk. So Izumi told her of her childhood, of her mom, her mentor, and the friends she had made. She gave her Galad's pokeball and told her that if the man who hurt her ever came close, she should hold the ball and call for Sir Plushy's help. Their psychic link informed her how much Galade didn't appreciate that name. With some time and gentle coaxing, Eri told her a few things. Her name, her captor's nickname, Overhaul, and how she came to have her wounds. Hearing how the man would disassemble and reassemble Eri's body and take her blood and tissue made her sick and furious. It took her lots of self-control to not show her fury in her face. Galade heard it too, and he informed the rest of the team. She spent most of that night calming them down and promising that they would get a shot at hurting that Overhaul bastard. It was his power that worried her. A single touch, and he could kill her and her entire team. Hell, he could make it so that no evidence remained. A very powerful quirk, wielded by a very dangerous man. Eri told her of how one time she saw him defeat one of his men in mere seconds. That spoke of his speed and reflex. Fortunately, Izumi had a strategy for those types of opponents. First, evade the attack. Second, obstruct view. Third, make them lose control of themselves. Anger is good as fuel, but too much and poor self-control make it a ticking bomb waiting to explode. And it worked. The shock of losing Eri right in front of his own nose, infinite smokescreen, and a nice amount of taunt combined with some hits and mocking made him release all that rage in one very flashy way. Because Izumi knew she couldn't defeat him. At least not without suffering serious damage to herself or her team. She needed more information about his limits, his strengths, and his weaknesses. So she made him visible, a dangerous villain, with a powerful quirk destroying part of the city, and so close to Tokyo, especially on that day. And that was when it all went to shit. Overhaul's hands touched the wall, and it started to shift into a wave of concrete rolling towards her. Shit! Infernape higher! Her starter jumped toward the roof, away from the villain. When they touched the roof, she climbed off its back and released 2 more Pokemon. Lucario, Lopunny, we are against a dangerous foe. He can change the entire layout with just a touch of his hands. He can also kill us by just touching us. Avoid close combat, use Protect and Detect, and intercalate with range attacks. According to Aerie, he can withstand strong hits, but don't overdo it. We aren't murderers. She quickly explained the situation to her first 3 Pokemon. They all nodded. They were some of her more mobile and agile Pokemon, and they had powerful range moves. They stood back to back, keeping a 360-degree view as much as possible. Lopunny's hearing and Lucario's sensory feelers strengthened their defense. Rio. Lucario barked and pointed down. Jump now, she ordered. They all jumped toward the street immediately. Pokemon were sturdier than humans. Their bodies could handle a big fall. Trained Pokemon even more. And Izumi was primarily a fighting-type trainer. Her body could handle hits strong enough to bend steel. The roof caved. It turned into quicksand alongside the entire building. Izumi hoped that nobody was inside. Lucario were. Rio, he said, shaking his head. Izumi relaxed. Nobody was at the building. Good. She looked at the street. It was filled with people, children and adults, most of them taking pictures and filming their fight. Listen up. This place is dangerous. You all need to leave and call for the heroes to arrive. There's a dangerous villain here. She tried to warn them of the danger. Some left, mostly parents dragging their children, but the rest didn't want to leave. She sighed. I'm serious, you all. Lopunny grabbed her and jumped away. Coming from the alley was Overhaul, but he was different. His body was surrounded by concrete, bricks, metal, and whatever else he had touched. It surrounded him in the form of a golem, a very big and angry golem, with tendrils moving like whips. But what froze her wasn't his shape. It was his aura, his killing intent. He wanted to kill her. He wasn't going to stop until she was dead. And he didn't care if others were in the way. Lucario roared now. Lucario faced the crowd and roared. A deep, rumbling sound came from his maw. It wasn't a warning. It was a promise of harm and danger. It is a perfect way for Pokemon to scare those weaker than them, sometimes even those on their same level of strength. A group of civilians who had never been in battle and who had never faced a Pokemon, they ran so fast that they left dust sprints behind. Izumi and her team faced Overhaul. At least now they could fight without worrying about innocents getting hurt. Streets, houses, and buildings could be rebuilt. It would be expensive, yes, a pain in the pocket, but they can be rebuilt. A life can't be rebuilt. And that's what matters when fighting a villain. That's what her mentor taught her. Lopunny used Ice Beam, try to mobilize his body as much as possible. Lucario, Screech, and Metal Sound, then Flash Cannon. Infernape Flamethrower, maximum power. Everybody used moves to increase your defenses, attacks, and mobility. They obeyed. Lopunny covered Overhaul's armor with ice. She even froze his golem's feet to the ground. Lucario's scream had him screaming and flinching from the pain. Infernape's flames actually melted the villain's armor. Izumi stood there, analyzing and giving orders to her team, but also concentrating. She was giving her Pokemon strength. She was using her aura to increase their power. And for a moment, it seemed as if they could win. Her team was fast. Every time he tried to hit them with his tendrils, they jumped or used Protect to shield themselves while the other two would attack. For one moment, Izumi thought they could win, and then Overhaul showed why he was in charge of the Shy Hasakai. His entire armor was expelled from his body like a meteor shower. The debris hit everything. The buildings across the street, traffic lights, and posters. She could barely see Lopunny using Protect and Lucario running and dodging, trying to reach her, when she saw a giant mass in front of her. All she could do was focus her aura on her body and push against the object. It didn't prevent her from being tossed and crashing against a window, but it did save her life. It felt as if a ride-on had trampled against her. She was focusing on breathing when a hand grabbed her neck. It was him, Overhaul. His eyes showed his intentions. A malicious glint filled them. He was going to kill her, but not fast. No, he was going to torture her slowly. She could feel it. His emotions were screaming at the pleasure he was feeling at the idea of killing her. What were you expecting? In what world does a teenager defeat a Yakuza boss? He smirked, so confident of his victory, so confident of his power. Izumi coughed and then grinned. I didn't have to defeat you, just slow you down. Her eyes slid toward her left, and a smile crept over her face. Overhaul's eyes narrowed, and then he looked over his shoulder. There, in the front of the restaurant where they crashed, was a washing machine standing in a heroic posture. WHHH villain. From his hands erupted a stream of bubbles straight at them. The stream from the left hand enveloped Izumi in a giant bubble, while the stream from the right hand tore Overhaul away and had him crash through the walls. Young lady, don't worry. The heroes are here. Please point out any injuries you may have. My bubbles work as disinfectants. The hero helped her out of the bubble. Izumi stared at him in wonder. As a young, quirkless, and lonely girl, she didn't have many friends. To be honest, she had no friends. Either they saw her as a freak, used her as a punching bag, or didn't want to risk befriending her in fear of becoming a bully target. She didn't join any sports team or any other club. All she focused on was the hero world and quirk analysis. So, she studied all she could about heroes and villains. She theorized about how their quirks worked, their limits, possible interactions between quirks, ways to increase or nullify a quirk, etc. By the time she met her mentor and became a Pokemon trainer, she had 9 notebooks filled with information about heroes and villains. And she recalled a hero whose quirk formed bubbles that could be used to defeat, encapsulate, and clean. YURR, the washing hero, Wash. Izumi couldn't help but stutter at seeing a hero in the flesh. For all her achievements at the League Circuit and Battle Frontier, Midoriya Izumi was a hero fan at heart. Oh, my Arceus! I have so many questions. How did you control the output from each hand? Does each hand only control a certain amount? No, that doesn't make any sense. That type of limit will be obvious to see. That means that you need an incredible level of control to release a stream from one hand and a single bubble from the other at the same time. Mumble, mumble, mumble. Young lady, your questions are interesting. However, this may not be the best place to answer them. Wash placed a hand on her shoulder. Izumi's face went completely red. It had been a while since this happened. Yes, right, you're right, Mr. Washington, sorry. I tend to overanalyze quirks, sorry. Her whole face was red as a tomato. Wash smiled. It's no problem. It's nice to see a kid show a bright mind. Izumi smiled back. She was to open her mouth when a noise startled her. Both of them faced toward the hole where Overhaul had fallen. Mr. Wash, that villain's name is Overhaul. He is the leader of the Shy Hasakai, a Yakuza organization. Overhaul's quirk allows him to disassemble and reassemble anything, organic and inorganic. His body is strong enough to handle hits that could break rock and bend metal, and his speed and agility are impressive. A witness told me he is capable of killing a person just by touching them. My team and I tried to weaken his defenses and use long-range attacks. We only managed to hold him in place until you arrived. She quickly summarized the most important details for the pro hero. Wash stared at her. Young lady, that analysis is impressive. How old are you? 15, just turned 15. Another birthday away from her mother. Another milestone missed with her only biological family. And what school do you plan to attend? The knowing smile on his face spoke of his thoughts. Wash already had an idea of what career Izumi wanted. A civilian who only wanted a simple life wouldn't risk their lives against a powerful villain. Izumi smiled. After 5 years away, after 5 years of training and adventures, she could finally answer that question with confidence. You think that would stop me? Overhaul's voice interrupted them. There were only a few scratches on his face and body. His clothes were torn, but he didn't stumble or show any other sign of damage. You really think that a fucking washing machine would stop me? His hands touched the rubble. A tendril went right towards Izumi's face, but Wash's bubbles tore right through it. I am Overhaul. I lead the Yakuza. I am the bane of the Hero Society. I will destroy the Sixth Society obsessed with quirks. A fucking teenager, her pet monsters, and a fucking washing machine won't stop me. When he tried to move one of his legs, he stiffened. He twitched but couldn't move. Izumi's eyes squinted. There, a glint, a thread. No, fibers. There were fibers surrounding his arms, legs, torso, and neck. She quickly went through her memories and remembered only one hero, whose quirk allowed him to apprehend villains that way. That foul language has no place in front of our youth. No wonder a criminal capable of this destruction only knows how to speak this way. It's a shame how courtesies have been disappearing these days. A man said behind them. He was tall. His blonde hair was perfectly combed. His telltale jean mask and costume revealed his identity. The fiber hero, Best Jeanist, the number 3 hero. Best Jeanist's arms were in cross position. Thin, barely visible fibers were enveloped between each of his fingers. Those fibers were the ones immobilizing Overhaul. Mr. Best Jeanist. Overhaul's hands. Must not touch anything. I know. I was able to overhear your words to Washington. I concur with my fellow hero. Your information is extremely important. Good work at gathering it. Best Jeanist, the number 3 hero Japan, said she had done a good job. Oh, my Arceus. Izumi had to use all her self-control to avoid cheering like a little girl. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Overhaul started to laugh like a maniac. Tears flowed from his eyes. His body shook as much as it could under its immobilization. Wash put himself in front of Izumi. She too sensed something wrong. Her hand went to her back, towards one of her balls, one she had kept as a last option. What's so funny, villain? Asked Best Jeanist. He, too, had sensed something was wrong. His fingers tightened. He was putting more strength into his hold. I thought that torturing and killing that brat would make my day better after this disappointing week. Making sure she watches how these heroes die by my hand because she wanted to stick her nose where it doesn't belong makes it much better. Even though his lower face was hidden by his beak-like mask, Izumi could easily imagine his malicious smile. His eyes already showed his madness. And how do you plan to do that? The number 3 hero asked. Izumi saw it before the others. His hands were away from the rest of his body and from his surroundings, but his fingers could touch his palm and each other. She didn't know whether it was his fingertips, his palm, or the entire hand that needed a touch to activate his quirk. And she didn't want to find out. The next few seconds would be paramount. Fortunately, she still had an ace. She had sensed him after Wash had saved her. Infinite Mach Punch. Now! Izumi screamed with all her strength. The ground to the left of Overhaul started to tremble. It caved in and formed a hole. And from that hole, a blur jumped and aimed a punch at Overhaul's face. Infernape's punch connected solidly. The punch had been so strong that it tore the villain from the fibers and had him collide against a wall. Continue with match punch. Don't let him touch you or anything else. INNN. He nodded and went after his opponent. I'm sorry, Best Jeanist. I saw how his fingers could still touch each other in his palm, and for all we know, that could be enough to reassemble his entire arm and escape from your quirk. Best Jeanist frowned. A good analysis, young lady. You're right. Without knowing the exact workings of his quirk, it is best to assume the worst. We must reassemble outside. With his quirk, this small space only benefits him. Call back your Infernape. Infernape, dig back outside. We need more space. The 3 ran outside. She saw Lucario on the ground with Lopunny's hand glowing pink around his chest. What happened? Lopun. Lopunny indicated to a giant rock broken in the middle and to Lucario. Izumi face-bombed. Is this another of your creatures? Wash asked her. She nodded. If you need it, I can use my bubbles to administer medical assistance. Thanks, but it's not necessary. Low Punny can use Heal Pulse on this idiot. Cario, her best friend, pouted at her tone. If you are stupid enough to use Arm Break against a giant boulder of who knows what coming at you at maximum speed, then you're an idiot. Wash and Best Genius chuckled at her side. We need to form a plan quickly. With his quirk and abilities, he will be extremely difficult to apprehend. Our only advantage is that he didn't bring any of his followers. But every second increases the risk of his henchmen coming, and that would make our situation even more difficult. What should we do? Mumble, mumble, mumble. A hand on her shoulder made her stop her mumbling. The voice that spoke made her freeze. Don't worry, young lady, because we are here. She turned and remembered why she had chosen to go to Tokyo. She remembered how that first night, when she was trying to figure out how to protect Eri, she noticed that they were in August. She remembered how she had checked the Hero Public Safety Commission website to see if the ranks had been updated yet. And to her delight, it was going to be 1 week from that exact day. That meant that in 1 week, Tokyo will be filled with hundreds of heroes. And more importantly, with the current top 10. Izumi ignored the sound of Overhaul screaming about killing her and the rest. She ignored how her Pokemon went in front of her to protect her from the deranged villain. She ignored her exhaustion. Her plan had been easy. Go to Tokyo, have Overhaul confront her, have Galade protect Eri, and take the rest of her Pokemon just in case. Make sure that whatever fight she had with Overhaul grabs the attention of the heroes and informs them of the situation. Best scenery. Overhaul is arrested, and Eri lives happily ever after. Worst scenery. Izumi dies, Overhaul runs, and Galade will do all he can to get Eri out of the country and away from Overhaul's influence. She honestly never thought that most of the top 10 heroes would be in front of her, including her personal hero. Her reason for wanting to be a hero since she was a toddler would be there. The #1 hero in all of Japan. The symbol of peace. The hero who saved others with a smile on his face. All Might. When men grow, old dreams are forgotten. Because in the end, old dreams are old memories, and the human brain is incapable of remembering too far in the past with perfect accuracy. So the brain remembers the important, the essential, and what matters most, and what leaves the biggest impact. Midoriya Izumi can't remember how her life was when she was a baby or a toddler, but she will never forget the day she was declared quirkless. She will never forget the callous words of the doctor, his remarks about how she should just give up, and her mother's tears and guilt over something only nature could control. And later, the scorn, mocking, and bullying that started when her diagnosis was made public. The next 6 years of her life were a mixture of sadness, pain, and solitude. Only 2 things kept her sane: her mother's love and her dream. Izumi didn't want to quit. She wanted to be a hero. She was going to be a hero. Not all heroes had flashy, strong quirks like All Might and Endeavor. Some fought basically quirkless and complemented their fighting with their quirks. Oh! It wasn't something very well known. It had taken her years of web searching. But thankfully, the internet was a universe of information. Every time a new hero appeared, someone would take pictures, videos, and interviews. Their quirks would be shown, and Izumi would analyze them. Of course, most of the heroes had strong, flashy quirks, perfect for a hero. But not all. It was the Pussycats that proved her theory. Mandalay and Ragdoll both had great quirks, perfect for rescue missions, but next to useless in battle. And despite how they tried to play it, Izumi knew that their physical and fighting prowess had nothing to do with quirks but with training. Old pre-quirk videos proved it. Videos of people with no type of superpower of all ages and races, capable of acrobatic stunts, or able to defeat someone stronger by virtue of martial arts. Of course, by the time Izumi had found that information and was preparing to convince her sweet mother why joining a martial arts school would be good for her, the incident happened, and she never saw her mom again, or anybody that she knew. In the last 5 years, Izumi has fought for 2 dreams. Well, 3 actually: going home with her mom, being the best trainer possible towards her loyal team, and becoming a hero that could save others with a smile on their face. Just like All Might, because that had been her oldest memory. Not hugging her parents, not playing with her best friend. It was All Might's debut video. It was a video where an unknown hero saved hundreds of lives from a horrible accident, never losing a smile on his face. A smile that gave hope. A smile that told the victims to not give up, that a hero was there, that help was there, that All Might was here to save you. And now All Might was really here, in front of Izumi, ready to save her. Izumi's brain failed to upload. She just stared at her role model, her favorite hero, the reason for her existence. And why the hell was the back of her head hurting, and why was her face facing the floor? Lop lop lo punny. Ah. Lo punny slapped her to knock her out of her internal reverence. Izumi closed her eyes and breathed deeply. When she was sure she could keep her fangirl locked down until the fight ended, then she would probably squeal like a 5-year-old. She straightened out and looked, and for fucking Arceus and Mew's sake, how many pros had been gathered? How had they arrived so quickly? Another slap came. This time it was harder. It actually threw her head first to the ground. Thanks, Lucario, I think I got it. Someone chuckled above her. Well, she was embarrassed forever. Best to get up and continue on. Are you all right, young lady? All Might was talking to her. All Might was talking to her. From the corner of her eye, she saw Infinite grinning and cracking his knuckles. She shook her head and focused. Before she could try and speak, a noise interrupted them. An enraged voice coming from the wrecked restaurant they had ran from. I will kill you, all of you. You think you can stop me. Ha ha ha. I am Overhaul. I am the end of this sick and disgusting society. A bright light enveloped the restaurant. It shined so much that everyone was forced to close their eyes. When they finally opened them again, they were shocked at Overhaul's new appearance. What was once a family restaurant, without much of its front because of current fighting, of course, now was a giant towering golem. The villain had merged himself with the entire structure. A creature of 20 meters tall and wide enough to push against the other buildings. A giant golem with Overhaul S-shape was made from an amalgamation of all the different elements that made up the former restaurant. Metal, concrete, brick, wood, plastic, glass. And those were the easy ones to identify. What the hell's this? Some type of anime fight. Endeavor grumbled. The man's flames covered his face and part of his shoulders. Despite their brightness, they didn't feel hot, but warm. Izumi was used to heat. She had trained Infinite since he was a chimchar. All those years together, fighting side by side, perfecting all his moves, had given her an insight into the characteristics and qualities of fire, just by their color. Izumi knew that Endeavor kept his distinct flames warm, and that at any second he could turn the heat up. He already did this before. Wash informed the gathered heroes. When I first arrived at the scene, a witness told me of how he took on some type of golem form, and then exploded. He may be targeting to do the same type of damage, but on a larger scale. The heroes frowned at that statement. Endeavor's flames grew in size and intensity. All Might's fist tightened, and Best Genius frowned. Izumi had been away for many years, so she didn't recognize most of the other heroes gathered. She could recognize the dragon heroine, Ryukyu, the whale hero, Gang Orca, the lion hero, Shishido, and even the veteran-equipped hero, Yoroi Musha. But there were others there. Many. Heroes that came to Tokyo for the billboard announcements. Heroes that most likely followed the top 10 to an unknown but dangerous situation. Heroes that could easily imagine the disaster that Overhaul was capable of unleashing. Izumi frowned. Overhaul was a corn animal, the most dangerous type of creature, one who had nothing to lose, one who would either surrender or fight to the death. And the villain had chosen the latter. Izumi closed her eyes and relaxed. She had to concentrate. She had to focus. She had to see beyond Overhaul's armor, beyond his quirk. She had to see him. She felt Lucario at her side. Her companion, too, was focused. He, too, was using his aura to see beyond Overhaul's physical appearance. Pokemon and Trainer opened their eyes and saw it. Before, when Overhaul had created the first golem, his aura had been in the center, in the shape of his body. The armor had been just that, an armor. Only small tendrils had connected it to Overhaul's body. Now it was different. Overhaul's aura A dark, angry red filled with anger, rage, and hate wasn't in the shape of a human body. It was intermingled with the materials that once made the restaurant, and that changed things. It's not like before, Izumi told them. The heroes stared at her. She focused and kept talking. Before, it was just armor, a cover that he could destroy with no problem. Now he is the armor. He fused himself with the entire building. It means he can't use himself as a bomb without killing himself. His body, his mind, his soul, all that makes him is completely fused with the restaurant. Then defeating him will be harder, said Ryukyu. Without a real physical body, we can't know which quirks will hurt him and in which parts. And with that size and power, I fear that many will be hurt before we find out. Then we will defeat him before that happens. All Might proclaimed. The heroes stared at him. Some were in awe, others frowned, and the rest made sure to pay attention. Ryukyu MT Lady, your quirks allow you two to match his size. Please do your best to hold him. Endeavor, I need your help. The number 2 hero stared at the number 1. With our quirks combined, we can defeat him with one move and save this entire city. Endeavor's fist tightened. His face was unreadable, but he nodded. Izumi stared at Overhaul. The villain hadn't yet made any movement. He was stalling, waiting for the heroes to make a move. Why? Why not attack at that moment? Why not destroy everything? She doubted he could kill All Might, Endeavor, or any of the top 10 gathered there. But the golden rookies, and the ones in the hundreds that probably came because the top heroes came, she feared for them. The fact that All Might had only called for 3 heroes in total meant that he feared the same. And then she realized it. The reason why Overhaul didn't T-move. Because he still had an ace. His quirk. The most powerful aspect of his quirk. Wait, she yelled. Young lady, don't with dash. Overhaul's quirk allows him to reshape anything he touches. Anything he can kill with one touch. What is it to say that that aspect is gone just because his physical form changed? He has been there, waiting for you to attack. Why? It makes no sense. Any other villain would have already tried to destroy and kill as many as he could. I think he is waiting to kill all the heroes that use physical confrontation. It does make sense, a flying hero said. 2 huge red wings sprouted from his back. His eyes were hidden by goggles, but she could feel them staring at her. His posture seemed relaxed, but it was fake. He was ready to move at a moment's notice, like an arbok ambushing its prey. Or, in this case, a staraptor more likely. Use me as bait. Izumi proposed. He wants me dead. He wants to kill me slowly, torture me, and destroy me. If he sees me, his self-control will explode. She was serious. She had to protect Eri. She had promised Eri that after the day she would be free, that she would have a childhood, a life. If Izumi had to risk her own life, if she had to die for that to happen, then so be it. Lopu, Cario, Ape, her team tried to follow her. No, I can't let anything happen to you guys, she said, shaking her head. They stared stubbornly at her, neither side willing to give in. I appreciate your warning, young lady, but don't worry. Nobody will die today. All Might smiled. It was his confident smile. The one he wore when a disaster struck. The one he wore when villains attacked. The one that said, everything will be fine. Wash's hand touched her shoulder. The pro smiled with his eyes at her, trying to calm her. She wanted to believe in them. She wanted to believe that everything would be fine, that the villain would be defeated, and that there would be a happy ending. She wanted that. So she waited, and she saw the heroes that she had admired since childhood save the day. The Dragoon heroine, Ryukyu, transformed into her dragon form, while MT Lady, a young heroine no older than mid-20s, gave a cheery wave to the few spectators that were watching from the sidelines, and then her body grew until she matched Overhaul's new form. Both heroines struck at Overhaul. Overhaul stretched his arms, aiming toward their heads, killer intent visible on the air. But he missed, because they weren't alone. The flying hero sent a wave of feathers at Overhaul's eyes. The impact made the villain bellow in pain and clutch at his face. Using that advantage, MT Lady tackled him and jumped on top of him. She grabbed his arms and kept him in the air. That's when Ryukyu attacked. Her mouth opened, and then the Yakuza Lord screamed. Ryukyu bit both arms, causing great damage and pain to the villain. That's when All Might and Endeavor struck. All Might pulled his right arm behind his body as much as he could. With her aura sight, Izumi saw a golden light enveloping the number one hero. And in the center of his body, 7 lights, each of different colors, pulsing. All Might's quirk started to work. The air on his arm shifted, as if some strange force was calling for it, forcing it to bend to his will. All Might was creating a force of nature, all in one arm. MT Lady Ryukyu now! Endeavor yelled. MT Lady grabbed Overhaul's body and threw him to the sky. Ryukyu grabbed him by his torso and pulled him higher. Then All Might moved. With a mighty yell, he attacked. Texas Maya Ash. A shockwave was released from his arm up to the sky, directly at the villain. When Ryukyu heard All Might scream, she dropped him and evaded the attack. Endeavor also moved. His flames flashed and the heat increased. At her side, Infernape stared in wonder. As a fire type, he was amazed that a human could produce such powerful flames, more powerful than his own, even from some of his rivals. Prominence burn. Endeavor's flames met All Might's shockwave, and a fiery explosion crashed into Overhaul. The villain's screams were lost in the explosion. All that was left was in falling flaming wreckage in the sky, ready to crash against the city. But the heroes weren't idle at that. In mere seconds, the flaming debris was destroyed and reduced to ashes or simply vanished. Every hero gathered in that point aimed their quirk at the threat. By using different types of elemental quirks, kinetic quirks, and even a black hole, the threat was reduced. How? She asked. It's what makes us pros, young lady. Best Genist answered her. If we couldn't form a plan with the very minimum information, then we couldn't save the lives we save. Our instincts, our experience, that's what makes us pros. Izumi and her team looked at the heroes. In that moment, she remembered what the heroes were supposed to represent. Not glory or power. Something else. Something more important. Hope. Heroes mean hope. And Midoriya Izumi smiled because she felt hope for herself, for Eri, and for her team, and for their future. Today is Wednesday, August 6th. The time is 14:15. This is Detective Tsukauchi conducting an interview about the circumstances of Tuesday, August 5th. During this interview, I will use my quirk lie detector. Any falsehoods will be detected. In front of me is the person most involved in the past events. Please state your name and date of birth. Midoriya Izumi, July 15th. True. State your place of birth and family members. Mizudafu City. My mother's name is Midoriya Inko, and my father's is Midoriya Hisashi. True. Name your quirk. I am quirkless. True. Many heroes and civilians watch you command strange creatures, and you told them that you could see the villain named Overhaul's soul. All of that is true. However, the creatures that I commanded are not my creation or summoned by any type of quirk. My ability to sense aura and use it to strengthen myself isn't a quirk. It's a power that only a few are capable of manifesting. True, I will be completely honest. To understand what happened with Overhaul, I have to explain how I met my team and how I learned to control aura. It's a long story, but it is a good thing your quirk is called Lie Detect. That way, no one can accuse me of being crazy. True. Very well. Tell your story, Midoriya-san. When I was 4 years old, I was diagnosed as quirkless. I won T-Lie at hurt. It nearly destroyed me. Up until that day, my dream was to go to UA and become a great hero, one like All Might, one that saves others and brings hope along. And that day, I was told that I was useless and that I should just give up on my dreams and be realistic. Not exactly. Wild Pokemon are captured through combat. If I tried to use a Pokemon that Riley or any other trainer captured, it would disobey me. Most Pokemon, especially the ones that wish to become strong, only obey trainers who have already proved their strength. But I still wanted to be a hero. I still dreamed of being a hero. No matter what the rest of the world told me, my family, schoolmates, teachers, and strangers, no one believed in me. I was a pariah at school. I don't blame the other children for how they treated me. They just behaved in the way they were taught. I was the freak, They were normals. I didn't have any friends. I was a single child born from single children, so there were no uncles, aunts, or cousins around. Both grandparents died, and my father worked overseas. My best friend, my ex-best friend, wouldn't talk to me. His family didn't know we drifted apart. I never told them. I didn't want to get him in trouble, and I still don't. All I had was my mom, and even she didn't believe in me. She was worried that I would get hurt or worse. I was a weak, quirkless girl after all. I never blamed her for thinking that. She was just worried. On my 10th birthday, my mom took me to the movies. A new All Might film had just premiered, and she had gotten tickets for both of us. And after that, we were supposed to go to a sign and greet event with some of the newest top 20. I was so excited. I could meet heroes in person. I didn't know how much my life was going to change. We never made it to the event. We didn't even make it to the movie. We were just walking towards a bus stop when it all went to hell. Villains attacked. They were trying to steal a truck, and it crashed into a traffic sign. Then the heroes intervened, and they all started to fight. The people wanted to either run away or see the fight more closely. I just wanted to find my mom. During the chaos, we go split. I couldn't see or hear her, so I just moved. I moved and moved until I was free from the mass of people running and panicking. That's when I heard him. A child screaming, right in front of me. On the other side of the street, a toddler, no older than 4, was crying in front of his mother. She was lying on the ground. Her head was bleeding, and he was tugging her. She didn't respond. I was staring at the scene, my eyes glued there when a flash of light called my attention. One of the villains was waving around some type of gun. It looked like a minigun but was more sleek and lighter. And instead of shooting bullets, it fired beams of light, beams that disappeared anything they touched. To be honest, it was a miracle that nobody got hit by those lights. The heroes were trying to take the gun from his hands, but he just waved it around threateningly. And when they surrounded him, he pointed toward the boy and his mother. That made the heroes stop cold. I don't remember thinking. I don't remember moving. All I know is that one moment I was watching, and the next I was running with all my strength toward the boy and his mother. I put my body in front of them, and then I felt it. The shot. It didn't hurt. I saw how my body was being enveloped in a bright light. I was sure that I was going to die. I just wanted to find my mom, to see her one last time. But before I could scream or turn my head, all became darkness. The only thing I regret is that I couldn't tell my mom how much I loved her before I died. After a while, light enveloped me again. When I opened my eyes, I wasn't on the street. I wasn't even in the city. I was in a valley, staring at the biggest mountain I have ever seen. That thing's crest wasn't visible. It was hidden deep in clouds. And it was cold, not enough to freeze, but enough to feel it. That's when a small creature smashed into me. The crash made both of us fall to the ground on our butts. Imagine my surprise when my assailant was a bipedal blue dog with spikes on his knuckles and the size of a middle schooler. When he looked at me, he flinched and put his fists up like a boxer. He was hurt. His fur was matted with dirt and blood, and he had scratches on his body. And he was exhausted. Voices shouted near us. When he heard them, he went still, his breathing increased, and his pupils contracted. Whoever those men were, they were hunting him. I grabbed his front paw and led him behind some rocks, hoping they would pass by and not see us. It didn't work. They found us immediately. We were scared, trembling in fear. I didn't know where I was or what was going on. The men that surrounded us were followed by other creatures. All of them looked big and scary for my 10-year-old self. One looked like a rhino made of rock. There were snarling hounds with horns, and even giant metallic insects. That's when he saved us. Riley, my mentor, he just jumped in with his partner, Lucario, and beat them up. After he put the creatures in some strange balls and tied the men, he went towards us. It took a few questions before we both understood what was happening. I wasn't in Japan. Japan didn't even exist there. I was on another world, a version of Earth where humans never developed quirks, but instead shared a bond of trust and companionship with creatures called Pokemon. True. Wait. Pokemon? Another world? How? My guess is that the gun wasn't a disintegration weapon, but a teleporting device. One that could transport people to another dimension. I'm guessing that the gun was destroyed, or something like that, after I went missing. After the villain shot you, actually. One of the heroes took him down, and unfortunately, the gun got destroyed. During the investigation, it was found that the truck was delivering experimental technology for the black market. Since all the information was false and the case became public knowledge in the news, the ones in charge behind technology destroyed all evidence and covered their tracks. Exactly, Midoriya-san. Well, my quirk says that you're being truthful. However, we will need blood tests to prove your real identity. I know. My story sounds like something out of a fantasy novel. I knew it would be difficult to believe. Well, I will continue on. When Riley realized that I wasn't from that world, that I was an alien, he contacted an old friend, an agent from the International Police, one that could be trusted to hide my real identity. He offered to teach me about their world, how to live there, and how to become a Pokemon trainer. True, Pokemon trainer? Someone that trains Pokemon, someone who helps them learn new moves or attacks and grow stronger and evolve. Of course, if that's what the Pokemon wishes. The trainer license allows people to participate in the Pokemon League, the Battle Frontier, contests, etc. Of course, a person can have Pokemon and not be a trainer. Being a trainer is a hard profession. To earn money, one must win. Many leave after 1 year and follow other careers. True. And why did you choose to become a trainer? Because it was my best chance at going home. The concept of alternate dimensions was still that, a concept, a theory. There was little evidence of alternate dimensions and zero of alternate Earths. And all that information was kept locked on harder than Tartarus and Fort Knox together. High-level trainers could enter zones prohibited for common civilians. And it was those types of places where the investigations about alternate dimensions took place. True. So Riley taught you the past 5 years? Was he the one who gave you the Pokemon that were with you? And you proved it by capturing them. Exactly. The only exception are the starters, Pokemon gifted by the regional professor, who are bred to obey their rookie trainer. Of course, they can still disobey if they don't consider the trainer to be good or worth their time. But that's rare. My first Pokemon were actually 2, the little Riolu that I had met, and the Chimchar that Professor Rowan gave me. After that, we spent a year together traveling all over Sinnoh, training, learning, and winning medals for the Pokemon League. True. What is that? The Pokemon League. A high-level competition. Trainers compete against each other in battles. The winner and the second best can challenge the Elite Four, and if they win, they earn the right to challenge the champion. The champion is the strongest trainer of the region, the one who protects it in case of danger. And you want to be the champion? What? No. I mean, fighting the Elite Four and the champion would be great. A real honor. No. My goal was to help my team get stronger and earn the right to enter the forbidden areas. The areas with clues about how to come home. I barely made it to the best 8 in my first league. After that, Riley told me to keep traveling, to visit the other regions and get stronger. And it's what I did. Johto, Kalos, Alola, I traveled there. Participated in competitions to earn money, get stronger, capture more partners, and make new friends. True, until you finally returned. Alola was the key. They made a breakthrough in dimensional travel, and the agent told me about it. Most of my last year was spent there, waiting for the scientists to make a good Earth-Earth connection. They just finished it last week, and well, that's when I crossed it and met Eri. True, that means we are moving on to recent events. Yep, thanks for the water. My throat is getting parched. No problem. These interviews can be mentally taxing. When I came back, Eri crashed into me, kind of like Riolu. Ha! Some guys wearing bird-like masks were following her, and well, I beat them up, left them tied up and with signs implicating them as perverts, so the police would keep them more time on the station and under vigilance. That way, their boss would have to be more cautious about his actions. True, that explains that strange report. Well, for this part, I will ask some questions. I already know the ending of this story. What interests me is why. Why lure the villain to Tokyo? Why not just go to the police or to a hero agency? Why did you have one of your Pokemon hide the rest after Overhaul was arrested? Because I didn't know who to trust. Eri was tortured for 4 years by a villainous organization that shouldn't exist. My Pokemon are alien creatures, and Eri has a powerful quirk. As far as I knew, if the heroes and the police didn't believe my story, then Overhaul would find us easier, kill me and my team, and keep Eri as his prisoner forever. And if they believed me and decided to take my Pokemon, or that Eri had to be watched for the risk her quirk entitled, I made a choice. The heroes' billboard started in less than a week. That meant that Tokyo would be swarming with heroes. It would be the safest moment to move. So we went to Tokyo. I knew that Overhaul would follow us. My plan was to distract and stall him until the heroes arrived and scared him away. I never thought that most of the top 10 would arrive with an army to arrest him. My goal was to make us visible, me and Eri, so that we couldn't be covered up. I had Galade hide the rest of my team until I could be sure that they wouldn't be taken and experimented on. True, Ms. Midoriya. I just have one question. What do you want? I want to reunite with my mom. To hug her. I want Eri to have the childhood she should have had. I want my team by my side. I want to go to UA. You want to know what I want, Detective Tsukauchi? I want to be a hero. An impressive speech. Don, do you think true, man? A young redhead asked Neo Mesa. The human lie detector nodded. The girl reminded him so much of his best friend. He felt the same conviction in Midoriya Izumi that he felt in Tashinori. So we agree on what to do? We do, Hawks. Let's call Nizu. The detective smirked. He knew the little chimera would be thrilled with the entire situation. The best day of her life? When her sweet Aizu was born. The joy of seeing her little girl, and finally meeting that little bundle of joy, of finally hugging her and feeling her in her arms. That was the best day of her life. The worst day of her life? For 6 years, she had thought it had been the day her little girl's world had been shattered. The day she had been diagnosed as quirkless. That night, seeing her daughter watch All Might's debut video over and over again, all the while struggling to not cry and try and smile like her hero, seeing the pain in her daughter's face when she didn't tell her that she still could be a hero, it had been heartbreaking. 6 years later, her daughter died, proving everybody wrong. She died saving a little boy and his mother. Her daughter died a hero. For the past 5 years, that has been the worst day of her life. When Izumi died, Inko couldn't leave the house. She couldn't work, eat, or bath. All she did was lay on her bed, hugging her daughter's favorite All Might cape, the one she used as a toddler. For an entire week, all she did was lay in bed, want to die and meet her baby girl again. If it hadn't been for Mitsu, she might have her best friend since college, Bakuga Mitsuki, a brash woman who broke into Inko's department upon seeing her state, went into action. Mitsuki bathed her, force-fed her, and signed her into a mental hospital. It took months of treatment for Inko to start moving and responding to the world. Every week her friends would come to visit. Even Lil Katsuki held her hand and cried while he thought she was asleep. His confession of missing Izumi and of hating himself for being the shittiest friend ever began to wake her up. It took months of treatment. Individual, group with her friends. Even Hisashi, who came from the USA, to comfort her. Seeing her estranged husband so hurt and so heartbroken shook her. All he did was apologize. For not being there, for not being a good husband and father, for not protecting them. That night, 4 months after her daughter's death and 4 months after her world was destroyed, Inko stood in front of her mirror and forced herself to look, to stare into her own eyes. The same green eyes as her dear baby girl. She cried. She bawled like a baby and cried and cried. She fell asleep there, on the bathroom floor of her room in the psych ward. The next morning, she woke up fresh. Not good, but better. Her daughter was still dead. Her world was still broken, but she was alive. She was there. When Izumi was diagnosed as quirkless, her daughter didn't break. She suffered, she cried, but she didn't break. Izumi kept on. She kept saying that she would be a hero, one like All Might, and she did. She saved a life. 2 lives. Her daughter died as a hero. 6 months after her daughter died, Midoriya Inko went home. She and Hisashi talked and talked. In the end, they chose to finalize their divorce. The only reason they hadn't done it before was because Izumi was so young. Both had decided to finalize it when she was older and ready to understand it. Now, it didn't matter. For a while, she didn't know what to do. For years, she had been just a stay-at-home mom. Hisashi wired her money, and she took care of the household. Now she wasn't sure what she wanted to do. One day, she was buying groceries. While browsing, she heard some yelling. Curious, she followed the voices to the back of the owner was screaming at a young man, calling him a thief. Inko crept closer and saw that the thief was just a teenager, a kid. His pink eyes were wide open, and he was trembling in fear. His lip was split open. The teller had a bat on his hands. Obviously, he had hit the boy. Wait, what's happening? She didn't know why she intervened. Something on the boy's scared face pushed her to it. This freaking monster tried to rob me. That's what happened. Move, lady. I'm giving this punk a lesson. The owner gripped his bat tighter with both hands, his eyes never leaving the kid's shaking form. The boy looked at Inko, his eyes filled with fear. Inko saw that his hands were holding a candy bar. Wait, he stole that bar? You want to punish him for that? What if he works for you to pay for the candy? Inko tried to intercede. It wasn't like the boy had a knife or tried to use a quirk to rob him. The man didn't have a single injury, while the supposed thief had blood coming from his lip. Why? So he can keep stealing? No, these monsters only know one language. He wants to be a delinquent. Then let him know what awaits him. The man kept screaming. Inko looked into his eyes. Whenever he saw the boy, he would look disgusted. That's when she understood. It wasn't about robbery. It was about quirks. Because the boy had a mutant-type quirk. He resembled an anthropomorphic lizard, with pink hair and pupils. Inko's fist clenched. Quirkish asshole. She forced herself to calm down. Anger won't help anybody. Very well. What's your name, sweetie? She asked the young mutant. The boy flinched and stared at her. She smiled, trying to look friendly. Iguchi Shuichi, ma'am. Can you give me the candy? He hesitated. His fingers twitched over the packet, but in the end gave her the bar. Inko smiled and went to the teller. I would like to buy this candy bar, please. Both men blinked. Iguchi stared at her with his mouth wide open, while the owner went red-faced. What the hell are you doing? Is this some type of joke? He asked angrily. Of course not. Legally speaking, for young Iguchi to steal from you, he must leave the store with an unpaid item, or made an intent of taking something with or without violence from your person with the intent of running. Young Iguchi made none. He grabbed a candy bar, and you stopped before he could leave. Actually, considering we are still in the candy aisles, you intercepted him before he could even leave the store. Do you have a quirk that allows you to know when someone wants to steal? If so, then it must be in the quirk registry, right? If not, then you have been following this young man here just because of his mutant-type quirk, and that constitutes cause for quirk discrimination. Inko stared at the racist store owner, with a smirk on her face. So, Mr. Teller, which option is it? The man was so mad that his forehead veins were all bulged out. It was obvious what his intentions were, and he knew that she knew it. Or, you let me buy this candy bar and let young Iguchi leave. There is no need to call the police or the heroes. Deal. He stared at her. His face got angrier and angrier. Finally, he nodded toward the front, and he left. Inko grabbed her groceries and motioned for Iguchi to follow her. After paying for their things, they left. When they got to the street, Inko put her hand on the young mutant's shoulder. Here, your candy. Iguchi stared at her in wonder. Thank you, he said, grabbing the bar and gulping it down in a few seconds. Why? Why did you help me? Nobody does. Iguchi stared at the ground with a bitter look. If you wanted to hurt him or make money, you would have used a gun or your quirk. You just wanted something to eat. How dash, my late daughter loved heroes. She would analyze their quirks and their cases. She would analyze why people would commit certain types of crimes. Stealing a candy bar is something a daring child or a hungry person would do. I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you. She would have helped you. She tended to put herself in front of children who were bullied and let them hit her instead. I guess I wanted to do something that would make her feel proud of me. I bet she is. I would. Iguchi smiled at her. Here, this is my number. If you need to talk or something, she handed him a card. He blinks at the information. You're a lawyer? It's that how you knew so much about laws? I mostly work from home, with a few consultations and things like that. But yes, I studied law. Thanks again, Midoriya-san. You're welcome, Iguchi-kun. While watching Iguchi leave, Inko knew what she wanted to do, what she had to do. A few weeks after their first encounter, Iguchi called her one morning. Hey, it's Iguchi. You know, the kid you saved from that jerk. Hi, Iguchi-kun. I know. I remember you. How are you? Fine. I'm fine. I don't mean to look like a creep, but I was reading the job section, and, well, I read you were looking for assistance, and I would terok now if I would hire him. What? Would you hire me? As your assistant, I mean? He asked hesitantly. Iguchi, how old are you? 18, Iguchi-kun. Okay. 15. But I can work. I swear, I'm not a bum. It's just, people see me and don't see a person. They see a freak. I don't remember the last time someone talked to me like a person. Inko's heart clenched. It was because of those like Midoriya Izumi, and even herself that she chose to restart her law career. Iguchi, I can't hire a minor who doesn't have the qualifications to be my assistant, but I can offer a minor who has his GED to be an intern. After that, Inko introduced Iguchi to her friends. The poor boy's face at seeing Mitsuki argue with Katsuki was a little funny, especially when explaining that no, Katsuki wasn't being abused by his mother. It's just that both Bakugo-s were too hard-headed and only knew how to communicate that way. 8 months after her daughter's death, Inko opened her own law firm, an office specializing in quirk discrimination. By that time, Iguchi had been working hard to get his GED. He lived with other homeless teenagers who were working on getting their own GEDs and legal emancipation. When Inko started the paperwork to open her own firm, she knew that she would be battling against big opponents. No matter how much humans evolved, they would still find a reason to discriminate against each other. In the golden age of quirks, where men and women, young and old, had powers, it was the nature of the quirks that caused a rift. Her research showed her that those born with mutant-type quirks were discriminated against because of their physical appearance. The more inhuman the looks, the worse the treatment. It didn't matter the heroes like Cementos or Gang Orca were mutant types and had saved hundreds of lives. Mutant types were seen as monsters, as mistakes that had to be wiped out. In the cities, it only happened in the poorest sections. However, there were reports of children being killed or tortured by their own parents just for their quirk. It made her sick. Children were innocent. They didn't ask to be born, much less what they would look like. 5 years after her daughter's death, Midoriya Inko's life was good. It was not great. The hole in her heart would never allow it. It was the giant rift that ripped her heart in two and nearly killed her. It was a scar, a constant reminder that something important, someone irreplaceable, was missing. Before, just thinking about Izumi tore her apart. The pain was all-consuming. Now, the pain was still there, but Inko focused on the good memories. Birthdays, holidays, playing together, studying together. A tint of sadness was ever present, but it didn't destroy her. Inko-san, this is a report of the Wildcat case. Are you sure you want to take care of this one? It involved a homicide. Kuroda Nagisa, one of her top investigators, handed her the file. The man was a private detective, a 30-ish-year-old man who made a living working for private attorney firms like Inko-s. Of course, Inko was only able to afford him when her numbers went up. Kuroda was a good, solid investigator. He didn't betray a contract unless the other person tried to screw him over. The two had a good working partnership. I'm sure. My informant told me to look beyond the crime scene. They have reason to believe that the murder was pushed towards its limits by long-term quirk discrimination. I will admit there are some shady things when it comes to the family, but it will still be a hard case. It may put some people against you. I already have an entire creature rejection clan, and the old followers of Destro against me. Yeah, and some heroes that only care about their paycheck, and probably the heads of the hero commission. Souchi added cheekily. The mutant, now in his 20s, had changed a lot in the last 5 years. He was no longer a shy, distrustful boy, but a confident young man. As Inko had promised, the moment Shuchi presented a GED, she offered him a position as her intern and later on, as her personal assistant. At first, Shuchi feared that Inko was trying to replace her late daughter with him, and that, when Inko realized that, she would cut ties with him. She had quickly shut down that idea. Izumi was Izumi, and Shuchi was Shuchi. Neither one was replaceable. They weren't a computer or a coffee machine. They were people. Shuchi had cried so hard when she explained that. I guess I better contact Keed and her friends to shadow you for a while, he joked. Inko rolled her eyes. She was about to respond when her personal phone rang. An unknown number. Hello, who is this? Hello, this is Tamakawa Sansa from Mustafasa Police. Is this Midoriya Inko's phone number? Yes, I am her. How can I help you? Ah, good. Midoriya-san, I don't mean to alarm you, but we need you to come to Tokyo Grand Hospital as soon as possible. W's what? Is somebody I know hurt? Hisashi? One of my co-workers or clients. She didn't know anyone from Tokyo. Most of her clients and friends were from Mizudafu and its surrounding prefectures. The best she could think of was that one of her clients was staying in Tokyo for some reason, and she was their only contact. I am sorry, but at this time I can't say much. Nobody is in danger, but a situation has happened that involves your name. Please come as soon as possible. When you arrive, ask for Detective Tsukachi. He will explain better. Good day. Okay, thanks. I will take the next train. Inko said. Something was happening. Something strange. She turned toward Shuchi. Give the Wildcat case to Omida. Tell him analyze it and to look for any points in our favor. If there is an emergency, then call Atsumoto. She is the next in command. Nagisa-san, your check will be deposited in your account in a few minutes. I already made the transfer. With that said, she took her purse and left. Whatever was going on was important. She knew it, and Tokyo had the answers. Even with the fastest train, the trip from Mizudafu to Tokyo lasted around 3 hours. That, plus the traffic, made it so that Inko arrived at Tokyo Grand Hospital by late afternoon. She was tired and hungry. Her plan for that hour was to be at the Bakugas, watching Mitsuki and Katsuki destroy their taste buds with their spicy foods. But she had to be there. She knew it, some primal, instinctual part of herself knew it. When she arrived, she saw some police cars around the block. That, and the undercover cops placed around the perimeter had her internal alarms on. She gave her name to the officers in front of the hospital and the name of Detective Tsukachi. After that, they made some calls, and a tall, black-haired man came. Midoriya-san, a pleasure. I am Detective Tsukachi. I know you have some questions, and I will do my best to answer them. However, it's best if this conversation happens inside, away from the public's ears. The detective motioned with a subtle nudge of his head towards the hospital. Very well, but I expect honesty. I want to know what is so important that I had to come to the capital immediately. Inko followed the officer. The further they went, the heavier the police detail. Was this about her latest case? Did they find the murderer and know she was investigating the case? Finally, they entered a room. It seemed like a normal office. A couple chairs, computers, a water cooler, and some snacks. The detective sat down and made a gesture toward Inko. Silence filled the room. Midoriya-san, this type of situation is never easy to explain, more when it sounds as fantastical as it is. I will start by saying that we did every test known to man, and they all came back positive. So all I will tell you, no matter how strange, is true. I don't understand. Tests? What's happening? Inko was confused. A few days ago, a villain attack happened near Tokyo. The villain nearly destroyed the city and actually banished 2 buildings before the heroes stopped him. I remember reading something like that. Many pro heroes gathered together and stopped him, including some of the top 10, right? Indeed, 2 heroes heard of the original attack and went to intervene. All Might heard about it, and well, the man never liked the idea of standing still when he could help. The other heroes decided to follow, mostly to see All Might in action, but also to help. And how does that involve me? Detective Tsukauchi sighed. He drank his tea and then answered, because a teenager 15 years old claiming to be Midoriya Izumi was involved. Crash! Her cup fell to the ground. No, it wasn't possible. Her daughter was dead. She was disintegrated by some strange weapon wielded by a monster. My daughter is dead. I saw for myself how her body disappeared. I didn't even have ashes to bury. All I have to remember her are pictures. The closest thing to a resting place for the flowers and the mural some kids painted on that street. I know Midoriya-san. I asked the detectives assigned to your daughter S case. I interrogated this girl myself. I was even present when she gave her blood to be analyzed and received the results a few hours later. All came back positive. Your daughter was disintegrated or vaporized like we thought at first. She was teleported to another place. And by her own admission, it took her 5 years to return. The detective kept talking. He recounted part of the story this girl told him. Her past, so familiar and haunting. Her arrival on another Earth, how she survived there with the help of others, and how she even captured some strange creatures. She talked to these creatures as friends. Inko felt as if in a daze. Part of her wanted to denounce this girl as a fraud. She didn't want to believe or hope. When Izumi had died, she had kept some hope. There was no body, so maybe she wasn't dead. Maybe she was kidnapped. But the more the days passed, the more reality overcame hope. I want to see her. This girl. I don't care what your tests say. I need to see her for myself. A mother knows. If she is a fraud, I will know it. Detective Tsukauchi nodded and got up. He led her towards another room, one in the private section. Whatever that girl had done, it was obvious that they want to keep her safe. The police officers didn't even hide their guns in this part of the hospital. Only a couple of doctors and nurses walked across the hallways, all with their name tags visible on their chests. 2 officers custodied the room. Tsukauchi showed his badge, and they nodded. He entered first. Inko stood there. She breathed in and then exhaled. Whatever comes, she had to be ready. Inko crossed the doorway, telling herself to not feel hope. The room was a common hospital room. A large window showing the street view, a TV screen hanging from the wall, a second door leading toward a private bathroom, a nice couch for visitors and the bed. And a ghost was on the bed, a ghost from the past. Her hair was a dark green, her eyes a brilliant emerald, and diamond-shaped freckles covered her cheeks. Except for her tan skin, she looked exactly how she imagined Izumi would look as a teenager. A smaller girl was with her. She was younger. Her hair was white, and her eyes were red. A small horn stood on her forehead. There were bandages covering her arms. The girl looked at Tsukauchi and Inko with distrust. She was hugging the older girl and trying to hide. Inko had seen that behavior in some of the children that she represented. What hurt you most that day? She asked her. If she really was her daughter, if she really was Izumi, then she would understand that question. Green stared at Green. The girl's lips twitched and a sad smile formed on her face. That you just apologized over and over for something you couldn't control, and that you couldn't muster the strength to lie to me. Inko's eyes started to dampen, and her tears flowed without control. Her hands started to shake, and she covered her mouth. Izumi too started to cry, and her tears too flowed uncontrollably. The so-called baby bawling of the Midoriyas, crying like babies whenever they were too emotional. Before they knew it, mother and daughter were hugging with all their strength. Inko would hold her daughter's face in her hands, staring at the young woman that was emerging and at all the changes she had missed in the last 5 years. Izumi, too, stared at her. Both of their visions were blurry, but they were happy. At that moment, the hole that existed on both of their hearts, the hole that formed 5 years ago and remains a scar, finally healed. Eri didn't remember what her life was like before the bad men and the surgery room. She didn't remember her parents, their faces, their voices. Sometimes at night, when she was alone in her bedroom, if she concentrated hard enough, she could remember some voices. Two men, kind and loving, and a woman, at first kind too, but then her voice was filled with rage and disgust. All she knew was pain. Pain and solitude. The men that followed Overhaul weren't her friends. They didn't care for her. Eri was just a tool for Overhaul's plans. Her happiness wasn't important. All they cared about was her curse. It was all she was good for. After all, her curse. She hated it. Her curse. Because of it, she didn't have a daddy or a mommy. Because of it, she was cut open and disfigured. No matter how much she cried or begged, they just kept cutting. And her curse wouldn't even help her. At first, when Overhaul started his experiments, her curse would react and explode like a bomb. But it never worked against him. He knew how to protect himself. With time, her curse stopped acting. That made him angry. He wanted her curse to act. So he made her feel more pain, much more pain, until she passed out. For a long time, all she knew was pain and misery. Until one day, she overheard some of her guards talking. Apparently the young master was in Japan. He was in another country, managing a business deal with some cartel, but he would return in 1 week. At that moment, Eri felt something she had never felt before. Hope. She felt hope. At least that's what her few books describe hope felt like. Her guards weren't hard to fool. All she did was pretend to feel sick. Very sick. Their fear of something bad happening to her overcame their fear of exposing her to the authorities. Using the secret tunnels, they took her from her cell and to a car. The moment Eri saw the car, she faked barfing. When they put her on the ground, she bolted as fast as she could. She ran and ran and ran. In her mind, if she ran forever, then they would never find her. And then, when her body was getting weaker, when her legs burned from the strain, and her heart was bursting, Izumi found her. The older girl protected her and saved her. When the men came for her, Izumi beat them up and then found them a safe place to hide. Izumi got her new clothes and even some paint, so her white hair wouldn't be so noticeable. That night was the best of her life. She was away from the compound, and someone was hugging her and humming a lullaby until she fell asleep. When she awoke, Eri was sure it was all a dream. She had been so happy to see Izumi sitting in front of her, eating some strange pink and curvy fruit. "Hey, sleepyhead, how are you? Want some? It's really sweet. If not, I have some other things." Other berries and a few cookies. She put other fruits on a blanket. They were of different colors and shapes. Eri had never seen anything like that. "Do you have apples?" she asked timidly. She didn't want to sound spoiled, but she really liked apples. It was one of the few nice things that they gave her after the experiments. Let me look. Maybe here? No. 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 Finally, one tasty, sweet apple coming up. Eri wanted to smile when Izumi gave her favorite food, but she couldn't. She didn't know how to smile. Izumi smiled for her. Both girls ate quietly. When Eri finished her apple, a water bottle was placed in front of her. She drank it and thanked her savior. "Eri, we can't stay here. I have an idea, but I will need your help. And for that, I need to know who the men that were after you are and if you know what they want." Izumi asked her with a calm look. Eri started to shake. Thinking of them and of the room filled her with fear. She couldn't move. She couldn't speak. She froze. Her horn started to itch. No, please. She had to control it, but she didn't know how. Her breath became more labored. She had to warn Izumi. She needed to get away before it was too late, but her voice wouldn't come. Izumi tried to get closer, but Eri didn't let her. She ran toward the other side of the room and yelled, "No, stay away. Please, I can't control it." Eri's tears blurred her vision. A light shone from her horn. Pain came, and then it went away. Eri cried. She was sure her curse had taken Izumi away from her, just like with her parents. Strong arms hugged her. Her head was pulled against a soft and warm chest. "Sure, it's okay, Eri. Focus on my breathing. Can you feel it? In, out." in, out. Just like that. Don, worry. We have all the time in the world. Izumi's voice was calm and soothing. There was no rage or disdain, only care. Eri followed her breathing. In, out, in, out. A wave of exhaustion crept over her. Before she knew it, her eyes closed. When she regained consciousness, her head was laying on Izumi's lap. The green eat was brushing her hair and smiling at her. Eri wanted to cry. She couldn't remember the last time someone had been so nice to her. Eri, I know this is hard. All I want to do is snap my fingers and make everything good. But I can't. I don't think anybody can. A quirk like that would be so OP, don't you think? What is a quirk? Nobody told you? Eri shook her head. A quirk is a gift, a power that most of the world has. Some quirks are similar, but each one is different. A gift? But I don't have a gift. I'm cursed. Everything that I touch is destroyed. She said what everyone had told her entire life. Eri, I want you to listen to me closely. They stared at each other's eyes. Whoever told you that you were cursed is an idiot. Izumi's bluntness shook her. There was no hesitation in her eyes. She truly believed in what she said. Izumi suddenly grinned. I have an idea. How about you say that the person who told you that is really stupid? I bet that would make you feel better. Could she do it? She wasn't sure. She wanted to try. Oh, she couldn't do it. She wasn't strong. She was weak. Izumi's hand gripped hers. She grabbed hers too. Overhaul is really stupid, she whispered. Izumi's eyes encouraged her. Overhaul is really stupid, she said, wanting to be confident. Overhaul is really stupid. She wanted to be brave. Overhaul is really stupid. She wanted to be like Izumi. He is the stupidest. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Somehow, she felt better, as if saying what she felt lightened her. Izumi smiled and hugged her. You did great, Eri. Now I'm going to explain my plan. But don't you need what I know? Not right now. I shouldn't have pressured you. It was my mistake. I won't deny that knowing about Overhaul won't help, but I won't force you to speak about it until you're ready, Eri. She nodded. Izumi was so kind and nice. She wanted to help her, but she was right. Eri wasn't ready. Her throat tightened whenever she thought about it. In a few days, many heroes will be in Tokyo and its surrounding areas. We need to be there at that time. So we will stall, take different buses and trains with no destination in mind. We will hide in cheap motels with different names and identities. I will dye my hair black so we can pretend to be sisters. That means that I will call you Amuro and you will call me Nei-chan. Nei-chan. Do you prefer Nei-san or Anu? Izumi-ne? She asked the older girl. Izumi's face went red. It's best if we don't say our names. That way, it would be harder for them to find us. But if you want, you can call me that too. Okay. Eri nodded. She liked that. Calling Izumi her sister felt good. It felt right. Izumi reached into her bag. She pulled a ball. It was small. The top half was blue with red stripes, and the bottom half was white. A button marked the middle. This ball here is special, Eri. With this, you can summon a powerful knight named Sir Plushie. If Overhaul or anyone else who wants to hurt you comes near you, then all you have to do is push this button twice and point forward. And he will protect you, Eri, because he is a really powerful knight. And she was right. Sir Plushie protected her. When Overhaul found them, when he threatened to kill Izumi to punish her, Eri was afraid. No, she was terrified. But Izumi wasn't scared. She was there, and Eri had to be brave. Sir Plushie was amazing. He hadn't flinched at the sight of Overhaul. He put himself in front of both of them, like the knight Izumi proclaimed him to be. Then Sir Plushie grabbed her, and then he did something that made the world twist. 1 second they were on the alleyway, in front of Overhaul, and the next they were back again in the same warehouse she and Nei-chan had first hidden in. Eri, don't be afraid. I'm not going to hurt you. A man's voice spoke in her head. She turned. There was no one there, just her and Sir Plushie. Sir Plushy? He nodded. My real name is Galade. Sir Plushy is a nickname Izumi gave me so that you could call me that. Oh, so I can't call you Sir Plushy? Galade sighed. No, you can, but only you. And please don't tell Izumi. She sucks at giving nicknames. When she finally becomes a hero, somebody will have to help her come up with a good hero name. Okay, thank you. Sir Plushy, you're welcome, Eri. Why can I hear your voice in my head? Is it your quirk? Even after talking with Nei-chan about quirks, she still wasn't sure about them. Nei-chan promised her that after Overhaul was arrested, she would get someone to teach Eri how to control her quirk, so she wouldn't be afraid of it. Humans have quirks. I'm not a human. I'm a Pokemon. My species has psychic abilities, and one of them allows me to communicate with my mind. Don't worry, I'm not reading your mind. I am just projecting my thoughts toward your mind. All your thoughts are safe. That made her breathe again. Her mind was the only thing that neither Overhaul nor his men had broken. Oh! She was scared of them. She was terrified, but she had escaped. She had confronted him. Nei-chan would be proud. Wait, Nei-chan. She wasn't here. Where is Izumi? Why isn't she here? Izumi is stalling Overhaul with her other Pokemon. Remember, it's part of her plan. They will show the world his real face, and the heroes will capture him. As soon as it's safe, she will call me, and we will teleport back. Nei-chan can call you with her mind? He nodded, pleased. Izumi caught me when I was still a Ralts. Part of our bonding involved forming a mental link. Even if we were in different parts of the world, our link is strong enough to communicate with each other. Wow, Sir Plushy must be really powerful to be able to do that. Neither talked. Eri was nervous. She wanted to believe in her Nei-chan, wanted to believe that Overhaul would be defeated, and that she and Izumi would live happily forever after, like in her books. It felt like forever before Galade spoke. It's done. Overhaul was defeated. Izumi is okay. A little banged up, but fine. It was done. He was gone. She was free. She couldn't believe it. She had to see it. She needed to see it. I want to go. I want to see Nei-chan. Sir Plushy nodded. He kneeled and spread his arms. She went and let him grab her. It was comfy. Not like when Overhaul grabbed her. With him, it felt as if she was a thing, a possession. With Sir Plushy, it felt like having an older brother. Hang on, he warned her. She clung tighter and closed her eyes. When she opened them, they weren't at the warehouse. They were in the street. It was filled with so many people. With heroes. She didn't know their names. She only knew they were heroes based on Izumi's descriptions. Her Nei-chan liked to talk about the heroes a lot. There were flashes and yelling. The policemen formed a barrier against people with cameras who, for some reason, were screaming. Nei-chan was next to some heroes. Two of them were really tall and muscly. One was blonde and he had a smile on his face. The other had fire covering parts of his face. He wasn't smiling, maybe because of the fire. Another hero had big red wings. He looked younger than the first two. There was also a blonde man wearing jeans on his face and a washing machine. Nobody had noticed that they were there. Eri wanted to run towards her Nei-chan, hug her, and never let go again. Before she could, a man yelled, This is all your fault, Eri. You think you will get to live a happy life now. You're a cursed being, Eri. All you touch dies, just like your father. You think these heroes will protect a cursed child like you. Ha! You dash. Overhaul was being held by two policemen. There were bruises and gashes on his face. His mask was gone and his hands bound. The moment he saw, he started to yell and struggle. Nei-chan's fist shouted him up. Her fist was so strong that it made him fall to the ground. Eri is not cursed. She is kind and smart. She is good. She is innocent. The only cursed being here is you. If you say anything bad about her again, then you will never speak again. I don't care if that makes me a criminal. Nei-chan's speech had everybody staring at her. She just went to Eri and knelt down. Eri, it's done. No matter what, I promise you will be free. No matter what. Eri didn't wait. She jumped into Izumine's arms and hugged her with all her strength. She cried. She felt Nei-chan's tears on top of her head. She never wanted this to stop. But, of course, it had to stop. Excuse me, young lady, but we need to ask you some questions. An officer interrupted them. Izumi smiled at her and rubbed her head. She took Sir Plushie's ball from her hand and gave it to Sir Plushie alongside her belt and bag. Hide until I call you. Trust no one, but don't hurt anybody unless you're in danger, she ordered him. He nodded and disappeared. The officer flinched and stared at Nei-chan. She stared back. I will answer any questions about myself and about Eri, but I won't risk my team's safety until I can get an official, written, and signed assurance that no member of my team will be taken from me, experimented with, or do anything else that I don't like. Then they will stay hidden. Also, I want an official statement that Eri will have a good family, one that loves her and treats her like one of their own. Kids these days, huh? The winged man came closer. He was smiling. Don't worry, officer. I will take responsibility for these two. Are you sure, Hawks? The officer asked the hero. Yep. This girl here reminds me of me, except for the lack of feathers, of course. He was grinning. Eri was used to fake smiles. She had seen them her entire life. Hawk's smile wasn't fake. It was real. She turned towards Nei-chan and nodded. She frowned but nodded back. After that, they were taken to a hospital. When the doctors and nurses wanted to examine her, she became so scared that Nei-chan held her against her chest and started to hum. After some arguing, they left. A few hours later, a small woman came. She was closer to Eri's size than to Nei-chan, but she was really old. She even had a weird cane. For some reason, Nei-chan started to stutter when she saw the old lady. Why were you the juvenile heroine? Recovery girl? The renewed hero healer? Eri was sure that Nei-chan's scream could be heard to the moon. Why did I leave my notebook with Galade? I could have the best healer in the world signature. Wait, does Recovery Girl do signings? I don't remember hearing about it. But I also don't remember reading about her refusing to sign for Fan. Young lady, if you keep mumbling, then I will just be bones and ashes, Recovery Girl told her. Nei-chan blushed and apologized. Recovery Girl just chuckled and smiled. Now, what is your name, young one? My name is Chio, but everybody calls me by my hero name. Eri, madam. What a cute name for a cute girl. Tell me, do you like lollipops? What are lollipops? They are a type of candy. They come in different flavors. Even apple, Nei-chan explained. Eri's eyes widened. Apple candies. Apple candies? Her mouth watered at that thought. Here, one red and one green. Eri put the red one in her mouth. It truly tasted like apples. So tasty. Thank you, Chio-san. No problem. Now, I need to examine you to make sure you are healthy. I will explain each procedure before we start, okay? Can Izumi be with me the whole time? She didn't want to leave Nei-chan. Of course! She needs an exam, too. Here's an idea. How about Izumi goes first, and then you? Chio-san was really kind and nice. First, she showed them the medical equipment she would use, and then explained while examining Nei-chan. When she saw the needle, she was afraid, but Nei-chan just smiled and relaxed. When it came to Eri's turn, she was nervous. Except for the needles, nothing looked like the tools Overhaul used in the surgery room. And Chio-san never stopped smiling. Overhaul never smiled at her. He never spoke to her with care, only with disgust and indifference. But she was brave, like Nei-chan showed her. In the coming days, officers and other people came to speak with both of them. At first, they wanted to interrogate them separately. Nei-chan went first, alone, while Chio and a kind officer named Sansa played with her old board games. When it was her turn to speak with the officers, Izumi stood by her side. When she cried, she hugged her. During the night, they put their beds together and cuddled. A few days later, a woman showed up. One of the detectives who had interrogated them, Detective Tsukachi, came with her. Eri liked the detective. He hadn't yelled or glared at her. When Eri couldn't keep talking about her past and the bad men, he would just sit and wait. Even Izumi liked him. She said he was smart and that he didn't seem like a bootlicker who only knew how to parrot back. Whatever that meant. The woman's hair and eyes were the same shade as her Nechan. She kind of looked like Nechan. "What hurt you the most that day?" she asked. Her eyes wouldn't leave Izumine's eyes. Eri didn't understand that question, but Izumine did. That you just apologized over and over for something you couldn't control, and that you couldn't muster the strength to lie to me. The woman started to cry. Nechan, too. Then they were both hugging in the middle of the room. They would stare at each other, then hug, all the while crying. Eri had never seen so many tears in her life. Was that Izumine's quirk? Producing so many tears? "Nechan," she asked timidly. She didn't want to interrupt, but she was curious. Who was that woman? Why were both of them crying so much? Nechan looked at her. Tears still flowed down her face, but she was smiling. She broke from a hug and held her hand. "Eri, this lady here is one of the most important people in my life. Just like you. She is my mother, Midoriya Izumi. She gives amazing hugs, makes the best katsudan in the world, and does her best to cheer you up. She is the best mother ever." The woman, Nechan's mother, cried while listening. "Mom," she said, turning towards her, "this little girl here is Eri. She is the sweetest and kindest kid ever, and she is my Mudo. I don't care what other people say or do. Eri will always be my Mudo." Eri's eyesight was blurry. She was crying. Nechan wasn't going to abandon her. She wasn't going to leave her. Izumine's mother kneeled in front of Eri. She smiled at her and offered her hand. Eri tentatively grabbed it and shook it. "Hi, Eri. You can call me Inko or Inko-san if you wish. It's your special privilege for being my daughter's little sister." She winked. Eri's lips tried to twitch, to move, to smile, but it wouldn't come. "Detective, how do we proceed? What do I have to sign to take both of them with me? I have an emergency foster license for cases like these." "Both? You want me to?" She was confused. Somebody wanted her? Someone who had never met her and who never even spoke to her? Inko-san was definitely like Izumine. Both were kind and good. "Of course I do. You're Izumi's Mudo. That means you're part of my family." Family. She never had that. Maybe, then, if Inko-san was Nechan's mother, then she could be. The situation is a little more complicated, Midoriya-san. Eri doesn't have a birth certificate or any type of documentation. We know she is not related to Overhaul. Blood tests prove that. However, there is no match for missing children or missing adults. Documentation is still being made for her, and your daughter was declared dead during the trial. We are still dealing with that. Also, despite her collaboration, she still refuses to provide her Pokemon or any evidence of the supposed alternative Earth she claims to have lived in the past 5 years. Like I said, I want on paper and signed by the necessary authorities that none of my Pokemon will be experimented on, taken away from me, or killed. I'm not asking for them to be recognized as citizens, not even as the cognitive creatures they are. I just want an assurance that they will be safe. That's all. A very respectable request, if I say so myself. A voice said. She didn't recognize it. It was male, but more squeaky. She couldn't see the owner. "Down here, young lady," the voice said. It was right in front of the door. It was small, smaller than her, covered in white fur, with a scar across its right eye. It looked like a mix between a mouse and a bear, and it was wearing clothes. What am I? A mouse? A dog? A bear? Who knows? Principal Nizu, punctual as ever, the detective said. "Midoriya-san, Izumi-san, Eri-san, this one here is Nizu, a pro hero. He is the principal of UA. Why does the principal of UA want to speak with us?" Inko-sen asked. Eri, too, was confused. Nechan told her UA was the best hero school in Japan, maybe of the world. Why would the principal want to talk to them? Shouldn't he be very busy? For 2 simple reasons. First, Eri-chan's quirk, her blood tests, the information that your daughter was able to gather, and the few things that Overhaul revealed imply that young Eri here has a very powerful and possibly dangerous quirk if not controlled. As a teacher, it's my most important duty to help the young control their quirks to their best. Young Eri will need not only the best teachers, but also the facilities and ways to experiment without fear. I offer that. Why? Izumi asked. I respect your mother a great deal. She is a spokeswoman for anti-quirk discrimination. I still remember her speech about how society unintentionally creates villains out of nowhere by creating the concept of villain quirks. Eri's quirk is dangerous. You know it, young Midoriya. It's why you chose this route, the public one. You wanted the world to know Eri existed so that no one could use her or hurt her without there being serious public repercussions. A smart move, he started to grin. Your mother has a foster license. If we imply that Eri will be tutored by UA's best teachers, then nobody can deny Inko-san's petition to foster. And then, when 6 months pass, who would deny an adoption by a respected lawyer and mother a hero student? Wait, what? Izumi blinked. Eri was confused too. Nizu-san spoke a lot. Me, a hero student? But how? Nizu's grin widened. And here comes my second reason. Midoriya-san, how would you like to become a hero alongside your Pokemon?